उसे दिल को मेरे तुम गए नींद रातों की मेरी चाहत बातों की मेरी चैन को भी मेरे तूने जब सांसें भरूं मैं
Okay, so hello and welcome to another live stream. आज हम फिर से खेलने वाले हैं valorant. आज ट्राई करेंगे हम फ्लैट पुश करने का, आज नहीं मतलब ट्राई करेंगे फ्लैट पुश करने का, जो हमसे होगा या नहीं होगा नहीं पता हमको, नहीं होने का चांसेस ज्यादा है. इश्क का या ना बाबा ठीक है भाई, काम तमाम पैसा हजम. चलो तमाम पैसा हजम.
Tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
আসো শান্তা.
Can I'm better. You had to go back where you came from. Now you're bitter. Out of sight, out of mind for real.
ফ্ল্যাট মানে কুছ ভি কেন ট্রাই করতে পারি না নাকি? উবুবো মনে হচ্ছে ট্রাইও করা যাবে না ফ্ল্যাট পুশ.
কে বে
আছে স্বর্ণবোধা
লল
যা ইচ্ছে, আমি তো ট্রাই করতে তো পারি. যা বাবা এমন বলতে পারে যে ট্রাইও করে দেবে না, অকাত আছে আছে সব আছে, সব এভরিথিং আই হ্যাভ.
ইউনিট জিগরা
ইউনিট এই সায়নের গাড় ফেটে গেল. সায়নদা ফেটে গেছে নাকি? সায়নদা
কেটে গেছে মানে
ঠিক আছে.
ও নাকি গাড়ি কি করতে যাচ্ছিল,
গাড়ি চালাতে চালাতে ইউটিউব দেখছে. মারো দৌড়ে শুধু নকশাবু, শুধু মিথ্যে কথা. স্বর্ণবোধা সব মিথ্যে কথা, কোথাও যাচ্ছে না. আমাকে সকাল 6টায় কল করেছিল. হ্যাঁ আমাকেও কল করেছিল সকাল 6টায়. আমি ঘুমোচ্ছিলাম. ও ভাই সকাল 6টায় কল করেছিল. এসো থাক. আরে আমি কার সার্ভিসিং করাতে যাচ্ছি. ও গাড়ি সার্ভিসিং কর. জি জি ইউ আর জড ওপি. আরে ক্যারি হয়ে হয়ে পৌঁছে যাবো প্ল্যাটফর্ম. চাপ ক্যারি ফ্ল্যাট
তো ক্যারি হয়ে লোক সিলভার ব্রোঞ্জ পৌঁছাচ্ছে, তোরা একটু ক্যারি হয়ে গোল্ড প্ল্যাট পৌঁছাতে পারবি না?
ক্যারি হয়ে লোকজন
প্ল্যাট পৌঁছাতে পারবি না?
ব্যাটারি বসে গেছে. ক্যারি হয়ে লোকজন গোল্ড ঢুকে যাচ্ছে, ক্যারি হয়ে প্ল্যাট ঢুকতে পারবো না আমি? কি বলছো স্বর্ণবাদা তুমি?
ও এতক্ষণ আমি 0.4 সেন্সিতে খেলছিলাম,
তুমি আমার সেন্সিতে খেলছিলে.
দিয়ে হচ্ছে আমি স্প্রে মারছি তো আমি গুলি কেন উঠে যাচ্ছে উপরে, নিচে কেন নামছে না?
नाइस, ये भी ये भी सही है. हाँ डायमंड के बॉल कैरी करते ना ना डायमंडের কাছে ক্যারি হয়ে ঢুকবো না, চাপ নেই. আরে হলে হবে, না হলে না হবে। লোকজন প্ল্যান করছে সিলভার অব্দি উঠে গোল্ড অব্দি, গোল্ড 3 করে নেবে এই সিজন দিয়ে, গোল্ড 3 থেকে ইয়ে করবে। সায়ন তো ডায়মন্ড স্মার্ট, সায়ন তো ক্যারি করবে বাড়ি কি, সায়ন তো আছেই ক্যারি করার জন্য। ডায়মন্ড স্মার্ট, ইমর্টাল স্মার্ট রে। নাও একটু ক্যারি করে দে।
আর্ট নট এলিজিবল।
তুমি সিলভার 1 মনে হয়,
তো সিলভার মানুষে গোল্ড করে খেলতে পারবে না
কি জানি। অন্য অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে আসবো?
হ্যাঁ অন্য অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে দেখি, অ্যাকাউন্ট খুলে এটা কি জানি আমাকে
একটা কাজ করো তো সায়নদা, ইয়ে দাও তো আমাকে, আয়ুষের যে অ্যাকাউন্ট ছিল না ভয়নয়েরটা, ওটার অ্যাক্সেসটা দাও তো। ওটার অ্যাক্সেস তোমার কাছে ইয়ে যাবে, দেখো এসএমএস যাবে একটা, যে সময় কোডটা
কোন অ্যাকাউন্টটা,
সেই যেটা অয়নকে দিয়েছিলে। অয়ন বলেছে আমাকে খেলতে হবে অ্যাকাউন্টটা থেকে, তো একটু দাও তো।
কি
অয়নের যেই অ্যাকাউন্টটা ছিল না এসএলডি,
অয়ন কি বলছে?
ও বললো কি খেল তুই ওই অ্যাকাউন্টটা থেকে কিছুদিন।
ওনি ফ্যান্টাম আছে এটা তো?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ও বললো খেল তুই ওটা থেকে কিছুদিন, দাও তো কোডটা।
আমি কি করে পাবো কোডটা?
তোমার নাম্বারেই যাবে লাস্টে 25 টাই,
780648
ও বলছে আমি খেলছি না। তাহলে দে আমি খেলি কিছুদিন। বললো কি হ্যাঁ তো খেল, প্রবলেম নেই তো আমার। ঠিক আছে খেলবো খেলবো তো খেলবো। আমি নিলাম, আমাকে একটু ক্যারি করে দেবে। কি নিয়ে নিলে তুমি? হ্যালো ছায়ানন্দা সব বলছে, স্বর্ণপদ সব বলছে নিয়ে নিল। ও আমি একে বলতাম না 800 টাকা একটা ওয়েবক্যাম আছে 1080p 30 fps।
আমি নিয়ে নিলাম মানে কিনে নিল ছেলে,
কি জানি ও কি নিয়ে। ছি 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 স্বর্ণপদা তুই কি সব নিচ্ছ?
নিল কেন
কে জানে। ফার্স্টে দেখো কি নিল, তারপর বলো নিল। আরে আমি তো ব্রোঞ্জের প্লেয়ার, আমায় ক্যারি করে ওঠানো হয়েছে। এবার ব্যাপার আলাদা যে আমি সোলো কিউ গোল্ড র্যাঙ্ক নিয়েছি টপ র্যাঙ্ক করে। আমি সোলো কিউ আর সিলভার 1 থেকে গোল্ড 1 ঢুকেছি, ঠিক আছে, তাও আবার উইদাউট গেটিং ক্যারি। মানে একটা দুটো ম্যাচ তো ক্যারি হয়েছি, বাট ম্যাক্সিমাম ম্যাচ আমি নিজেই খেলেছি। তো আই অ্যাম প্রাউড অফ মাই সেলফ, আমিও খেলতে পারি, ঠিক আছে। ও নুব না, নিজেকে
এবারের জন্য আজকে ব্যান করে দেওয়া উচিত।
ওই এর জন্য তো
শালা শক ডাট দিয়ে আল্ট ভেঙে দিচ্ছে।
কোথায় কি সব করছে ও শক ডাট দিয়ে?
হ্যাঁ কি হলো?
আমার গেম কানেকশন লস্ট হলো।
For this one, we're doing a sweet cream ice cream. I'm adding sprinkles to it for
আরে
fun.
লোকে তো আমাকে বলে ক্যারিড গোল্ড, আমাকেও তো বলে ক্যারিড গোল্ড।
So the only thing that goes on the stone are
Doesn't matter, gold is gold bro, you are carried or not carried, no one cares.
কে বলছে ক্যারি?
কে জানে, স্বর্ণাবতা বলছে। স্বর্ণাবতার স্টিমে এসে সবাই বলে, সবাই স্বর্ণাবতাকে বলে ক্যারিড গোল্ড স্ট্রিমে এসে। স্বর্ণাবতা স্ট্রিম শেয়ার করে আসো না একটু, সায়ন স্ট্রিম শেয়ার করে দাও। চোট
ওডিন নিয়ে না
এটা থেকেই তো আমি বলে, এটা থেকেই তো আমি শুরু করেছি চোট।
আমি কাল থেকে সেদিন থেকে ওডিন স্পেস শুরু করেছি।
হ্যাঁ আগের দিন আগে জ্বালিয়েছে না ওডিন নিয়ে একটা পাবলিক। হবে হ্যালো আসো।
বলো তো যাবো কেন, কি হয়েছে? না পড়া আছে তো, রোববার আছে।
তো কি করবো? সমস্যা পড়া আছে, অনেক রোববার আছে। আগে আগে রোববার তো বললামই তোমাকে সব ডেটগুলো। তা আমি কি করবো? আমার সাথে সম্পর্ক কি তোমার? না আমার দামও বললাম তো, আমার কিছু কিনবো না আমি।
একশো টাকায় একটা শেয়ার চান্দা আসো বুক না বেশি শেয়ার করে আসো ল্যাগ করে পাক্কা এ শেয়ার করে আসো না আসো চান্দা শানকবল যেটা বললাম ছায়ানন্দা স্বর্ণা বলে তোমাকে বলছে ল্যাদ কর পাক্কা
ভাইপার শিখবো।
তুমি আসবে
আমিই তো ল্যাদ করবে
7টা পর্যন্ত খেলে
10টা অবধি ঘুমাই দুটো তিনটে চারটে অবধি ঘুমাই দিয়ে বলে কি এই করতে যাচ্ছি ওই করতে যাচ্ছি শুধু
হ্যাঁ
মিথ্যে কথা
গাড়ি
শুধু
সার্ভিসিং
মিথ্যা
করতে
কথা
যাচ্ছে নাকি
শুধু
সেটা?
মিথ্যা কথা সায়নকে বল স্ট্রিম করতে সায়ন তো স্ট্রিম করো
বাল করবো।
বাল করবে এই অ্যাকাউন্টে ব্রোঞ্জ দিবে মোস্টলি ব্রোঞ্জ 2-3 দেবে দেখবে
If you're playing site and you know that Killjoy has her ultimate, you can just chill around on site, wait for her to place her ultimate in any of the possible spots. You walk into this corner, next to this metal bar, you aim the friend there. Oh, you simply all the way a little bit, you throw your
যারা রেডিয়েন্টে উঠেছে তারা তাদের 44-45 করে গেম জিতা হয়ে গেছে বাবা রে
place.
How to get a perfectly crisp line every time. Paint the background color again on the edge you want to be perfect. I let it dry completely between layers.
Match found.
Go off tape and see the wobbly line on the left. Yuck. Well,
ডুয়েলিস্ট নেবো
না ভাববিও না কি বললাম
ভাববো না ও বুতুম দা হ্যাঁ লাস্ট করেছিলাম স্ট্রিম লাস্ট কবে করেছিলি স্ট্রিম বলছি শালা লাস্ট কবে করেছিলি স্ট্রিম
সেজ নে সেজ বা কে জানে একটু সেজ নে তুই সেজ নে পুরা তুই হোল্ডই করতে পারিস তাদের
হ্যাঁ একটা কথা বলবো এমনিতে তো ব্রোঞ্জ লবি
তাতেও হাঁকবি
না
তাতেও চিল্লাবো
হাঁকবো না
আমি জানতে চাই আমাকে নট এলিজিবল কেন বলবে
আরে ব্রোঞ্জ দেবে ওটাতে ব্রোঞ্জ আর সিলভার 1 দেবে সিলভার 1 এর সাথে তো
সিলভার মানে শেষ করেছিল
ও ডেইলি স্ট্রিমার আর ডেইলি স্ট্রিমারই আমি ডেইলি স্ট্রিম করছি কালকেও স্ট্রিম করেছি আজকেও স্ট্রিম করছি দেখো একটু লজ্জা করো স্বর্ণাব, একটু লজ্জা করো। এখন আর তুমি আমাকে বলতে পারবে না। Now you cannot say me anything, Biro. Bronze lobby.
বল সিলভার লবি।
এই অ্যাকাউন্টটা ব্রোঞ্জ 1 এর অ্যাকাউন্ট।
আমি প্রথমে দুটো কথা বলে দিই, এটা কি হচ্ছে সি যাবি না,
ওকে সি যাবো
এর ভেতর ঢুকবি না, টারেট থাকবে,
ওকে
প্যাকেজে থাকবে,
এ রান এন্ড গান করবে, সি অফ সি খেলবো,
দাঁড়িয়ে মারবি না,
দৌড়াতে
সব সময় না তা বলে আবার।
আরে অভ্যেস হয়ে গেছে দাঁড়িয়ে মারা না, কেমন লাগে দৌড়াতে মারতে,
দু রকমের অভ্যাস করতে হবে। নেক্সট কায়দা মারবি না আর বেশি ভাববি না, এই লবি অতটা ভাবে না, যা করবি স্ট্রেট কাট করে দিবি, সি চলাই এর ফার্স্ট রাউন্ড।
বিসি আমাকে ধোকা দিয়েছে, আমি জানি না সায়ন যদি আজকেও বলে কি এরকম সি অফ সি খেলবো না ইয়ে খেলবো, তাহলে আমি কিছু করতে পারবো না, আমার কাছে ওয়াল নেই। ওয়াও
কি করো, কিল চুরি করলাম,
হ্যাঁ
প্ল্যান দে,
আমি জানি না আমাকে
ওমেনকে হেল দিস।
ইমা ট্রিপল ট্যাপ মেরে দিল।
One enemy remaining.
হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ সাউন্ড আসছে না।
ওমেন কথা বল দেখি মাইকে।
হ্যালো গাইস, am I audible?
नहीं
आइए
नहीं तो ऑडिबल नहीं है, चूतिया है।
हम चूतिया है तो भोसड़ी के हो, तुम क्या हो? हम चूतिया तो भोसड़ी के। हेलो
तू गांडू है, गांडू ये ले स्पाइक पकड़।
यो ब्रो व्हाट्स अप।
अबे स्पाइक पकड़ ये ब्रो,
स्पाइक আমাকে নিতে হবে কেন?
यो ब्रो की औलाद।
I'm so hyped.
Nice one.
Fuck me.
100 tagged, what the fuck?
আমি ওয়াল করিনি, আমি কিছু করিনি, আমি বাই।
One enemy remaining.
Sova is too good, man. Hey Sova, you suck that stage. I give you free gun.
ধরো, আমি খেলবো না স্পেক্টার নিয়ে, বলছে ফাইনালি আই ক্যান হ্যাভ ফ্রি সাম। নাইস ব্রো, দ্যাটস গুড।
No, I give you free gun, like gun.
বলে আই ফাইনালি আই ক্যান ডু ফ্রি সাম।
Yeah. Brim is in Phantom. Man. No, Brim is going for C long. পিকবি না, ফ্যান্টম আছে।
স্পেক্টার,
আরে ব্রিমের কাছে ফ্যান্টম ভাই।
আচ্ছা আমার কাছে তো ফ্যান্টম ছিল, তুমি কেন ভয় দেখাও আমাকে? খেলবো,
Last player standing.
তুমি আমাকে খালি ভয় দেখিয়ে
সেভ সেভ সেভ, নো টাইম সেভ সেভ
সেভ সেভ সেভ সেভ, we won bro, save it.
বুম।
স্বর্ণাবদা আমি কিন্তু তোমাকে ধোকা দিই না, দেখো ধোকা যে দেয় সেটা হলো সায়নদা। ঠিক আছে, সায়নদা আসবে যে বলবে কি ভাই আমি তো খেলতে পারবো না, আমি কি খেলবো, যে সবাই চেঞ্জ করে দেয়।
আমার ফ্যান্টম দে তো।
somebody drop me,
Can someone get this?
drop
আরে
দাও।
আমি স্কিন চাই না यार।
তো স্ক্রিন ছাড়া আমার কাছে কোথা থেকে আসবে?
তো এটা কোন অ্যাকাউন্ট? ও
আয়ুষেরটা না, এই অয়নেরটা না।
ঠিক আছে, ওনি ফ্যান্টম ইজ গুড।
ওনি ফ্যান্টম ইজ বেস্ট ভাই। বেকার লুঙ্গি
কে বললো নতুনটা চালাস ভাই সেটটা?
আরে এমনি দৌড়ে বেড়াচ্ছি, কি করবো? ব্রোঞ্জ লবি খেলা, ব্রোঞ্জ লবি থেকে ভয় ভয় খেলবো না ঠিক। আল্লাহ রে দৌড়েছে রা।
এটা ভুল করলাম।
এসি যাওয়া যাবে না, তা দৌড়াচ্ছে এরা কি রকম ভাবে।
ভাই ওভাবে পুশ করছিস ভাই, ডুয়েলিস্ট পুশ করেনি, তুই একা পুশ করছিস।
আমার ভুল ছিল, সরি। আই নো পুশ নাও, আই প্লে ব্যাক।
একটাও খাতা খুলতে পারিস নি আর পুশ করছিস।
আরে খাতা
বাইরে, গান দে।
খুলবো কেমন করে?
তুই গান দে আমাকে।
তুমি আমাকে সিঙ্গুলারিটি দাও,
Need a drop.
সিঙ্গুলারিটি দাও।
ভাই দে।
তুমি বাই করে দাও, আমি তোমাকে বাই নিই নি তো তোমার কাছ থেকে। কি নুবড়ে
একাই পুশ করছে সুরা। দে তুই নাকি বলছিস ইজি ব্রো।
আমি তো ব্যাটল সেজ
বাল সেজ।
Your fault. Reloading.
জেট ছিল শিলং,
ভেতরে ঢুকে গেছে।
দেখলাম। What the fuck?
120 brim outside garage.
Wall raised.
আরে প্লান্ট নেই পাগলা তুই।
Down B.
Reloading.
যা তুই যা তুই যা তুই যা।
One enemy remaining.
Oh ma.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
I got the spike.
ও গড়াছে
ভাই একটা আপডাফে ওঠা যায় না এ হেভেনে?
না পারা যায় না, দুটো লাগে। তুমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি এই বক্সেস গুলোর উপরে উঠে বসে থাকতে পারো।
Planted.
হ্যাঁ এইটাতে উঠতে পারবে আই গেস। ও জিজি শট বেটি চোদ। করা হয়ে যাচ্ছে।
আমি বলে একটা করে ওঠা যায় না হেভেনে?
আমি ভুলে গেছিলাম কি ওখানে দা ব্যান্ডেল রিভার দাও তো।
Need a drop.
বুন্ডু আমার সাথে আই তো, আমার সাথে আই। তাতে আমার সাথে আই।
এনাকে ফ্যান্টম কে দেবে? আমার কাছে তো টাকা নেই। তুমি কোথায় আছো বলো?
এখান থেকে সেজটা পিক নাই, ওয়াল ব্যাংক করে মেরে দেবো। হ্যাঁ একটাই পিক, একটা চান্স পাবো, ইজি নিবি ওকে।
ওয়াল ব্যাক করব
যাবে না। আরে তুই চ না।
Have this spike.
ভেঙে দিলি ভাই।
হ্যাঁ টিকের উপর জ্যাকলি প্লান্ট এটা প্লান্ট। I don't care about your ult baby. Fuck off.
Noob নাকি মালটা?
বলছে সায়ন চাকি সালা স্ট্রিম করে দিতি।
কি বলছে?
বলছে সায়ন চাকি সালা স্ট্রিম করে নিতি। ওই এক্সপেক্টই করেনি কি আমি ওখান থেকে ঢুকে ও দেখি ও আমি ব্লাইন্ড করেছি, মালটা ব্লাইন্ড হবে। ঠিক আছে তুই কি স্ট্রিম স্টার্ট করতে গেলে?
না না গাইস লেটস গো সি রেনা উল্ট আমি এতক্ষণে দেখলাম যে আমার ড্যাশটা এই স্মোকটা আমি এখনো মারিনি, স্মোকটা আমার কি একটা অন্য কন্ট্রোলারে আমি এতক্ষণে খেয়াল করলাম। আমি চেঞ্জ করছি, হ্যাঁ হেল্প চাই।
করো আসো
You will not kill my allies. Enemy spotted C.
আরে লং একটা গ্যারাজ একটা লং,
One enemy
এই
remaining.
গ্যারাজ
Death cannot stop me.
এতক্ষণ আমি নোটিস করলাম।
We get a pick. We move in. Got it?
দে একটা ফ্যান্টম দে।
কই তুমি দাও
আরে বিয়া দাও গাইস, স্পাইক लेके বিয়া দাও।
বেঁচে গেলি। আরে
ওটা typical
মজা
লাগে।
করছি
দিকে পিছে।
আমি সিরিয়াসলি খেলছি না, আমি মজা করছি শুধু। দেখছো না দৌড়ে বেরোচ্ছে আমি মজা করে। আর একটু মজা করি, সিরিয়াস খেলার জন্য তো ইয়েই আছে, আমার নিজের র্যাঙ্ক আছে। যদি মারতে চাইতো তো ধরে কেলি এমন মারবো ভয় পেয়ে যাবে ওরা।
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Are you dead?
লল
You are not dead. ও মা গো, বিয়েতে বসে আছে।
কোথায়?
এই তো গ্যারাজে বসেছিল ভাই।
We got this.
We got this, huh?
It's over. Take this bike, please.
We got this, huh? Got this.
যদি ট্রাই হার্ডই খেলতে হয়, সিরিয়াসলি খেলতে হয়, তাহলে তো আমি এই খেলবো না, আমার নিজের লবি খেলবো। কেন মনে হচ্ছে আমি লো লবি খেলবো? মজা করছি, মজা করতে দাও একটু মজা। Why taking out খামতি bad boy? ঠিক আছে সেটা কি করে?
আরে ক্যাম্প হচ্ছে ভাই। রিভাইভ দে না, রিভাইভ দে। তুই রিভাইভ দে। দে
Cool.
One enemy remaining.
আমি শুধু দৌড়ে বেড়াবো, খেলা এমনি শেষ হয়ে যাবে।
My power does not.
কিকটা বের কর। ওকে যা দিয়েছিলাম না বিয়েটাকে, ওই রেনা এমনি পালাতো। পুরো 140 একটা হেড মেরেছিলাম রেনাকে, শুধু পাট করে হেডটা গেল, রেনা পালিয়ে গেল। আরে আমার প্ল্যান ছিল শুধু রেনাকে বের করা, সামনে থেকে রেপ দেওয়া। তেজ পিক নিয়ে লেগা।
We go. Watch this.
साला पिक नहीं है।
কি হয়েছে?
এটা ভাঙা অসম্ভব, ছেড়ে দে ভাই।
নিয়ে যাবে,
ভাঙ তালে বসে বসে।
নিয়ে গেল।
One enemy remaining.
জিজিস কত মিথ্যা বলবি। এই রেনাকে 140 হেড মেরেছিলাম, ঠিক আছে? এই সায়ন না পড়ে না, কি বলিস তুই? হাট
বলছে আরে ভেজো সব হেড कैसे ভাই?
কি হয়েছে?
স্যার হেড कैसे?
কে বলছে?
আরে না এই
কোন রে?
ওদের জেট। যারা ভেজো সব হেড कैसे?
আচ্ছা আমার বেচারা একটা হেড তিনটে বডি।
বাপি কি বকছে?
বাল বকছে, শুধু বাল বকছে, বাল বকা ছাড়া কোনো কাজ নেই। রেনা ফ্ল্যাশ প্লান্ট
गैराज आ रहे हैं
এই সায়ন তো তোমাকে হিল দিইনি वाह আমি তোকে হিলটা কেন দিলাম ভাই আমি ইয়েকে দিলাম মোমেন্ট করি
আরে यार
One enemy remaining.
রেনা এক কে ওরে
লিড আছে ওয়ান ট্যাপ নিবি অন রাইট হিল দিনি वाह भाई वाह
আরে আমি ইয়েকে দিয়েছিলাম যে রেস কে এই ইয়েকে হিল
वाह बेटे वाह मौज कर दी तुम तो पर हेवी रेवन निकले गन दे
কই তুমি
आई गाइस कम भी ये दे
নাকি वाह চোখে আগুন লেগে গেছে
আরে 117 হেগে দিলাম
सेज
আরে পিছো আমি খুব দেখেছি এদের অফিসার
বিসি লিং ক্যারি বিসি লিং
ওটা বিসি লিং বুঝে আমি খুব অভ্যেস দেখেছি এদের ইয়ে করা এডিএস ওপেন করে মারা
Standing.
কেন কি জানি
ও মেরে বের করে নিল
তুমি আমাকে চকলেট খাওয়াবে বলো বলো ওমেনটা যদি বের করে নিল আমি তোকে 100 টাকা সুপার চাই আরে বোকা চুদাও মানে আমার 100 টাকাটাও মেরে নিল বা এখান থেকে
Switching sides.
মিড চারাস করব রানা গান করবি
ওকে
দিদি হাগলি রে
আমার কত জন দাও 666 6টা কিল 6টা অ্যাসিস্ট 6টা ড্যামেজ 6টা ড্যামেজ
তুই ছক্কা দিদি
আমি যাবো না
দেখ কেমন চাটন খাস
খুব বোকা চুদা চেনে একটু
সেম নাইফ নাকি
হ্যাঁ সেম নাইফ সবাই ট্রায়ার্ড খেলছে আর আমরা মজা করছি আর কি চলছে এখানে এই বাড়ল দি
Eliminate.
রায় ये চালাম বট আছে
জানি এরকম বটেছে
লল তার আমার স্মোক নাই
আরে ওকে
Spike planted.
ওয়া
হিল কর এটা শর্টে ঢুকলো
एक वॉल के साथ पास है ये मेन के गेट के पीछे
Remaining.
কাল ও ডিফিউজ করো তো ডিফিউজার কি বাইন ঠিক নেই মানে
লল ভাই ঠিক আছে ভাই
এই মালটা ভাই আরে ডাকে ডিফিউজ আরে আরে ডিফিউজ
Reload
কে
কিসে করে?
রাখে আরে রিলোড মাউস বাটন কিরকম মাল
বলছি কি যে একজন ক্যাম্প করছে কেউ এত শান্ত হবে না ব্যাকস্ট্যাপের জন্য না হলে কে একজন আসবে পিক নিতে একটু বুদ্ধি করো শোনা
আই ফিল লাইক হু কেয়ার আই ডোন্ট ফাকিং কেয়ার
বাই করিস না ভাই বাই করিস না ওরা বাই করবে এই অপোনেন্ট বাই করবেই করবে ভাই আরে ডোন্ট বাই দে উইল বাই লেট ইট বি ইকো
ও লিসেন্স টু হোম
ব্যাকস্টেপ করবি না আর
We want free upgrade. We want free upgrade. We want free upgrade. Wow. ঠান্ডা পাপ লাগবেই।
One pure.
খেলবো না বাল। বালগুলো ভেস্ট কিনে এনেছিল। কি হয়েছে?
One enemy remaining.
कोई ये पॉकेट में बचा है जी
बाद में आना कभी
कल परसों कभी आना फिर भी मार देंगे
Match point.
एक बार अल्टा देखो
Defenders
ঠিক আছে
win.
ভাই
Not fight us again.
राजेश আমাদের পিরো প্লেয়ার
ঠিক আছে ভাই
ওরে আমাদের পিরো প্লেয়ার রে
একটা খেলবো বেরোবো দেবে আর ছাড় দে সিলভার 1 দিলো 23 প্লাস
আমাকে ব্রোঞ্জ
বাপি আসবি?
নো বেবি
30 প্লাস
সাথে 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 সাথে
তাহলে আয়রন 3 থেকে আপগ্রেড দিল ব্রোঞ্জ প্লাস
সাথে সাথে সাথে
দিয়ে দিয়েছি স্যার
দে স্টার্ট
আমি ডুয়েলিস্ট নিব বাবা হট ভালো লাগছে না সেজ খেলতে কেমন পিছন পিছন খেলতে হচ্ছে আমাকে
কেন পেছন খেলতে পারবে না
পিছনে তো খেলতে হচ্ছে না আমাকে
তুই খুব এজেন্ট ডিপেন্ডেন্ট
আরে মানে আমি সেজ নিয়ে তো সামনে
আমিও তো কেজে টপ ফ্র্যাগ করি
ঠিক আছে আমি জেট আমি ডুয়েলিস্ট জেট নাও তুমি আমি কে রেনা নিয়ে খেলবো ঢুকতে আবার ভয় লাগে না রেনা নিয়ে তো সেজ নিয়ে গিয়ে আমাকে লাইক ভাবতে হয় একবার কি হিল দিতে হবে তোমাকে বা আমাকে রিভাইভ দিতে হবে প্ল্যান করতে হবে ওয়াল করতে হবে এত কিছু তো ভাবার দরকার নেই রেনা নিয়ে ফ্ল্যাশ মারবো ঢুকবো মারবো দ্যাট ইজ মাই
মরে যাবো মার থেকে মরে যাবো ভাই তুই যা করছিস যা স্ট্রিমে তোর স্ট্রিমের ক্লিপ গুলো বার করব দেখছি সেজ নিয়ে
আরে
ও
মজা
সিটে ঢুকলো গ্যারাজটা ওয়াল করলো দিয়ে লাফি লাফি বেড়াচ্ছে
আরে মজা করছি আমি বলেছি আমি সিরিয়াস খেলছি
একবার সিটির দিকে
আরে বাবা আমি
একবার
মজা
ঠিক আছে ভাই
করছি
ওটাকে
না।
মজা করে না ওটাকে
মজা করাই বলে আমার হিসাবে
ওটাকে মজা বলে
না, আমার ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজে ওটাকে মজা বলে ভাইপার খেলবো একবার বলো সায়নদা একটাকে আনপ্ল্যান করতে বসতে দেবো না
অ্যাসেট
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আমি ভাবছিলাম ভাইপার নেবো আনপ্ল্যানই করতে বসতে
রেস
দেবো
নিলে
না।
রেস কিন্তু রেস খেল সাথে মারতে পারিস
হ্যাঁ পারি
বল
এই 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 নুবড়া
এটা ঠিক না বাপি তোর থেকে ভালো স্যাচেল মারে ভাই
হ্যাঁ আমার থেকে ভালো সাজেল মারে আমি তো পারি না সাজেল মারতে আমি তো বলছি পারি না
আরে
স্যাচেল মেরে পিছিয়ে যায় আগে থেকে
আরে
পিছিয়ে যায় আর নাহলে এমন উঁচুতে লাফায় আরে প্রজেক্টাইল বোঝে না দিয়ে একদম উঁচুতে লাগিয়ে যায় একদম
আরে
স্যাচেলের উপরে ফাটায়
স্যাচেল সবসময় তোমার পিছনে ফাটাবে না আগে ফাটাবে না স্যাচেল
তো তোর পাঁচা পাটা ওরা করে দাঁড়া অনেকে
স্যাচেল মারবে তো
হ্যাঁ লাগে
দিয়ে স্যাচেলের উপর গিয়ে লাফাবে
স্যাচেলের উপর কি
ভাই পেছাবি না পা পেছাবি না
আমি পেছাই না তো আমি তো টুক 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 করে
সাইড
আগে
রাশ করব ঢুকে যাবি পুরো
আমি তো টুক 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 করে আগে যাই আবে কেজে আছে বিসাইড রাশ করতে পারবে
আরে বাল সব লবিতে কে যে ও কারেন্ট পে স্পেন্ড করতে করতে রাত হয়ে যাবে
দাঁড়া আমি একটা ভাইপারটা শুনে তাহলে সেরা হবে
Careful up the edges. Not sure if I could catch you in time if you fell off. I mean,
लेट्स बी आउट
try.
भाईपर जल्दी आना
Out of charges.
भाईपर एक लाइन खींच ऐसे कि ये टरेट ना दिखे हां
Here.
ऐसे एक लाइन खींच इधर से बस वो टरेट ना दिखे बाकी
Here.
यहाँ तक अरे नहीं तू चल ना मैं साइड दिलाता हूँ वो टर्रेट कवर हो जाए ऐसे वाला स्पाइक लाइन खींची ना यहाँ इस पॉइंट तक
বাবা 100 থিপসের প্লেয়ার এসেছে আমাদের সাথে আর মেরেছে ভাই
ঠিক আছে ভাই
তেজ ভাই এই এসে টপ ফ্ল্যাগ করবে
সেন্টিনাল থেকে গেল না
দাঁড়া দাঁড়া অনেক দাঁড়া
ও এখন খুঁজে
স্নাইপার খিচ অ্যাক্টিভেট কর
মার দে দিস না
अरे ढुकली ना क्या भाई सैचल मेरे
ये सैचल
ভাই
केजे 60 टैग
1 HP बाबा रे
केजे 60 তে ম্যাচ বের করে নিল তোরা কে ঢুকলি না
আরে ये অ্যালার্ম বটে আমি অ্যালার্ম বটে
আরে তো আমিও তো ঢুকলাম ভাই
আর তুমি তো ড্যাশ মেরে চলে গেছো না আমি ইয়ে করেছিলাম
অ্যালার্ম বটে মার খেয়ে গেলাম
অ্যালার্ম বটটা পুরো খেয়ে নিল
अरे चिल करो भाई चिल करो अपना लॉबी नहीं है चिल करो
I'm gonna save this time.
वाइपर 70k 75k ছিল
अबे 60 ছিল কেজে তুই কি সুইচে গেলি কেন কে জানে সাইটে ঢুকবি অ্যালার্ম বট
আরে অ্যালার্ম বট
ছিল না
সোয়াম ছিল সোয়ামেই আমি খেয়েছি দুটো সোয়াম কিনেছিল মালটা আবার
গ্যাস পেরেছিলাম খেয়াল করিনি
মালটা একটা সোয়ামও কিনেনি দুটো কিনেছিল সোয়াম ও আর মেরে দিল বাড়া
ঠিক আছে খেলুক না এইবার আমরা খেলবো
আমাদের দুজনকে চুদে দিল কাই अबे साला की যেটা খুব জ্বালাচ্ছে তো
ঠিক আছে দাঁড়া না ও তোমার
Weapon here.
নাইস স্পেক্টার আছে অ্যারিস আছে
একবার পজিশন গুলো আমাকে বের করতে দেখতে হ্যাঁ
মিডিয়া সেজটা না ওই এখানে উঠে পিজার উপর উঠে থাকে ঠিক আছে ওয়ালের উপর যখনই বসে যে মিড ক্লিয়ার তখন ওয়াল থেকে নিচে লাফিয়ে দেয় সামনের দিকে এই সামনে পুশ করে
গতিপ
আর রেনা খেলে ট্রি কেজে সাইড চেঞ্জ করছে ভাইপারের সাথে ঠিক আছে ভাইপার এ তো সাইফার বি এই কেজে বি এইভাবে খেলছে ওরা
বুঝতে গেছি হালুয়ার
কই না চল এবার মারবো
চন্নবদা স্ট্রিমটা শেয়ার করে দাও না
মিড টপ দেখ
করে দিয়েছি বে
মিড টপ দেখো আমি মিড টপ হবো দেখ
स्प्लिट खेल सेज रेस के साथ जा
Let's flush them out. Our spike is down.
कहां भाई मैं पिक ले रहा हूं भाई एक काम कर तू पिक ले मैं पीछे खेल रहा हूं
Out of
Say
charge.
heal me.
Enemy spotted.
आगे आगे सेज सेकंड है छेड़ दे पिक नहीं था वेरा
ও বাবা উপরে এটা
Buried. One enemy remaining. That's three.
দুটো লিড একটা লিড প্লেয়ারকে মেরে হেভি মজা পেয়ে গেল ঠিক আছে
এই তো আছে
Found one.
বাবা
30 seconds left.
প্ল্যান করতে ছেড়ে দিল প্ল্যান
Spike planted.
এটা কি দিল ভাই
আমাকে ফ্যান্টমটা দিস তো
ওকে
তবে ব্যান্ডেটা নিয়ে ফিল করলাম সালা ফ্যান্টম খেলে না হাত নষ্ট হয়ে গেল
বললো ও সরি ভুলে গেছিলাম কি এটা তো
Now this
লবি
is
তারা ঠিকই করবে না তাই
Sky, I
Better?
am so proud.
Keep fighting.
ফ্যান্টাম
You got a
ফ্যান্টাম
drop?
ও তুই কে জানো আরে
রিকোয়েস্ট মারো দাও। তুমি কি ইয়ে করছো?
আরে ট্রিটা পিক নিচ্ছিলাম মালটা ভাইপারটা এসে মুখের সামনে পিক নিয়ে নিল আমার আজও
ছেড়ে দাও, পিক নিয়ে দাও আমাদের কি?
Can someone get this?
কে যে মোস্টলি এতে আছে, কে যে এতে আছে, বিতে ভাইপার আছে মনে হয়।
হিল দে সেট নিচে
ওকে সে এখান থেকে কে যে অ্যালার্ম বট উঠালো।
কাই এমএনএ
One enemy remaining.
लास्ट ए पे था, ए मेन था, ए मेन था।
Ah, milagros. We live another day.
খেলবো নাকি
মারলেই হলো,
তবে
কিছু না, হোল্ড আমাকে হোল্ড করতে হচ্ছে। ঢুকে এমন খেলাবো না।
খেল তো বেট করে খেলো, ওদেরকে বেট করে খেলো, ওরা পিক নিতে চাইছে
হ্যাঁ তো আমি তো বললাম কি দরকার আমাদের কুত্তা কবো বাড়া করবে, করতে দাও, যা বলছি করতে দাও ওদেরকে, আমরা বেট করবো খেলবো।
Healing over here. Out of charges. Satchel out.
তুই হাসবি আমার মন
Remaining.
বলছে না
নট সো ইজি।
হ্যাঁ জানতাম হাঁকবি
ট্রাউজ করে গেল মালটা। ইনটুইশন
আরে বুম বটটা বড় বাল ছিটতে দিয়েছে তোমার কাছে।
আরে আমি বুমবটটাই ছাড়বো ভাবলাম।
বাল চিল্লা তুমি।
নো ইস্যু, নো চাপই নেই কোনো,
Started, it's hard to stop.
ইজি।
Try to avoid that, please.
তাহলে এমন একটা ক্রসের কালার না বাবা রে বাবা, তোরা খেলে কেমন করে কি জানি ক্রসের কালারে তুই দেখাই যায় না, ইয়েলো কালারে ক্রসের।
রেইনাটা কে সিলেক্ট করেছিল জানো আমাদের টিম থেকে?
ম্যাড ম্যাক্স আই গেস।
না 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 ও উপরে ছিল, ও সিলেক্টই করেনি তো ওখানে।
যায় না। Aries chudi. Mid top, mid Aries. Stage rev me.
One enemy remaining.
Weapons here. Need healing.
বাবা পকেটে বসে, পকেটে বসে ছিল ওখানে।
বি মেনে ছিল।
ওয়াও, হ্যাঁ ভাইপারটা সব থেকে চুতিয়া প্লেয়ার।
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
এই লবেটার কি এক্সপেক্ট করছিস?
হ্যাঁ
এই লবেটার কি এক্সপেক্ট করছিস?
Who made something?
আরে রিকোয়েস্ট করে না কি হাঁকছিস?
হ্যাঁ লাগবে না।
ও হ্যাঁ গেছে
না মিডটা পিক নে না সেদের সাথে।
তাই তো বলছি।
তাই তো ইয়ে স্টিম ইয়ে হচ্ছে,
কি হচ্ছে?
কাটছে পুরো কাটছে ফ্রেম কাটছে ভাই, ফ্রেম কাটছে পুরো তো স্টিমে।
আমি তো দেখছি કોઈ ফ্রেম কাটছে না।
আমি দেখছি মিয়ার কি ভাই তোর সঙ্গে নাকি?
Bomb buddy out.
ওই মা ছায়ন্দা
হ্যাঁ
কি হলো একটা আমার সাথে। ও ইয়ে হচ্ছে গো, ফ্রেম ড্রপ হচ্ছে আমার, ইয়ের ফ্রেম ড্রপ হচ্ছে।
বললাম কথা
ইয়ে ফ্রেম ড্রপ হচ্ছে কি বলে ওটাকে?
তুমি কি হাগলে সোনা?
না না আমার পিছনে একজন ছিল আমি কেমন করে মারবো দুটোকে ধরে একসাথে?
তোর পেছনে কে ছিল?
আমার পিছনে
ইয়ে
ইয়ে ছিল।
ইয়েমেন থেকে বেরিয়ে ওই অ্যাঙ্গেলটাতে বলেছিল ইয়ে ওখান থেকে
আরে
বেরিয়ে
আমি
ও
বলছি।
একটা ইয়ে থেকে মারলো আর তো
কোথায় ছিল?
আমি এইখানে একজনকে মেরেছি একজন এখানে বসেছিল তুমি যেটাকে
ও
মারলে
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা আচ্ছা।
ওটা
তা ঠিক আছে, ট্রেড হয়ে গেছে তো।
হ্যাঁ তো ট্রেড অফ গেছে।
লক করে দিয়েছে।
রিভারের কিছু একটা ব্যাপার আছে শালা একটু এদিক ওদিক সোয়াইপ করলে না হেড লেগে যায় শালা।
তুই যে জীবনে কতবার বলছিস
বাই ও মানা ढेर बल
কি আনে কি তুই?
93 वाला साइट है
स्काइज
93
होल्ड करो वो पुश करने दो।
You should run.
ये एकजन हेलो उई
अरे कैम कर रहा है।
आजा मेरा आजा
कैसे ब्रो
जा साइड
इट्स हार्ड टाइप
30 seconds left.
सिटी पे केजीएम पीक ले
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Enemy down.
बाबू ये मध्ये 100 CJ player pushing forward getting hit by KJ but yet
10 seconds left.
হবে না
छोड़ दे हो जाएगा।
I have this
হবে
fight.
না not possible my friend not possible
আগে পাই
Wow. wow
We know what we're doing.
এই কেন গেলাম আমি সিস্টার সাথে মিডে ভালোই খেলছিলাম মিড টেকটাইতে ভালো হচ্ছে
Thanks.
এ ভাই দে
হ্যাঁ ভাই হচ্ছে না তো আমাকে যা
আরে তুই ইয়ে দে আমাকে
আমাকে ভাই দাও
Thanks.
কই কাকে দিলি
পেয়ে গেছি ভাই পেয়ে দিলাম।
আরেকটা চা
मैं मांगो
আমি আর নিতে পারবো না ওকে থ্যাংক ইউ
Thank you.
इसको 3 बार मांग लिया।
Who?
বাবা গো ভালো করেছো যাওনি সায়নদা तेज रुक जा
Not kill my ally.
यहाँ बढ़िया
We can't die.
इश, तो बहुत जल्दी फायर दे दिया
One enemy remaining.
Around here. I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan? Can I get a drop? Thanks.
এ হু বট জাস্ট
না আমি
Thank you.
আরে আনবাই কর
কেন
Reloading. Bomb here.
জেট খেলবো আর অফ চলবো না
হতে পারে
তাই কখনো হয়
না ওরা কাঁদা গোদেরকে তুই বলতে চাইছিস এগুলোকে তুই ঠিক করছিস বল আমাকে এগুলো বল তুই ঠিক করছিস এগুলো?
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
কোথায় আছে?
বলেস নাকি
ভাই সি ওই লাইটস অফ সেন্টিনেলের ইয়ে নিচে
এরিস হ্যাঁ জানি দেখেছি দিয়ে মারছে এরিস ফ্যান্টাসি एरिस का भी स्किन है
एरिस से खेलते हैं ना इसलिए एरिस
এটা তুই আমার जा भाई जा अब मत कर डाउन 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 रेना ट्री था
मेरे पे रहना
मेरे पास टाइम
I've got your trail.
अच्छा ये
Last round in the half.
আমি কি আল্ট ইউজ করব না
Those spreads before we lose them.
না করলে আমি কি করব
পাচ্ছি তো না চান্স আল্ট ইউজ করার
নিজের উপর
ওটা কোথায়
নিজের উপর করে
নিজের টিমমেটের উপর করে দেব
Bomb buddy out.
Sky.
Precision. Here comes them.
One enemy remaining. Switching sides.
चल पुश করব
কোথা দিয়ে বলো
মেট দেখি তো কে রেনানে লক করেছিল তখন ম্যাচ মেকিং এলো স্ট্রিমে আছে
হ্যাঁ আমার স্ট্রিমে আছে ম্যাড ম্যাক্স মনে হয় इधर ম্যাড ম্যাক্স না হলে ভাইপার দুজনের মধ্যে একজন
প্লেয়ার 3 যে
হ্যাঁ ভাইপার ভাগ্য ভালো নেই
বাইপুর
ভাগ্য ভালো নেই
বললাম না বাইপুর ভাগ্য ভালো ভাইপারকে দিন ভাইপার দেয় চারটা কিল করে বসে আছে
Keep up.
B.
আয় ভাই আয়
বাই চান্স হেড মেরে দিল আমাকে
not bad
তেজ 44
কটা ব্লাইন্ড বে দুটো ব্লাইন্ড মারলো যে
হ্যাঁ দুটো
ওটা আমাদের
वाओ शायदा भी लाइक ये कर लो बोल के मेरे को 3 बार ब्लाइंड कर दो
ভাই কি করে ভাই স্কাই 90 আরে ক্লাসিক ভাই কি করে ভাই এগুলো
Last player standing.
অল ট্যাগ
Spike down B.
ভাই 90 ভাই আরে এই ক্লাসিকের এটা কেউ ভাই কমা ভাই এই ট্রিপল শট ফ্রি গানের এত পাওয়ার দিলে তো সবাই তাহলে ফ্রি গানই ইউজ করবে ভাই
আমরা ইউজ করব
Radio.
ফ্রি গানের এত পাওয়ার
Radio.
They're all tagged. होल्ड
पीछे जा रहे इधर है
अरे मार दो रे घुस जाओ रे थोड़ा तुम लोग जरा घुस जाओ
अरे बाबा रे
You fought well.
ওর সাথে হয়ে গেছে হাদসা
दूसरा उई मां ए स्काई हेडशॉट একটা टैग
माइनस
बॉम्ब हेड किया जाता
स्काई अबे इसको मार दिया अकेला साइड है दूसरा मिडलिंग है
अनप्लान
Remaining.
ये ले
আস্তে আস্তে গল্প শেষ
আস্তে আস্তে আনপ্লান হয়ে গেল ঠিক আছে ভাই रिवर इसके पास है जेट के पास गाइस चैनल सब्सक्राइब कर देना सभी चैट पे नाम लिख दिया है पिच
बिल्कुल मत करना
वो उधर के
Isolate and exterminate.
सॉरी
আন্না এবার পিকনিকে পড়বি কিন্তু তুই
पिक के नेगा
इम्मा
ডাউন কর
ভাই তেজেল লেকেও দেখেনি ভাই
আরে ভ্যান্ডেল ভাই
আরে স্যাচেলটা আমি করে তো দিয়েছিলাম ভুল করে আমি জেট ভেবে স্যাচেল করে দিয়েছি ভুল করে নিজেকে জেট ভেবেছিলাম তাহলে আমি কি তো ড্যাশ মারবো
আস্তে ভাইপার হোল্ড করছে দাঁড়া ওপর আনান গান করবি ভাই জানান গান ভাই
হয় না
পারবি না করতে ওকে
ये नहीं
वॉल कर देना कहीं पे
आई गेस एक साइड वॉल कर दे कोई एक साइड वॉल कर दे और एक साइड देख
One enemy remaining.
नहीं
अरे वो ऊपर चढ़ के मार सकते हैं
पीछे तो मार सकता
চেষ্টা কে ভাই
जस्ट वालो प्लेयर को ना
अरे 100 thieves player
30 seconds left.
don't underestimate the power of 100 thieves
मिड सॉरी
oh GG
টিক এরকম করে মারছে
চেষ্টা কি মারলো ভাই একটা ধু
We fight once again.
আরে আমাদের রেস্ট একদম কিট দেন
हाँ क्या चाहिए ऊनी
अच्छा,
चाहिए
ऊनी
क्या
चाहिए,
ये लो
Can I get a drop?
अच्छा
ये वाली ले लो
ग्लिच पॉप चाहिए तो बता ऐसे कलर गंदा लगाएगा
प्लीज तो दूसरे अकाउंट में है
पुलिसवा फैंटम আছে আমাদের কাছে নেই তো
হয়ে যাবে আমাদের কাছে সবই স্কিন আছে
One enemy
ओ
remaining.
एस मिड पे
आजा
দুতবম্মা
90 हिट है वो
नेक्स्ट
দুতবম্মা
Match point.
দুতবম্মা
ऑलरेडी है ना
कर दे मैंने
अरे হয় নি
नहीं तो
ওটা তো বললাম অলরেডি হয়েছে হয়নি এখন রিভারের ব্ল্যাকটা লাগিয়ে না ঠান্ডা হেভি লাগছে
উফ বেশি বক
Time to explode.
ওকে ভরা দেবো শালা
ওকে তো পারিস
बी आए
You should run.
I've got your trail.
I need heal
দুটো হিলার
City घुस गए।
ভাই বলি এত বাজে কোয়ালিটির স্ক্রিন
केजी
চলছে
सिटी
কেন?
भाई केजी सिटी है डिफ्यूज का केजी सिटी प्लांट ही नहीं हुआ भाई ये क्या प्लांट ही नहीं हुआ
मेन
हाँ ऑब्वियसली ये जाएगा
যেতে দে স্পাইক কই
ওই পেনেট কর
प्लांटिंग है आवाज आ रही है
Spike planted.
চ ও সাইড খেলছে চ
আমি ট্যাগ দিচ্ছি না জানি সবথেকে বেশি তো ইয়ে করো পিট অফ করো
ফোন
বলে জি জি
শুরুর বুড়ুর কোথা থেকে ভিডিও দিলে আমি দেখলাম রেজের মাথার উপর দিয়ে তিনটে চাকু এলো
Defenders win.
তুমি রেনাকে মারাটা দেখলে
দেখাবি করে মার না আলটা মার আলটা মার এক্স এক্সটেন্ড
मारना ना नहीं मारना
ছাতা
मेरे को नहीं मारना আর খেলবে
সিএসটা নাকি প্ল্যাট স্মার্ট ঠিক আছে ভাই
কোন স্টেজটা বাবা গোল্ড ওয়ান ঠিক আছে ভাই স্টার্ট করবো
কি আছে না
শেষটা গোল कुछ भी
कुछ भी না ভালোই গেল স্টেজটা
এটা কি অ্যাকাউন্ট দিল ভাই মানে কি রকম ম্যাচ মেকিং হচ্ছে এগুলো
ব্রোঞ্জ ওয়ানের সাথে গোল্ড মানে ব্রোঞ্জ ওয়ানের সাথে গোল্ড খেলা যায় না কিন্তু ম্যাচ মেকিং এ ব্রোঞ্জ ওয়ানের
বাপিতে পড়ানো আছে
গোল্ড খেলতে
ইয়ো বেবি
সাইকেল দেখতে যেতাম
সাইকেল কিনবে নাকি আবার
আবার সাইকেল
অঙ্কিতকে ফোন করতে একটা
अंकित नहीं अंकित लालबाग
কখন আসবে
अरे अभी नहीं खेल रहा मैं हेलो 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 अभी नहीं खेल रहा मैं बाद में खेलता हूँ तो बाय
स्ट्रीम
हाँ क्या
अरे तो फ्लैट है क्या
नहीं प्लांट नहीं है गोल्ड ही है गोल्ड
बोल रहा
अगर फ्लैट है तो बोलना मैं अभी तो रेडी हूं
अरे ब्रो और बोलो चलो मैं भी निकलता हूँ ठीक है मैं गया सोलो ये भी ठीक है কিরকম ড্রাইভার লবি দিচ্ছ গোল্ডের সাথে
अरे ब्रोकन गेम भाई
गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो जल्दी से लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को और सब्सक्राइब कर दो चैनल को
नहीं करना
मुझे के इतना मार मारेंगे ना तुमको
দাঁড়া
चलो
আমি খেলতে পারি দাঁড়া
देखो ताড়াতাড়ি
বলো
তুই আবার অ্যাড দিয়েছিস
ऐड না তো
ওই জুতো খুলে মারবো হালা
এ অ্যাড দিলে দেখতে হবে না আমার স্ক্রিন যাবে স্ক্রিন ফ্রিজ হয়েছে একবারও
দেখছে তো দুজন কত নকশা
আচ্ছা ডিসলাইক আসেনি একটাও না একটা এলো এতক্ষণে
বললি না এরকম দিন তো যায় না ডিসলাইক না এলো
হ্যাঁ কেমন মনে হয় কিছু একটা মিস আছে ওই বাবা
Blocking sight.
আরে হার্ডে করে খেল,
হার্ডে করে খেলছিলাম।
পারলি না? ছি,
আরে কমপ্লিট তো করেছি আগেও। ভ্যান্ডেল নিয়ে খেলতে হবে, আমি ভ্যান্ডেল নিয়ে খেলতে চাচ্ছি।
খেল
খেলবে না?
Death match. Warm up.
আজকে সেন্টিনেলের ম্যাচ আছে 9টা থেকে।
9টা থেকে? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে।
ওয়াচ পার্টি করব।
হ্যাঁ এক্স্যাক্টলি। बाप रे
আমি 20 মিনিট আছে, আসবি সি অফ চিপসা?
না এখন না, একদম রাতে
আসবি না? বলে দিলি
একদম রাতে, একদম রাতে।
না মনে রাখলাম।
আরে একদম রাতে খেল,
না মনে রাখলাম,
ভ্যালোরেন্ট খেলছি শুধু মিডলে মিডলে টোকা।
মনে রাখলাম।
যখনই আমি ভালো করে খেলবো তো তখন ওই খেলবি অন্য কিছু দিয়ে ভ্যালোরেন্টে খেলার মুডটা চলে যাবে, যে রাত্রি বেলা বুতুম ফাইকার বুতুম ফাইকার।
না মনে রাখলাম,
এমন মার দেবো না শালা তোমাকে স্বর্ণপদা।
রাখলাম ভাই, মনে রাখলাম। এটা আমি দেখি মানে করতে হয়।
দেখো তুমি আগে খেলাটা শেখো, দিয়ে আমাকে বলো, আমি খেলবো।
তুই জানিস এমন করে বলছিস শেখো, এবার জয়েন্ট তো দুজনা মিলে কি করে খেলে, একটু না ইয়ে করলে ভাই এটা হবে না। আরে হ্যাঁ রে,
বাবা
ঠিক আছে। The wave arena pirates guys। अच्छा এখানে আমাকে কিউ বানাতে হবে 1 to 2, আমরা এটা খেলবো। কনফার্ম অ্যাসেম্বল, এখান থেকে তোকে নেব, দেখি করতে হবে। বাহ ভাই এটা ভালো মানলো। সেট সেট তোকে আমাকে ইনভাইট করতে হবে, তুই তোমার ফ্রেন্ডে আছিস। সেট সেট पापा के किशोर चंद्रशेखर गुरु बा তাই তো ছিল
কি
এই যে আগুটা
হয়ে যায় না এটা পুরিও পৌঁছাতে পারবে কিনা সন্দেহ আছে আমার।
এটা কি রে? টক টু সিনিয়র ট্রাভেল
কি হাগলাম
ব্রাউজার ভাই সেশন কমিউনিটি
বাবা 117 চলো ব্যান্ডেল নিলে তো আরো মারবো।
আচ্ছা আমার কাছে 11,000 কয়েন আছে আমি এই ভাই না জলেই পড়ে গেলাম
এ বাবা সত্যি
তো কি আছে তোমার টাকা কামাতে হবে নাকি এখানে
বললাম তুমি শেখো দিয়ে আমাকে শিখিও দিয়ে খেলবো এখন।
আরে দাঁড়া না রে শিখছি তো আমি
ওই জন্যই তো বললাম শিখো
আগে তোর মতো
জানি তো তুমি ওই জন্যই তো বলছি তোমাকে লেফট খেলা ভালো করে বলছি তাও প্রবলেম বলবোই না
তোমাকে স্টক দেখা আগে কি কি আছে
কি আছে
আর এ তো আবার আরে আমাকে টাকা দিতে বলছে না তুই কি দিস বল তুই বল কি দিস লিপস্টিক হ্যাঁ ভাই
লিপস্টিক
নিজেকে কাস্টমাইজ করা জিনিস করছে
তারপরে লিপস্টিক
দেখাচ্ছে ভাই
তাহলে মেয়ে ফিমেল ক্যারেক্টারও আছে
আরে হ্যাঁ তুই কি করিস বল ভাই ভয়েজেস আচ্ছা
মা
রিকোয়েস্ট ফর গ্লিটারিং গোল্ড
ও মা
ভয়েজ নিয়েছি টম কি করে টমের কাছে জিজ্ঞেস করতে দেওয়া যায় এইসব বেইং জ্যাক এটা স্পাই গ্লাস
লাস্ট কটা
ধুয়ে ওখান থেকে বল জিনিসপত্র most probably I'm a sheep.
One kill remaining.
What?
His name what?
Then
চা করবে তো একটু করো এই কর শুয়ে তো আছি একটু কর শুয়ে আছি আমি বসে আছি একটু কর বাবা মাকে বলো একটু করতে
still angle अच्छा मैं जे जगह যেতে চাই সেই জায়গায় জন্য এটা কি এটাও সেল অ্যাঙ্গেল, রেজ অ্যাঙ্কার। হয়ে গেছে, চলছে।
Match found.
ক্যানন এখানে আমাকে যেতে কথা হবে।
Can I go for jet? তুমি বলছো নো, ये বলছে সাইকো obviously।
কোন দিকে? ওয়েস্ট, নর্থ ওয়েস্ট, নর্থ ওয়েস্টের দিকে যাচ্ছে নর্থ ওয়েস্ট, নর্থ ওয়েস্ট।
ये অ্যান্ডি রোড আবার এনিগমা জয়েন করলো, জানো? অ্যান্ডি রোড এনিগমা জয়েন করলো।
Bro, Jet, don't tell your bro. Don't check your stream now.
They're gonna
Bro, they can stream snipe.
I didn't say it in the name. Anyways, you guys can check out. I will just give the name and check.
Yes, check out.
There they be. What a pick, need help?
Hold.
Spike planted.
Jet is 75, KJ is 60. Nice shot. KJ is 60. One shot. Ooh. Easy.
Nice shot, this.
Reloading.
That was good, but we are not done.
Yeah, there again. Again B. Need help. Now Euro put his TP somewhere over here.
Spike planted.
Following me.
Last player standing.
Oh my.
One enemy remaining.
Second lane. He's playing time. GG's. You gonna refuse? No issue.
Anti bro, anti.
Enemies close. Eyes up. I'm saving. Protect our motherland.
They're here.
Hold on. Omen, don't pick.
Again at B. I mean, I was at B.
Heal me, Sage.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
GG's.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Jet, which Vandal do you have?
Vandal, I have normal, bro. I have only Phantom skin.
Okay.
I guess Sage, go for buy.
Which one is that, bro?
I have only Phantom, bro.
Fine. Nice dart.
Arit. Mid. Yeah, that's one and mid.
Guys, my power's out.
Check mid, check
I'll
mid.
disconnect in a moment.
Go for check mid.
Yeah, mid go.
Spike down A.
One mark.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Check the under heaven and just go for the unguard.
Swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Somebody sit for, one sit for the plan and the other one cover. Cover, use your recon.
Player standing.
Under heaven.
Revealing area. Concentrate, Sofa.
He's playing that.
Yeah.
Sava, do you have prime? Vandal. Yeah, Vandal.
এই স্বর্ণবদা
কি হয়েছে বল?
তুমি পড়াতেই যাবে না? কখন যাবে?
মানে
তো তুমি তো এখন খেলে নিতে পারতে একটা দুটো ম্যাচ আমাদের সাথে।
Let's fly.
ইচ্ছা করছে না।
One is down, the jet is 35.
Hey, heaven. One heaven.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
না যাবো, আমি ইয়ে করছিলাম, আমি কোশ্চেন বানাচ্ছিলাম।
কোশ্চেন বানাচ্ছিল শুধু মিথ্যা কথা।
Sometimes the ways are best.
হ্যাঁ খাবো।
Reloading. Need a drop.
কোশ্চেন
KJ, can you buy? Okay.
Need a drop.
Bro, I can buy for you. My
No issue, no
internet is really unstable.
issue, no
You can take my gun.
No. Leave.
খেয়ে যাবো।
अरे shot आ गया भाई.
LOL.
Why did you leave a shot? I'm watching him and I would have killed 2 people with my art.
One dead.
You should spike planted.
Placing alarm bot. Initiated.
Last player standing.
Nowhere to run.
One enemy remaining.
Last one is Vine. Last one is Vine. Last one is Vine. Just go for the unplant.
Swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade. Imagine if I die.
Oh.
Let's get these idiots.
Watch, Nova, bro. Jet, watch garden.
Yeah, I'm seeing garden.
Keep those heals coming.
Bad.
Derby.
One is mid top.
Down.
Placing swarm grenade.
Shadows traveling.
Watching it, say it, watch it. Watch it, watch it.
So, bro, I can.
No more sober. Your duty is not over. Reloading.
30 seconds left.
KJ, you stay there.
Ten seconds left.
Not kill my allies.
What? 7 seconds?
Scanning ahead.
अरे
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Amen. Oh. What's a shot?
Window is broken.
There's a reveal here. Source reveal is here.
Hold.
Yeah, there they. I need help. My internet is.
Dead watchman.
Going deeper.
One enemy remaining.
TV side.
Recognize yourself? Stand tall. We are valorant. We are fighting.
Phobos flip.
124 on Jet, 124 on Sage, and 14 on Jet.
Coming a shot.
Gone.
Yeah, Vandal now.
A shot. Coming in.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Nice one.
Reloading.
You failed. Scanning ahead.
Reloading. They look like us, but are they us?
Sawa.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Oh, they have one AFK.
Let's go. Blocking sight.
Go back. Amen. Mid top. Rotating.
Yeah, they revealed at B.
Revealing area.
They're at B.
30 seconds left.
I think they're gone.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down. Mid.
Hold on. Playtime.
10 seconds left.
We'll win. Please don't die, yes. You won't.
Clutch.
Calculated. Bomb grenade out.
They taught as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
B is on at B.
You should run.
Altered. I might get detained.
Spike down. B. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last round before the switch.
Save nothing.
Can someone get this?
Gun here.
Sage, you can request. I'll buy you. I'll buy for you. I mean, Jet, bro.
Yeah.
Jet.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Over here.
Done. Jet is 39 tag.
You will not kill my allies.
I'm gonna play post plan. I have my ult ready.
Okay.
Who's next? Stay down.
Spike planted.
Planted B. There's no one at B except just one or two players.
Nowhere to run. Stealing sight.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nice play there. Nice play.
Switching sides.
Check still working? Double check it, please. Reloading.
Sorry guys, that was a mistake. Don't mind.
Two side.
Reloading.
Go for the plant.
Enemy spotted. Reloading.
Last player standing.
KJ is 41 tag.
Enemy
Nice shot.
remaining.
And Euro was 30 tag. He has no flashes. You have to come in. Don't have level 10. খেলছি কি করবো তোর তো পাত্তা হয় না খেলবি কি কম্পি আরে আমি তো খেলছি এখন অন্য অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে আমি অয়নের অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে খেলছি অয়নের অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে খেলছি
কার অ্যাকাউন্ট?
অয়নের প্রেডেটর এসএলডি প্রেডেটর এক্স থেকে ও খেলে না তো খেলছিলাম
বাচ্চা সালা কত স্কোর তোর?
8-5
8-5 ঠিক আছে দাদা স্টেট খেলা বেসে তো আসছি
Kill me, Sage. Okay.
I used it.
No issues. What is him? Go. Arre, one came from one is 3.
Placing swarm grenade. One enemy remaining.
Heaven. GG.
Jet, you have the spike. Jet, you have the spike. Give the spike.
I have the spike.
Revealing area. Who's next?
Oh, my ping. My ping is
Yeah, okay, it was in second lane.
Last player standing. One
Sage, you can
enemy
grab
remaining.
someone.
Jet 20. Jet 20.
Need a drop.
Can someone drop me?
Cover going out.
What the fuck? Why did I have this guy?
Because you took it.
I didn't see also.
Reloading.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
No problem, bro. You will interest.
Guys, my mouse is disconnecting. Oh my god.
Last player standing.
Standing ahead. There they are.
Team Ace.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
Go. Lol. This is 39.
Spike down A.
Thought you were safe.
One is generator, one is.
One enemy remaining.
Do it. Chill ult.
Nice one, Norman.
Together, we will bury them under their transgressions. Reloading.
YOLO.
Jet, give me the spike. Okay, side the spike.
Let us hunt.
Sova by shields, Sova by shields, Sova by shields.
Standing ahead. Spotted A.
Your duty is not over. Turret ahead.
Ori.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Sova. Bro, vandal, bro.
Need a drop.
Somebody drop me. Okay, Sova, you can drop me. Sova, you can drop. Thank you.
You should run.
समझे इसे वो बाजी है शामला तो ही जाना just jet
Revealing area. Cover going out.
Jet is behind the box.
One.
You will not kill my allies.
Wait.
One enemy remaining. Match point.
Oh, almost done. Cool. cool. Keep it cool. That's how you alarm out.
Revealing area.
Shadows traveling. Who's next? Cover going
He'll come there.
Mine's.
I TP'd, I think he TP'd.
Heal me, Sage. Sage, get me heal.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Plant the spike.
Spike planted.
120. Sova, play for it.
Alarm bot triggered, alarm bot triggered.
Attackers win.
Okay, everyone, take a test tube. Thank you. Let's collect samples and get out of here.
कितने तो लगा बट कितने सैंपल लग रहे जी वालों बोल दो क्या बात है हाँ
So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the.
Match found.
So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I never kissed the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and
Yes, I'm pumped.
I've come to take it all. I'll take it. I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in.
Oh, Jade, I remember being so young. It's good that she'll die before feeling like me.
On my mark. On my mark. On my mark.
Go get it. Someone's in attacker spawn.
हेलो बॉल
হ্যালো হ্যালো
বলো বল ভাই
খেলবে
Out of charges.
খেলছি রে আমি ফ্র্যাকচারে ঢুকলাম জাস্ট একটা
আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ তুমি খেলে না আমি তখন বসছি তাহলে
আমার ডিসকর্ডে চলে
হ্যাঁ আসছি দাঁড়াও আমি বাথরুম থেকে আসছি
ওকে
योरू का टीपी है
Gun here.
One enemy remaining.
ओ भाई क्या मारा इसने
To run.
भाई 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 भाई
जॉर्ज
That went well.
क्या मारा भाई
जेड किंडा किने देना ভাগে জানতে ভাই টাকা তো আমার গাছে বলে আমি না হলে নিজে কিনতাম না খান কোথা পার
That race sucks.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Ask my boss. It only malfunctioned that one time. Honestly, she won't miss that finger.
पता है रे मेरे को पता है।
And then for you do.
Spike planted. On my mark.
Ground.
Reloading. Enemies, I'm watching here. Cutting their vision. One enemy remaining.
On my mark. Was that important?
On my mark.
Reloading.
Never had a doubt. Let's keep it going. Reload.
हाँ वो नहीं है।
Satchel up. Good work. Don't screw it up. Satchel out. Enemy spotted.
एक प्रॉब्लम है तो ये में रिलीज दिया हमारा पूरा हैंडल दिस राइट Oh my.
One enemy remaining.
तो मान लो प्रॉब्लम है
Reloading. Here.
Who's next?
फेमस है रे।
Here. Here.
बता।
Reloading. This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here. Can I get a drop?
Then can I drop? Anyone?
Thanks.
I'm saving.
On my mark. Here. Let's make him dance. Satchel out. Satchel out. I'm watching here. Dropped. Enemy and attacker spawn. Night night.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Here. Bomb buddy out.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
तो ये मैप अच्छी लगा
Everyone is there.
The hunt begins.
A.
Come on, let's go. Someone's A.
Spike planted. Place
अरे भाई पीछे ही था मेरे
enemy remaining. Stay alive. I'm watching here.
Satchel out.
You are powerless.
Spike planted.
Here. Watch this.
Last player standing.
अरे शिट यार शिट
ओ भाई हो गया था
हो जाता भाई हो जाता
No one beats my firepower. I got this. Okay. Get out of my way. Here comes the turn. Straight for me.
Spike down. B. One enemy remaining.
On my mark.
Here. Here. Help. Go on my mark. Here.
Parasite.
Spike down B.
Here.
Enemy remaining.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
Reloading. I'm watching here. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. I'm watching here.
Bomb buddy out.
Good.
Enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Five stars, ka-ching, little skrrr, get me done. Yeah?
Reloading.
Target out.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. No prisoners. I'm watching here.
Satchel out.
Enemy spotted B.
See ya!
Multiple enemies B.
अरे shit बे क्या फालतू मेरी क्या
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Who's got the snacks?
Spike spotted B.
Last round in the half.
Send those spreads
Need a
before we
drop.
lose them. Thank you. Placing sentry.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Satchel out.
The hunt begins.
Fire in the hole!
अबे पीछे साइड है बोल ना
You are powerless.
Spike
एक तो
down
इधर का मेरे
A.
को कुछ पता नहीं चलता भाई कौन किधर से आ रहा है कुछ समझ नहीं
One enemy remaining.
Done.
Switching
हाँ ना
sides.
नहीं समझता
Super high level technical.
हाँ
Here. Here.
to explode.
Reload him.
Out of charges.
One enemy remaining.
नाच लो
On my mark, look your enemy in the eye. It helps.
Attackers win.
That's supposed to be a fight.
ইজিও আছিস ডিসকর্ডে এই আমার সাথে
হ্যাঁ আছি দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও আমি ডিসকর্ডে আসছি একবার আমার কম্পিউটারটা আমি রিস্টার্ট মেরে আসছি
ওকে
Every time we say goodbye, they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Can't be waiting for you in the morning. I'ma leave without giving a warning. I'ma leave without giving a. But every time we say goodbye, we all know that it's a lie. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will.
You are playing good, brother. Thanks, bro. Thanks for joining the stream, bro. Oh, when the fuck will they come? हेलो 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 हेलो। और गाइस हार्ड है क्या मैच? हार्ड है क्या मैच? मैं तो हर मैच हारता हूँ ब्रो, मेरे को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता अभी। Risk smurfing or what? स्मर्फ कर रहे हो क्या? लगा वैसे ही जंप देख के। ठीक है हारना है मेरे को, मेरे को हारना है। किसका है? वैंडल का रिवर चाहिए। अरे जॉर्ज फैंटम की मेरे पास फैंडर का ओनी है। मेरे पे ओनी है फैंटम का। फैंटम का ओनी चाहिए किसी को? मिड देखो। ओडिन कौन चलाता? ले जाने दो, ले जाने दो। What happened?
Alt, dash, upgrade सब
The symphony is there. Don't worry, you get used to it.
इವರು ಎ ಪೇ ಗೆ
बी पे
नाइस वन फिनिश
Fire in the hole!
Reloading.
ओ रेस को टैग दिखना होगा
Watch out. Got hit.
Hey, hey,
Ka 1-0 pa. Are.
Spike planted.
105 KJ नहीं वो आयो.
One enemy remaining.
हाँ वो लो है वो ये साइड पे डिस्क कर दी साइड. फिनिक्स पावर के फिनिक्स पावर. वन शॉट है वन शॉट. कर ले फुल डिफेंस होगा. बॉल है ना अपना वो क्या डिफेंस.
Reloading. I'll outshine all their radius. Reloading.
Buy me Jet, buy me. ना ओके जाए वो जो भी है वो काय आएगा.
One enemy remaining.
ए यहाँ पे
Spike down mid.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
अरे यार रहना तेरा बदला लूंगा. देख ले कायो ने मारा देख. हेवन कौन देख रहा है.
अरे जेट प्राइम पड़ी है उठा.
अरे यार एक्सपार्ट है
अबे वो योर पावरलेस कहां पे.
ए पे एक्सपार्ट के.
Spike planted.
You should run.
Hi Phoenix, welcome to the stream. What's up?
केजे एक्सपार्ट.
Pick something nice to play with. Easily.
Need a drop.
Phoenix, any drop? Dong mati. Baba.
Okay.
Someone's beat.
Arit से मार जाता.
Come on, let's go.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
You're up. Stay safe. Going back in.
मैं भी ये करता हूँ, तुम लोग पीछे आ जाना, आर्ट करता हूँ।
ये पे आया तो बताना, मैं आर्ट मारता हूँ।
You should run.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
अकेला रहो, मारते मारते। अरे नहीं।
Fire in the hole.
अरे यार। ऑपरेटर। आगे वो बिल्कुल जेट के पास।
Last round.
अरे
कोई नहीं, कोई ना कोई बाय दे देगा ना। फिनिक्स मेरे को बाय दे, मैं तेरे को बाय दे।
भाई खेलते ही भाई।
फोन ऑफ कर रहा था, रुको मैं उसको बताता। कौन था वो, नाम बताओ बस।
कीजिए तो।
और मैसेज भी नहीं
वो
आया।
हटेला। एक पे एक
है कि नहीं बोल।
नहीं।
अरे नाम बताओ बस, किसको मारना है अगला प्लेयर। केजे, ठीक है, केजे तुम्हारा।
मार भाई।
One enemy remaining. Switching sides.
Reload.
Celebrate that.
स्प्लिट खेलना है पहला राउंड।
150 मैप का ना।
ये चलो ये। साइड एंटर कर रहा, मेरे को बचाओ। अरे यार।
Caution here.
कौन रंगे उठले से गोल्ड 1।
अरे 122 खाया।
Watching here.
जीवन जीवन ला ला ला।
Say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
बस करना है ए पे राउंड वो सेव करेंगे क्या करना है रश करना है कैसे
अरे रश करते हैं
चलो ए पे बी पे नहीं बी पे स्टार्ट है
ए पे चलते हैं
ए पे चलो अरे फिनिक्स सेकंड राउंड में अरे
ओडिन ले ले बी में ओडिन ले ले 5 रुपए
गया रहना ही
एक और था
Raise dead.
भाई
टरेट है क्या उसकी
Last player standing.
ओडिन है जेट पे ओडिन है किलो
Just let them try to catch me. Get a drop.
ए चलो ना ए पुश करते
ए चलते
पूरा फुल है मैं किसी के
2 बंदे हेवन और 2 बंदे 3 बंदे साइड
Heal their healer.
Satchel out.
नाइस ओडी ने किसको ना फिनिक्स इधर ले ओ आया
साइड क्लियर है
फ्लैश है
भाई मार
78 केजे
प्रिंसेस साइड पे ये जेट है रिलोडिंग
78 तीनों वाई पे थे साइड अभी नहीं पता
Last player standing.
Got it. Going up. Dead.
हाफ ओके नहीं हो जाएगा
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever.
ये जो क्या सेटअप रहता है ये पे चलो अरे
Cutting their vision.
They will cover.
One enemy remaining.
प्लान तो करो
Long.
ओए ए गन ओडिन जल्दी लो ये लो किसको ना तो मेरे वैंडल लो वैंडल ले
The dimension of fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
मेरे को ओडिन नहीं आता किसको ओडिन चाहिए करना
मेरे को नहीं आता
नहीं ना मेरे पास है ना ब्रो क्या मतलब नहीं बाहर मत फेंक ऐसे बता अरे पीछे से दो ना
One enemy remaining.
जी साइड खाली है भाई साइड
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them.
Yoru by the name.
Let's go.
উফ বাপরে
ये
5 অন আছে
4v5 है 4v5
দাঁড়া 9 8 আছে
আরে হ্যাঁ খেলে আমি তো আমি খেলবো এখন একটা ডেট ম্যাচ
কম্পি খেলবো কিন্তু
ভাই আজকে বাজে খেলছি তারপর কম্পি খেলবি
Try not to die. Spike here.
পেজ নিয়ে খেলবি হয়ে যাবে আর ডেথ ম্যাচ এখন খেলতে হবে না আমি আসছি একবার খেলবো
এটা ডেট ম্যাচ খেলতে হবে হাত ঢিলা হবে
বললাম এখন খেলতে হবে না আমি আসি একবারে খেলবো
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা তাই
You should run.
I got the spike.
चलो
जा
আমি ভালো করে খেলি বা এই গেমটা শিখি অনেক হলো
আল্টি করুंगा मैं আল্টি कर
योरो योरो डिटेन होगा ना
ওই সকালে খেলছ না ওটা আমার সমস্যা হয়েছে
নরমাল আমরা গোটা রাত খেলি
ওটাই না
আমরা সবাই ঘুমাই
आपने में चलो ये चलना है डी चलना है
आवाज नहीं देना सिवर आवाज नहीं देना
जा 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 फिनिक्स जा फिनिक्स एफके
আরে স্ট্রিমটা শেয়ার করে অরিত এই অঙ্কিত আর অরিতকে ফোন করে জিজ্ঞাসা কর খেলবে কিনা
আচ্ছা
এটা তোমাকে লিখেছি
30 seconds left.
वेंट आ गया वेंट आ गया वेंट आ गया
আর আমি একটা করে তোমরা জীবনে ধাতি ছিল না
हेवन आ गया
দেখো ছিল না ধাতি ঢাকা মুখে গেল
फिनिक्स आ गया अरे यार आ गया फिनिक्स ये प्लान जब यहीं पे
বসে বসে যায় টাইট
अरे एक नंबर
আরে এটা দেখো পানো না
The enemy only looks.
এই অনেকে থাম থাম এটা যা আমি পাবজি থেকে গেলাম একটু না
কেন
ड्रॉप मांगो चाहिए
এটা টুর্নামেন্ট আছে
रेड
হ্যাঁ বাট টুর্নামেন্ট
Reloading.
Match found. Death match. Warm up.
nothing but flies.
Fight.
Come. Phoenix down. Dead. Three down.
Hi.
Phoenix down.
remaining. One kill remaining.
Next time I'll take their hands. First place. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find
Match found. Match found.
Bomb grenade.
Turret out.
Enemy spotted B. Night night. Reloading.
Stay.
Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Oh, one enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike spotted B.
You were beautiful.
Gun here.
One step closer to being back in the job.
They won't remake because Sage is not safe.
Turret out.
Here.
Enemy spotted
Bye. Reloading. Here. Reloading.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Recalling my bot.
Brimstone, if you must leave, then leave well. Where do we go?
टीम डिले है ब्रो, नहीं कर पाएंगे टीम।
Don't resist. Results.
Reloading.
Spike down B.
Reyna! Damn! Even I couldn't keep up.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Enemy spotted B.
He's long.
Perfect
What's that?
execution.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Gun here.
So he got one.
Let's look.
You are so.
Let's ruin their day.
बिना देखे कि लिस्ट कर देता।
नहीं मैंने साउंड मेरे को साउंड मिला था उसके इसका, मैं सोचा किधर से आ रहा है,
Placing alarm bot.
फिर देखा इधर से।
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Turret out. Safety's off.
Clean sight.
He's long.
With the mentor.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Predicted this.
KJ, please get off.
Alright.
KJ, get off.
Reloading.
There's
Oh lol.
Need a
I can
drop.
feel their pulse quickening from here.
स्किन है क्या? इसके पास स्किन है क्या? वैंडल या
वैंडल का नहीं है, फैंडम का है।
हाँ दे।
ऑन बाय कर लो।
ये टॉप मांग ले और दे दूँगा।
Need a drop.
Somebody drop me.
It's fine, it's fine. Buy him.
Placing alarm bot.
Buy me someone.
Placing swarm grenade.
Guys, someone buy Raina.
Placing swarm grenade.
Thank you.
Keep doing what you do best.
Can you say I'm going?
One enemy remaining.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Turret out.
No prisoners.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted.
Hold on. Ah. It was EK mostly. Came back and got
Enemy spotted A.
garage. I mean bath.
Player standing.
Stay in range of my stim beacon. We'll mow them down.
Raina.
Yep.
Phantom.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Placing alarm bot. Placing
पता नहीं उसको टैग हुआ था शायद.
swarm grenade.
Come into the unknown.
Placing sentry.
Spike down B.
Lol. Oh, there's three outlet.
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy spotted B.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Headshot.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
What? My. Dulu 120.
Spike spotted B.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Turret out.
Alarm bot out.
Cutting the vision.
আছে
Reloading. Yeah.
Somebody pick from long. Somebody pick from long.
Kill my allies.
Dude, fast pick. You got a easy pick from long, bro.
30 seconds left. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Smoke's down. Dim beacon here. Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
KJ, can you buy? Thank you.
Placing swarm grenade.
दोस्तों लाइक से काटता होएगा ना हाँ देख ला हमने दोस्तों से काटता होएगा लो
Enemy mark.
सुबह ही जाओ
नाइस तो लैपटॉप पे पे ही है विंडोज 11
Swarm grenade out.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
Placing
हाँ दिए चले कम दे दी बोली नहीं एक्टा लेवल स्टार्ट कोई लेवल स्टार्ट कोई ना एक्टा होएगा तो कंप्लीट और कम बोले ले हाँ
placing swarm grenade.
Parasite.
Arit. No, I didn't get attacked over. ऐसे पिक मत लो लोगों साइड घुसना पड़ेगा ना साइड घुसना दो फिर खेल लो ना
30 seconds left.
Shock dart.
Ten seconds left. Spike planted.
एक लॉन्ग है,
Enemy remaining.
एक लॉन्ग है,
Scanning ahead. Found them.
लॉन्ग से खेलेगा वो। अब उस पे पुश कर दो, पुश कर दो, पुश कर दो। नाइस भाई, उसको ऑफ चलाना नहीं आता वैसे, पुश कर दो। ऑफ है सामने, पुश कर दो एकदम। ऑफ रख लेना,
नहीं डिफ्यूज कर पहले,
डिफ्यूज कर दे पूरा।
डिफरेंट है।
Concentrate, Sova.
अभी जाओ।
Last round.
मेरे को ऑफ
in the
देना
half.
बाबा।
Half time. Don't save a thing.
Can I get this?
Gun here.
Keep a gun, just use that.
Fire in the hole! Give me those back.
The hunt begins.
ये हो रहा है।
Joke's over.
Spike
You're
planted.
dead.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
Think they'll see if they die. Luck.
Right here.
Turret out.
Backstab. Hook up.
Oh, I'm sorry. 106 है। हेलो, हाफ तो स्पाइक क्या आया था क्या? ओवर 106 कैसे खाया बे? 100 एचपी होता है पहले राउंड पे।
आर्मर होगा ना?
हाँ बता दो।
रहना ओवरकिल।
नहीं, Sova got 105 tag. I don't know how.
Yeah, 125.
It took best.
Honestly, she won't miss that finger.
Force कर लो।
Placing sentry.
Ah, 145. Phoenix 140. Phoenix was 145.
Stay down.
Tag.
Shock dart. Revealing area.
Cover the plant
There
for one.
they are.
Placing swarm grenade.
We don't have any more vests, so you guys can just push.
One enemy remaining.
बढ़िया.
No, you have Sheriff, Brim.
30 seconds left.
Shower.
Ouch.
Last player standing.
आने दो उसको आने दो.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Let us hunt. Placing sentry. Found them. Here. Go on my mark. Right here.
Insect.
The hunt begins.
You guys can come to B. You can.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Reina, you're a duelist, okay? Don't
So?
lurk. Don't lurk.
Dude, I was not lurking over here. I was just playing split.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So,
Request a phantom?
what's the plan?
Need a drop. Thank you.
Spike here.
Just don't enter site like that. No. You can just hold on. Whichever side we get clear, just for that side. Or you just committing on your side.
Together.
Turret out.
Launching smoke.
Turret destroyed.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Placing alarm bot. Turn out. Enemy spotted me.
Down.
Placing
There.
swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Joke's over. You're dead.
143.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Placing swarm grenade.
Swarm grenade out.
Found them. Careful.
Shock down.
Here.
एक लॉन्ग देखो
Turret down.
Last player standing.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Reina, Phantom.
Let's go.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Spike drop. Healer down.
Feeling sight.
Good range. 144 icon.
Nowhere to run.
You're done.
Looks like
One enemy remaining. Cutting their vision.
Shock down.
Wind. Show me where to go.
Reina, Phantom. Reina, Phantom.
Need a drop. Thank you. Need a drop. Thank you.
Take flight.
Cutting their vision. Spike down A.
Nice, east side.
She's going to get red someone.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Take this spike and go B.
I have the spike.
Plant for long and this thing.
30
Don't have
seconds
walls,
left.
can't do anything.
Planted. Scanning ahead.
You can trust my boss. Only malfunctioned that one time, and honestly, she won't miss that finger.
Need a drop. Thank you.
The best of the best, and we still forget the spike.
Fire in the hole!
Right here.
What the hell?
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing. They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
This is gonna be
Joke's over! You're dead!
Our spike carriers dead.
Down B.
On.
One enemy remaining.
Placing sentry. Just swipe those biometrics.
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
Need a drop. Thank you.
Deep breath.
Our spike's down.
Spike down B.
I have the spike.
Here. Alarm bot out.
Spike
I got the
down
spike.
B.
Enemy spawn.
Last player standing.
Determined.
My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
Need a drop.
Deploying drone.
Sentry.
अरे भाई
ভিতরে ভিতরে
Recalling my boss.
Moving area.
Initiated. Taking alarm bot.
Spike down B.
डिस्कॉर्ड है इजियो डिस्कॉर्ड है
Help.
ডিসকর্ডেই বসে আছি তোমার
One enemy remaining.
Got him.
ইজিও শুনতে পাচ্ছিস
ওকা ওকা ওকা
হ্যালো ইজিও আনমিউট কর
হ্যাঁ শুনতে পাচ্ছি
আই তারা একটু দা হয়ে গেছে লাস্ট
বিগ ফ্যান
স্ট্রিমটা শেয়ার করে আয় যা একটু স্ট্রিমটা শেয়ার করে আয় যা একটু
তুমি স্ট্রিম করছো
হ্যাঁ
গলাটা ঠিক হ্যালো
Thank you.
বলছি স্ট্রিমটা শেয়ার করে আয় যা বাবা
হ্যাঁ করছি ফোনটা আনে
Let's go.
Right now, don't. Careful order. Alright.
Turret out.
what the heck
Swamp grenade.
Hold.
Placing swamp grenade.
হ্যাঁ স্ট্রিম করছে
Level 2 and trimmer.
ফ্রি ফায়ার লাইভ গেম প্লে
ওটা না
Attackers win.
ফ্রি ফায়ার লাইভ গেম দেখি কথা
क्या हम प्लेट লাইক ঠুকে দিয়েছি এই বাবা তিনটে ডিসলাইক কে করলো
জানি না রে লোকজনের কাজ নেই এটাই করে চ
কি দেখি শেয়ার করে করে দিয়েছি
চল স্টার্ট করছি লাগা কম্পি
আরে আজকে ইয়ে ব্রোঞ্জ উঠতে পারবো গো দেখো তো
হ্যাঁ আই না তুই
আজ দুপুরবেলা খেলতে খেলতে আমার পুরো মন ভেঙে গেল উঠতে আর পারলাম না
ইস
আচ্ছা তুমি যে ইয়ে লাইভ স্ট্রিমটা তুমি কি হেডফোনে করছো
হ্যাঁ
তোমার এই হেডফোনটা কি
HyperX স্টিঙ্গার HyperX ক্লাউড স্টিঙ্গার
আর কি কোনো অ্যাপ দিয়ে করছো স্ট্রিম
না না ये OBS যেটা নরমাল স্ট্রিমিং অ্যাপ মানে স্ট্রিমিং সফটওয়্যার GG man I was opponent আরে bro nice game
isn't হ্যাঁ
is you sage niche
हेलो क्या पिक करो बोलो
अरे देखो तुमको क्या खेलना है स्ट्रीट वाली
फाइबर लाइनअप जानी हां
तो ये तो लाइनअप जानी सेंटर ठीक ठाक कोड़ा
तुम सेव ले लो क्या
रुक जाओ इजियो को सेज लेने दो तुम कुछ और खेल तुम रेज केजे खेल सकते हो क्या
केजे नहीं है भाई केओ हो सकता है
केजे नहीं हो सकता ठीक है केजे अगर हो सकता तो बेटर होता केजे या फिर साइकिल
তাহলে ও সেজ নিয়ে নিক আমি কেজে নিয়ে নিচ্ছি আমি কেজে ভালো
सब तो नहीं है भाई
अच्छा ठीक है तुम सेज ले लो
सेज तो इजियो ले रहा है
नहीं तुम ले लो वो केजे ले लेगा
नहीं नहीं मैं केजे दे दूंगा
তো কত পয়েন্ট আছে এর আয়রনের তো আয়রন কত ইজিও
আমার আয়রন 3
আয়রন 3 তে পয়েন্ট কত বাকি
31 বাকি
তো কি মনে হচ্ছে প্ল্যাট পৌঁছাতে পারবো 31 বাকি আর আয়রন ব্রোঞ্জ বানাতে
আমার ব্রোঞ্জ হতে আর 31 বাকি
ঠিক আছে হয়ে যাবে চল দুটো ম্যাচ হয়ে যাবে কি মনে হচ্ছে এই সিজন প্ল্যাট উঠতে পারবো আমি
হ্যাঁ
গোল্ড 1 এ দাঁড়িয়ে আছি
বিশ্বাস আছে তোমার
প্ল্যাটে চাপ আছে রে আমার তো মনে হয়
বিশ্বাস
না
কি গো তুমি আমাদের রেডিয়েন্ট প্লেয়ার
हां क्या
आईजीएल कर लो ना कोई
हां ठीक है मैं कर ले लूंगा कोई ना
এটা কি ধরনের কথা হলো আইপিএল कर लो कोई हां
मजा बोले मजा Viper just put a line like this okay here if you can like this so that the turret gets hide
এখানে লাগালাম
हां ঠিক আছে
অনেকের দা বলছে যে আমার না স্টোরে ইয়ে এসছে প্রাইম ফ্যান্টম নিয়ে নেব
প্রাইম 2.0 ফ্যান্টম
হ্যাঁ
নিতে পারিস ভালো গান পুল করবে
give heal to Z
hold don't up
Spike down B.
अरे वे जेट तो हील हुआ ना
हां मैं हील हो गया
कठिन खेलছে
ओ
ওর এটা কি হলো
আমি দেখেনি ঠিক হয়েছিল one more
আমি কি জানি আমি ইউজ করি এটা আমাদের
the last one is in the speech only
আমার ওটা বন্ধ
oh nice try aim
oh
नाइस ट्राई ब्रो नाइस
इस जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो जल्दी से लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को और सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलना जाना anyways you have to run what
হ্যালো
বলো
হ্যাঁ এই এখন গেম খেলছি একটু গ্রাইন্ড করছি
ভাইবা थोड़ा आगे वाला
ये বিকেল বেলার মধ্যে চলে যাব
প্রপার
কালকে সকালবেলা ইয়েতে যেতে হবে রাইমা দিদিদের বাড়িতে রাইমা দিদি গেছেন
এই রাইমা দিদি
ঠিক আছে
होल्ड ऑन मिड से पुश करो ऐसा ऐसा
हाँ ठीक है टाटा
बैक
सॉरी
इजियो
ছেড়ে দাও সাইড ঢোকো
সাইড ঢুকলে হবে না বাবু
Spike down
मिड पे
এটা কি হলো
এ পরের রাউন্ডটা আমাদের চল এখান থেকে আমাদের রাউন্ড
এবার টানতে লাগবে গেম
we'll go from mid to A, okay, like mid 3A, just care someone go from pick from mid top this area
Here.
আচ্ছা আমি কোথায় যাব
this place and I'll just take the tree তুই এখানটাই টারেট বসা এখানে টারেট বসাচ্ছিস
Placing sentry.
Viper care mid, okay, I'll just get the tree
আমি আসবো তোমার সাথে
দাঁড়িয়া ঠিক সময় এখানে যাবো
Blocking sight. Yikes.
ও শট ডাইরেক্ট তুলে নিলাম
get inside the stage
কোথায় আছে
I said A mid to A anyways go to B just enter B and plant oh GG okay cool
Come back from work. Let's go.
who is having that river vandal you are having like it is yours or you got from someone hey, GG
sorry
no nothing I just asked Viper
এটা এটাতে তো স্কিন নেই না কোনো
এটাতে হ্যাঁ আছে তো
ফ্যান্টমের কি স্কিন
ওনি
ফ্যান্টম আছে
হ্যাঁ এটা তো অয়ন তার অ্যাকাউন্ট
ও ভেঙো না বলটা ভেঙো
heal me
Healing.
car flash है
বাজে প্ল্যান
अरे GG's
আহা
Spike
বিপ
down.
হয়ে গেল
A.
একটু লক্ষ্য কর সাইড গুলো is near that
Last player standing.
is near window এটা হোল্ড করে করে খেলছে না আমাদেরকেও হোল্ড করে করে খেলতে হবে তাহলে
আমার গেম আটকে যাচ্ছে ও সামনে যে প্লেয়ার দেখছে গিয়ে আমাকে এটা দেবে ওনিটা দেবে
ড্রপ দে ওকে ডাবল ড্রপ হবে
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
আরেকটা দিতে পারবি
Need a drop.
আচ্ছা না নেই আমার কাছে Sage take the আচ্ছা
We go.
বেকারের ওয়ালটা ভাঙছে আর কিছু
we'll go to mid to B wait
বি যাবে না এ যাবে
B যাবো
এখানে আছে ক্যাটওয়াকে আছে একটা আমি দেখছি সামনে সেজকে পাবে
Enemy. Delete. Recalling my bot.
তুই পিছন থেকে অরটা তুলে নিতে পারতিস তো আলট্রেডি হয়ে যেত
30 seconds.
ফ্রিতে প্লেয়ার আছে দেখে বন্ধ কর প্ল্যান্টে বস গাজা 27. Oh,
अरे
nice
यार
one.
কভার দিল না।
Spike down A.
GG.
নাইস 78 দিয়েছিলাম।
ভালো তো। ভালো তো। তুমি তো প্রো। আমি জানি তুমি প্রো।
আর প্রো
We'll go to B. Come on. The stage is staying at A.
ইয়ে আমাকে অনিটা দেবে অনিটা আমার কাছে নরমাল
Get out of my way.
উড়ে উড়ে আসবে হ্যাঁ জেট মিড দিয়ে উড়ে উড়ে আসবে জেট কি
बाप रे
के
टू
ना?
इनसाइड टू इनसाइड and तो कैम करছে साला second lane one
Reloading.
जी if anyone dies just rev me okay wait
আয় আয় আয়
no need
মর 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 তোরা হ চাওয়াস
जी
जेट तुम रिवाइव हो गए थे ना
हाँ मैं हो गया था भाई
ओके
অনেকের দা পাবজি না ফ্রি ফায়ার
बोलो PUBG anytime
কি বলে ফ্রি ফায়ার
বললাম PUBG anytime
Even
তাই বলো
that's fun.
পাবজি খেলো
PUBG PC খেলি
পাবজি মোবাইল খেলো মানে বিজিএমআই
এখন আর খেলি না আগে খেলতাম
এসো খেলতা
না রে এখন আর
BGMI
খেলি না রে বাবু আমি এখন একদম PC গেমস
Enemy spotted mid.
what the heck they are camping with Bucky
শটগান নিয়ে তো ক্যাম্পিং এ করবে গো আবার না
বাজে বাবু ক্যাম্প করছে
মার 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 কি করে এত কি হলো আমার অনেকটা
This place is nice, but
আমার যতদূর মনে হয় আমার মনে হয় সাইটে ঢোকা উচিত এটা দেবে
সাইটে ইয়ে থাকছে
আমি
guys
ডাবল বাই দিচ্ছি
we can just
আনবাই করো আমি ডাবল
না লাগবে drop there we can just split and play okay like split up okay just take a few picks and enter a side single side somebody go with viper Sage I think go with viper don't die
পেজকে আমাদের লাগতো না
লাগবে না উঠবে
মিড দিয়ে আসছে
মিড দিয়ে আসছে তুই শিওর যে ট্যাগ আছে
জেট ট্যাগ আছে আমার কাছে এখানটা আছে বাঁ দিকটা
ছেড়ে দে
message sent.
আরিশ এই তোদের লবির এই একটা প্রবলেম খুব রান অ্যান্ড গান করে তোদের লবির প্লেয়ার গুলো বাবা হাই লবি দেখবি রান অ্যান্ড গান কেউ করেই না দাঁড়াই পাট করে মেরে দিয়েছে দেয়
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Placing sentry. Here.
Jet is 84 tag.
জেটকে ছুলে মরে যাবে, আমার কাছে ফ্যান্টম একটা গুলি দে। ভাইপারের মাস্কটা সুন্দর তো,
তাই না?
Can someone get this?
মনেই হচ্ছে না যে কম্পি খেলছি।
ইজি প্রবলেম। আরে চিল খেলতে হয়, যত ইয়ে হবি হাইপার হবি তত বাজে গেম হয়ে যাবে। চিল চিল খেল, মাথা ঠান্ডা করে খেল না, দরকারই নেই পুশ করার।
মাইনাস খেলে আবার প্লাস হবে কি, তাই না?
আমি তো কালকে গোল্ডে 2টো মাইনাস খেলাম, আবার প্লাস করে নিলাম আজকে।
তোমারটা আলাদা ব্যাপার, তুমি আলাদা বিল্ড ডিফারেন্ট।
আর কোনো বিল্ড ডিফারেন্ট নেই।
হ্যাঁ তুমি বিল্ড ডিফারেন্ট।
আরে यार
ঘটে গেল,
কোনো বিল্ড ডিফারেন্টের কোনো ব্যাপার নেই, আমিও তোদের মতনই নর্মাল প্লেয়ার। মাথা ঠান্ডা করে ফেলবি তাহলে তো ইজি।
One enemy remaining.
ওদের অ্যাস্ট্রা বলছে ব্রো, আমার ইয়ে তো মরেছে। ফিনিশ অন ইট। টি ব্যাগ। Yeah. আচ্ছা টি ব্যাগ মানে কি গো? টি ব্যাগ হিম বলে না, টি ব্যাগ ওই মরার পর ওর উপর নাচা।
যাই না, আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি যাই না,
আমরা জানি না সেদিন
অত হাই লেভেল ইয়ে জানি না।
আমাদের ট্যাকটিকটা বেশ ভালো, সুন্দর ট্যাকটিক হচ্ছে।
What the?
ফ্রি তো থাকবেই।
আমি ফ্রিটাকে দেখছে না।
আমি জাস্ট ডাইরেক্ট
take this out, go back to B, take that out, revenue. Destroyed in seconds.
ऑप्टा नीचे
दूसरी अब कहाँ पे है?
बी पे और पे जाओ बी पे, कोई सेज के साथ जाओ।
আমি কি করছি আমি জানি না, বাট কিছু একটা করছি।
Get that out. Redmi. Then let's decide where to go.
30 seconds left.
Your duty is not
Thank you. Cover me.
Hello.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Oh. সেভ করো।
আরে কি করছি আমি ফ্যান্টম নিয়ে দিলে, খুব ভাবছি আমি ফ্যান্টম নিয়ে। সালা মার
আমাকে ফ্যান্টমটা দেবে,
দে ড্রপ দে।
আচ্ছা তোমারও তো অ্যাকাউন্টে ইয়ে খায় না, কপিরাইট খায় তো?
হ্যাঁ কেন খাবো না,
কি নরমাল গানেও খায়? মানে আমি যদি গান করি তাও খেয়ে যাবে?
না ওরকম না, লাইক গান একই লিরিক্সের গান চালাতে হবে। ফ্ল্যাট
আমি গাই দাও এক
আরে এই অ্যাকাউন্টে কেন আমি ফ্ল্যাট উঠবো ভাই? আমি মেন নিজের অ্যাকাউন্টে ফ্ল্যাট উঠবো, আজ উঠবি তো।
তুই দিয়ে খেলো বলে
Healing. Blocking sight.
মার্কেট আছে একটা নাইস মার্কেট সাইড ফাঁকা
You are divided.
What the heck?
Oh,
enemy remaining.
Oh,
বললাম না ভ্যান্ডেল উঠাতে দিচ্ছে তো, বাধ্য করছে তো ভ্যান্ডেল উঠাতে। হেভি খেলেন খাবে এরা।
Oh, আওয়াজ
Last one was in market, yeah. Let's see, okay, Phoenix. আরে সায়নদা খুব বাজে, খুব বাজে। যখন চোখের ওপর
খুবই বাজে আসছে কি মানে চলার মতো কি
না, কেমনই বাজে আসছে, ইকু ইকু হচ্ছে, মনে হচ্ছে না, খুব বাজে আসছে। কেন তোমার হেডফোন কি হলো?
আরে আমি খাট থেকে বসে দেখতে পাচ্ছি।
বাহ, আজব।
I'm sorry.
Fuck off. শেষ কত তাড়াতাড়ি গেমটা ভালো।
I'm sorry my friend, I'm sorry.
ও তোমার আলটি কি এসো তোমার সাথে আসছে তারা
এবার ঠিক আছে এবার
না, এখনো বাজে আসছে।
একটু ভালো হয়েছে বল।
হ্যাঁ একটু ভালো আসছে।
আরে
ওয়্যারলেস হেডফোন একটা কেনো, কি করছো বলো? একটা ওয়্যারলেস কেনো,
হেভেন दोनों हेवन पे।
আমাকে ওই হেডফোনটা দাও।
কর্সারে ভয়েস প্রো আছে।
আরে আমাকে কারাকিনটা দিও।
বাল দেবো।
আরে কারাকিনটা নিয়ে নিব। I want the কারাকিন।
সেন্টিনেলের ম্যাচ দেখবো।
হ্যাঁ কি?
Kill my ally.
সেন্টিনেলের ম্যাচ দেখবো।
কম্পি না হলে ম্যাচ দেখবো বলে বুঝলাম।
Placing swamp grenade.
সেন্টিনেল
আর সেন্টিনেলের ম্যাচ হ্যাঁ দেখবো তো। সেন্টিনেলের ম্যাচ দেখার জন্য বসে আছি।
এখন এই ম্যাচে শেষ হয়নি, এখন হাফ বাকি।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হোক, আমরা একটা ম্যাচে আছি। ইজ ইওর র্যাঙ্ক আপ,
লাস্ট ম্যাচের হাফ বাকি।
এই ইজ ইওর র্যাঙ্ক আপ করেছি, খেলছি
4-8 চলছে।
এইটাই মেন, বুঝলি তো ইজ ইওর প্রবলেমটা। এরা স্প্রে দিতে ভালোবাসে আর আমি ওয়ান ট্যাপ খেলি। সারা ফ্যানটামে মারতেই পারি না আমি ওয়ান ট্যাপটা। চলো অনেক হয়েছে, অনেক মজা হয়ে গেছে এদের জন্য। এদের মজা কমপ্লিট, মজা করার টাইম।
আমি বিতে সেটআপ লাগাচ্ছি।
হ্যাঁ তুই লাগা বিতে সেটআপ।
সেজকে বলে দাও খালি মিডটা ওয়াল করে দিতে।
সেজ ওয়াল মেড হবে,
খালি বলে দাও,
শুধু বলে দাও। ইজিও তুই আমার সাথে খেল, বুঝলি? 2-4 দিন আমার সাথে।
কোন অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে খেলছিস ভাই?
আরে অয়নের অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে।
ভাই বল,
হ্যাট পাগল লাগে তুমি, ওই অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে খেলবো আমার অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে। এই ইজিও সাথে সায়নদা
চমকে গেছিল,
তোকে বললে না। এই সায়নদা কি কিবোর্ড নেবে? আর ইয়ে বিশাল তুমি বলছো না ওকে?
বিশালটাকে
রিজু, রিজু শোনো, কোন কিবোর্ড নেবে তুমি ওকে বলছো না? ও কষ্ট হচ্ছে বারবার করে আমাকে জিজ্ঞাসা করছে। আমি কি রিপ্লাই দেবো বলো তো?
জেব ম্যাক্স নিয়ে নে।
জেব ম্যাক্স নিয়ে নে ভাই, 2000 এর মধ্যে চাইছে রে গো ফুল কিবোর্ড।
দিবে বাটি ইউজ করতে যাচ্ছি,
ওটার দাম 3000।
আবে বলছি 2000, ওটা কিবোর্ড মাউস নিয়ে 3000।
এ জেব ম্যাক্স নিয়ে নে রিজু।
রোটেট কর, দে আর গোইং এ।
Zebronics
Spike planted.
हेवन पे ये जेट, हेवन पे ये।
জেব ম্যাক্স এর দাম ওই ধরে নে 2000 3000 টাকায় পড়ে যাবে। 2000 906 টাকা।
नहीं उसके पास हील नहीं है उसके
बाप रे এটা কম
30 सेकंड लगेगा
भाई जेब वार नहीं है भाई 1249 पे अभी जेब नाइट्रो 1 নিয়ে নে
আমি বুঝলাম না সেভ করে লাভ কি হলো
হ্যাঁ
বাইও পেলো না
সেভ কেন করলো বলটা
Note down your observations, then let's run it again.
তেজটা ওয়াল করতে পারছে না মিডে ঠিক
14 বার মরেছি কেন এই
পিওরে আচ্ছা ওরা বাই নিয়ে চলে এসছে নাকি
একের উপর এক্স্যাক্টলি বাই নিচ্ছে
আমাদের ভাইপারটা খুবই বাজে ওয়াল করেছে
55 অন কেজে easy nice under heaven hell oh nice one easy dot ray
there you go
easy dot bhai radiant player easy on the radiant bhai আমি নো ভাই
এবার আমি হাঁটতে মানে হাঁটতে চলেছি দেখো ঘটনাটা হবে দেখো এবার আমার সাথে ঘটবে
কি ঘটবে
তুমি আমাকে রেডিয়েন্ট বলে দিলে এবার আমি আমাকে টেন্স ভাববো গিয়ে মরবো এবার দেখো ঘোষ চাই ঘোষ
शायद फेक हो शायद
what the they're coming from
मिड पे जेट
है और कैटवॉक पे है जेट एक्चुअली
शायद फेक है ये
ओ भाई कितनी दूर से हेडशॉट लिया
लाइव
मिड पे यार है ना
ए प्लांटिंग
Spike planted.
Recalling my bot.
yes
Last player standing.
Reyna killed.
aha
probably half west করে দেখ
Thanks.
বাকি
হবে
Get out of my way.
प्लांट हो रहा है
Spike planted.
বাপরে আলটিটাও সেরকম জায়গা মেরেছে অনেকটা বেরোতে হবে চলে এসো
আরে আর জেনারেটর ওখানে বেরিয়েছিল।
Last player standing.
भाई वो क्या आर्ट है
ई लेवल रन देख सेजটা ভালোভাবে বলই করতে পারছে না।
5 रन की जाए ना भाई, हमको नहीं पता बे। अबे 7টা डिसलाइक एक्चुअली भाई।
Spike down B.
দেখিনি আমাকে বলিস নি কেন? কি আর আমি এটা কম্পি খেলছি। 8 চলছে।
Bot coming back.
রোটেট করেছে।
8টা হয়ে গেল,
30 seconds.
9টা হয়ে গেছে ভাই।
आ गए पे
9 লাইকস 96।
এ চলে এসেছে, এ প্ল্যান্টিং। ও তুমি তো মরে গেছো না।
লল ভাই
বুঝছে ভাই বুঝছে।
হ্যাঁ
লিটল বুঝছে।
কাকে কাকে
Last player standing.
কাকে জানতো?
আরে
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
আমি না এই রাউন্ডটা সেভ গেলাম।
যা যা যা
বাই পাচ্ছি না।
ওই কাজ নেই লোক
একটু হোল্ড করে খেলো। ডান দিকে অ্যাস্ট্রা नाइस
हेवन पे आगे नीचे आगे जेट नीचे फिनिक्स
ও কি হাকছি আমি আজকে
Last player standing.
अरे लो है 130
भाई 13টা
फिर से आ रहा है।
लोग शायद बी जा रहे हैं।
Placing sentry.
বল কেন বল না না ম্যাচ দেখছি রে।
Spike planted.
হ্যাঁ আছে ফ্যামিলি আচ্ছা আমাদের এটা তো আছে ঠিক আছে জানাচ্ছি কে থাকবে
রিচু হ্যাঁ বলতে পারছে না ভাই এটা
সরকারি অফিসার
এসে ডিসলাইক দিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছে লল থ্যাংক ইউ ডিসলাইক
ডিসলাইক তো কত কিছু বলেছে কত টাকার মধ্যে চাইছে আরে আমাদের ঠিক আছে আমি জানাচ্ছি দাদা আমাদেরটা তো আছে
ঠিক আছে আটি অফিসার কে আটি অফিসার আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে
অনেকেরটা তুমি কি ফোন ঘাটছো?
না রে হ্যাঁ মানে মাঝে মাঝে হাঁটছি কেন বল
কি বলছিস? বি
Let's
119 jet
Spike planted. You want to fight it? The fun begins.
আরে রিজু ওরা জানেও না কি ওরা আমারই হেল্প করছে যারা ডিসলাইক মারছে ভিউজটা আমারই আসছে এনিওয়ে
ফিনিক্স লাইন মেরে ঢোক ভাই কিছু বলার নেই
লাস্ট সেকেন্ডে রিভাইভ দিল
টাইমিং এ তুললো গো কিছু টাইমিং এ তুললো
টাইমিং না পুরো
प्लास्टिक लॉबी पूरे
Let them try to get
ब्रो प्लान बदलना होगा हो नहीं रहा
ब्रो प्लान के वजह से नहीं तुमसे नहीं हो रहा
अच्छा तो तुम जाके खेल लो ना ये सेल भाई तुम ही तो हो
मैं ही तो खेल रहा हूँ
अकेले होता तो भाई क्या भी बात थी ना
भागा वो प्लेयर गुलो को অনেকের দা
বলো
এমভিপি হও তো
শালা এখানে প্লেয়ার দাঁড়িয়ে কেউ আসেই না কভারে একা একা খেলছে দেখ
কি করে মরলো না
হেড খেয়েছে একটা চল ইজি হবে রিপ দে ব্যাকটা নাইস ট্রাই নাইস ট্রাই
130
নাইস ট্রাই ভালো
আমি ওকে 5 খানা গুলি
ম্যাচ পয়েন্ট
লাস্ট রাউন্ড
keep up.
Keep up.
Get out of my way.
Get out of my way.
Watch your guys, hey.
ঘটে গেছে ঘটে গেছে
ভাই
Spike planted.
হ্যাঁ
You should run.
Last player standing.
अकेले होता तो क्या ही अलग होता ना
भाई तू भी क्या गांड उठा लेता उधर का है अकेले गेम होती तो फिर तो क्या ही बात थी है ना
Attackers.
वही तो
हाँ भाई कोई नहीं चलो
ইজি তোর অ্যাকাউন্টটা খুশি হলো না মাইনাসই খেলি
আমার আর ব্রোঞ্জ উঠবে না
আরে হয়ে যাবে ব্রোঞ্জ অত চাপ
কান্না পাচ্ছে এবার
হয়ে যাবে চাপ
আচ্ছা আমি বেরোলাম হ্যাঁ টাটা
যা আমিও বেরোবো चलो गाइस आज के लिए बस इतना ही मिलता है फिर से कल
দেখবি না ম্যাচ
হ্যাঁ আমি স্ট্রিম অফ করছি
তো স্ট্রিম দেখ না বাসপাটি থাক
আচ্ছা
দেখবি তো স্ট্রিম ম্যাচ
ম্যাচ শুরু হয়েছে নাকি
হবে শেষ হলো ম্যাচ
কার সাথে খেলা হয়েছে না সেন্টিনেলস এর আজকে কোনটা থেকে দেখছো সায়নদা
শোনা
কোন চ্যানেল থেকে দেখছো
ভিসিটি
ও আচ্ছা ভিসিটি অফিশিয়াল থেকে দেখছো তো ঠিক আছে
Udah pasti kocar kacir sih. Mereka bisa ngapain memperlambat pergerakan.
अच्छा VCC Sports Indonesia টা
their own specific region and picture taking muna daw. Picture muna, picture.
Tignan mo, di ba? Kung napapansin nyo, sino lang bang player ang tumalon dito sa stage na to?
Si
Benkay lang. Di ba? Lahat sila napaka-normal papasok sa stage. Pero si Benkay biglang tumalon, naghubad pa.
Hindi naman nagubad. May armor eh.
May armor.
Full buy, naka-full buy.
Oo, nga tinanggal niya yung half armor niya pero gano'n tama picture taking.
Makikita na natin yan sa Twitter, sa Facebook page ng Valorant. Vamos!
Vamos!
Everybody, let's go!
Come on, let's get to it!
I know that we can do it! Okay, maayos na ulit kasi bumalik sa amin yung camera. But that was it. 3 games of these teams na naglaban-laban dito, specifically Crew and also Zeta Division. Umabot pa tayo ng Game 3, Vil, but it seems like Crew is just really the stronger team on this matchup.
Yeah. Maraming salamat sa mga nanood, mga kaibigan. Don't go away.
Ito na inaantay nila.
Ito yung inaantay nyo. It's gonna be Vil versus Sentinels for the next game here in the Valorant Masters Berlin. And for the last time, we are casting for the day. My name is Vil alongside with me is Taylor. Kita kita tayo bukas. Iba ang magkakas nun. See you and good night. See you later.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan.
ইংলিশটা কোনটা? সায়নদা, এই সায়নদা, হ্যালো সায়নদা, ইংলিশ কোনটা?
ইংলিশ কোনটা বাজারে ভিসিটি পেয়ে চলে যাও না ভ্যালোরেন্ট স্পোর্টস। জল দাদা
কল করে দিতে বলছিস না? এই
ডাকলাম যে 3 বার দেখেছি। গান বন্ধ করে দিস।
আমার কপিরাইট অলরেডি পড়ে গেছে, ফার্স্টেই পড়ে গেছে কপিরাইট আমাকে স্ট্রিম আজকে অলরেডি।
আড়াই মিনিট পর ডাকিস ঘুমালাম।
হ্যাঁ
আড়াই মিনিট পর ডাকিস ঘুমালাম।
বলছে আড়াই মিনিট পর ডাকিস, ডাকবো কেমন করে তোমাকে? আমি শুনি
আরে পয়সা যখন দিতে আসবে বহুত পয়সা আছে, বহুত পয়সা আছে। ছেলেমেয়েরা যদি একা কেউ কোনো কথা নেই, আমরা জানতে না পারার মধ্যে
আরে ডিলে নেই ভাই, ডিলে নেই আমার, একদমই ডিলে নেই, মিনিমাম ডিলে দেওয়া আছে আমার ইয়েতে।
আরে জিনিস বলে
কোনো চাপ নেই তোর।
আমি দেবো আচ্ছা নিজে আসিস আসতে হয়, কোনো প্রবলেম নাই। সেজন্য জানতে না
টুইচ থেকে আবে না, আবার টুইচ কে করবে?
জানতে না মাথা টেক দাও
বেটার
আসিস ওই পাওয়ার টাকা দিতে। আমি মোটামুটি চেষ্টা করবো 11টার মধ্যে পৌঁছে যাওয়ার। 11টার মধ্যে পৌঁছে করার ফাইলিং যায়।
আর কপিরাইট
হ্যাঁ তো তুই থাকবি মুঝে দুনিয়ার সঙ্গে বাজপান দেখো শুরু হয়ে গেছে। তাহলে কোনো প্রবলেম নাই তো মনে? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where Crew have secured themselves a win in their opening match over Zeta Division. Now, Sean, Gio, I've seen their players do this, I've seen their fans do this, but we got to throw one up. For crew. We gotta throw in that for crew. That's what they do. That's the crew sign.
There's an emoji that does this, so
yeah, that's the crew sign. I know Sean's already part of. You know, you can join another one.
Oh yeah, look at him. He's such a gang member. In his plaid.
Back the Asia, but
Yeah, I mean, well, speaking of
quality better
moving
bhai.
swiftly on.
আমি মিউট করলাম ঠিক আছে
But that was a very, very solid victory for crew in the end. I know they looked shaky in the second map, but Sean, all it matters is the fact they were able to close it out.
Yeah, I was worried for them in the first half. Things looked rough. I thought Right had a horrible game, if I'm being honest. And I think, you know, if they go back and look at the VODs, they're going to really look at this and be like, ooh, what happened here? Because he was like 6 and 15 overall in First Bloods. And in that last game, we saw a couple times where he just came out of hookah, once first half, once second half, and just no trades in sight. There was the one where they tried to boost over the Sage wall. There was just a lot of silly deaths coming out of Zeta. I actually thought they were the better team, despite, you know, despite losing this game. I thought they had so much good structure with the Astra gravity wells, the breach fault lines, and the dashes into that to open up the rounds, but they just didn't have the pieces to close them out.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that I noticed as well. You know, going back to the pre-game, we spoke about how Takage and Reita really like to play together and play off each other in a kind of initiative way. And one of the problems as well with Reita, like you said, is just that when they did play together, particularly on this map, on their attack, he would kind of go off somewhere, he wouldn't be there for the trade, and they wouldn't be getting the value out of that initiation. And when you are relying on two duelists, one of whom is Arena, you really need to be ensuring that you're getting value in those situations, because if you're not, you don't really have much to follow up with.
Having said that, though, you know, for Zeta, the Japan region, when they sent Crazy Raccoon for Iceland, they weren't able to take a single map off of anybody. But Zeta, they come out and they've managed to do that at least.
Oh yeah, I mean, they look competitive, and I mean that's the fair thing. And one of the things that we said at the start is this could be a really even game, and I think that we did get that. You know, in Bind for a lot of it, I didn't really know what way it was going to finish, and I don't know how you two feel, but it did feel like it could have gone either way.
Yeah, well, one of the star players on this side of crew is Kesnet, who's been putting up the numbers today, and he is with the lovely Kukuka for the Verizon post-match interview.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this post-match interview. I'm joined by Kesnet from Crew. Hello, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Todo bien, todo bien.
So I'm going to be doing both English and Spanish. This is what you're going to get from me. I want to start asking you, what happened on that bind? Because literally on that defense, everything went according to plan for you. O sea, en el bind, ¿qué es lo que ha pasado? Porque en la defensa, literalmente, todo lo que queríais os ha salido.
Al principio no sabíamos cómo jugarle porque pasaban como a 30 segundos. Entonces después nuestro coach nos dijo, tenemos que jugar como nosotros planteamos siempre jugar nuestro bind, y fue lo que nos fue dando resultados a momento y momento, y como que fluyó, como que todo fluyó.
So at the beginning, they were not sure exactly how to plan the defense against them. But once the coach get into line and said, you know exactly what to do, how to play with their minds, how to play with the smokes, this is what we planned, that's exactly what you have to do. That was great. I want to ask you as well, what happened on Ascent? Because that was that first map, 11-1 on that first half. That was crazy. What happened? ¿Qué ha pasado también en el Ascent, en ese primer mapa que hemos tenido, que habéis hecho esa primera mitad que ha sido de locos, ese 11-1?
Entramos confiantes, así como veníamos jugando en las prácticas, y nos estaba saliendo todo, ronda por ronda, celebrando, no sé, como nosotros le gritábamos a los demás, celebrando, todos con ánimo, entonces nos estaban saliendo todas las cosas como nosotros las practicamos.
So it was perfect because they were round by round, exactly everything went according to plan. So that's great to hear. Are you actually surprised that they decided to start on the attack since they had such good retakes? ¿Te ha sorprendido que decidieran ellos empezar atacando cuando tenían unos retakes tan buenos en defensa?
Lo que me sorprendió sí fue mucho eso, porque fueron 3 mapas que ellos quisieron atacar, entonces yo quedé como, no sé, what the fuck. Se tiene mucha confianza.
There were 3 maps and they decided to attack on the 3 of them, so they were looking pretty confident, but it wasn't the same in the game. So in Masters 2, you guys started with a completely different setup. I mean, the fact that you started losing to Fnatic and then coming back but not sure. This is a great start for you. How does that make you feel? Ya sabes que en Master 2, pues bueno, empezasteis con esa primera, con ese partido perdido contra Fnatic y las cosas, pues sí que ganasteis a Share, pero no mejoraron muchísimo. ¿Cómo sentís ahora con este buen inicio?
Yo, como no participé en el otro máster, no sentía como así, como estar adentro, entonces ahora yo me siento súper contento porque venimos con una nueva estructura, venimos con algo nuevo y está dando bien por lo que se ve.
So with the new structure and a new team, obviously he was not there on Masters 2, but he feels really confident. I want to ask you as well, because tomorrow you are going to be facing Envy. Based on what you saw yesterday, how do you feel about that? Ya sabéis que mañana os toca el primer partido contra Envy. Basándonos en lo que vimos ayer, ¿cómo os sentís para mañana?
No, igual que contra todos los equipos, vamos siempre a salimos a la cancha con todo, se deja todo, porque si es que no lo hacemos no vamos a poder representar nuestra región bien.
So they want to represent the region, so they look at Envy just like any other team. They just want to beat them. And with that is all. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias y muchísima suerte mañana. I'm going to throw it back to the desk because I feel like there's something that we still need to do before Sentinels and G2 hit the stage.
Thank you so much, Kukuka. Petition to have her do every interview in Spanish. I love it. I didn't understand anything they were talking about, but I felt like mesmerized by that conversation. Also, like being able to translate like on the spot as well.
I mean, you're bilingual, so you kind of got the same.
Well, not in Spanish. Not in Spanish. I only know how to say rude things in Spanish. So let's not get into that. But of course, let's look ahead because they mentioned it in the interview as well. Envy is the next opponent. You know, if they win that one, then they go to playoffs. This group, a lot of people kind of looked at this group as maybe it wasn't as exciting as the other one, but Sean, it's shaping up to be pretty exciting.
It's pretty exciting, and I don't need a translator to tell me what El Diablo means. That guy's about to, they're gonna learn what that means real quick when they go up against Envy.
Oh, you're very confident, Sean, as always.
Yeah, I mean, no, I totally agree. I think a lot of people looked at this group when all the groups were announced. They're like, Envy are going to have a free ride through that. And actually, I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case anymore. I mean, obviously they could win, but I think the attitudes of their adversaries that they're going to go up against, in this case, is going to be Crew, and the way that they look at themselves, but also their performance in the server too, suggests that it's not just going to be totally free for Envy.
I mean, Kesnet, he brought a lot of flashy things in that game. We saw a lot of that from Crew as well. But I do want to quickly shout out some of the other flashy things we saw, which is, of course, the Z skins. I'm kind of upset that I'm here because I only have my laptop with me, and like it's not good enough for me to just log on and buy it. But Sean, come on, which one are you copying when you go home?
I'm getting the whole set. What are you talking about? It's so sick. I'm starting the party every time I went around, which against Mitch would be every single round, by the way. I would get the show, you know, you inspect the guns like that. Oh, sheesh.
Yeah. I want it because obviously we got to kind of see it behind us, which I was like Mitch, where I was like, I wanted to turn around and see. But, you know, I would be sitting in my bedroom and I would constantly turn around and be like, where is it? Where is it?
I won't lie. I love a good skin, and I only have one knife skin myself because I've been really kind of trying to sell myself as the person with a glitch pop axe. I kind of just run around with it. You
That's
know,
your brand.
Yeah, you know when you look at like jerseys and you're like, oh, this jersey reminds me XY player, or gun skins. Like the Dragon Red Vandal is Turkey. Like if you see that the Elder Flame one is Turkey. But when it comes to knives, I feel like I have to upgrade. Oh my god. Okay. This is what I'm talking about.
I want to go run out into the stage.
This is what I'm talking about though. Like if I'm running around with that, I know other people are probably going to be running around with this as well because look at it, it's absolutely beautiful. But also, of course, those of you guys who don't know who Zed is at home, what are you doing?
It looks like one of those things that would be really nice to eat.
Was Zed?
Really?
No, not Zed.
I know you like music producing.
It looks like a little like one of those like ice lolly things.
Oh,
like
I get you.
Yeah.
I think it looks like a hair thing, like a... What is that?
Oh, like a curling iron?
Oh, well, it's officially called the Wave for Melee weapon, I believe. I absolutely love this. All of the animations are great. I know in the green room we were kind of hyping things up because when you win like a clutch with it and everything just turns into a party.
It's so sick.
It is so sick indeed. Do you know what else is so sick, guys? G2 versus Sentinels. Do not go anywhere at home, you guys, because they will be taking the stage right here, right after the break.
We didn't expect that they will be this good. Like, we went into the game, we was full focus. Everyone was ready to have a easy game. For me, F4Q played really well and GG them. Gonna just be full focus on Sentinels, win the match. And I think this is the most important, and Sentinels is a really good team. For me, they are one of the best team, and it's gonna be awesome. The G2 tag is here to show everyone that G2 is gonna win the tournament. Be here Sunday against Sentinels.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where we had a wild first series of the day, but we just heard from Kellogg's as we turn our attention to perhaps the marquee matchup of our day 3 at Masters Berlin, as G2 and Sentinels are about to step on stage to do battle. It's NA, it's EU. You heard him talking about the full focus on G2. I've got EU on one side, NA on the other, and I'm placed in the middle specifically for a reason, to keep the two of you off of each other's throats. But Kukuka, happy to be joining Gio on the desk for the first time today. This bout, though, I mean, it is just...
It's literally what everybody is waiting for. Probably since the beginning of Valorant, it was Sentinels always coming on top, and we saw that G2 that last year was always on top as well. They did have some bumps on their way, especially during this year, but with this new roster, oh my god, everybody's watching. Come on.
And then on the flip side, we have Sentinels, our first look at the defending champions from Reykjavik. I think for a lot of people, you know, it's been waiting on bated breath to see what this team will do when they step onto stage here for the first for LAN after a few months.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think much needs to be said about this team other than the fact that they are the best team in the world, and pretty much everybody out there knows that. Kukuka, your LAN.
I mean, I love Sentinels. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they went through the entire Masters 2 without dropping a single map. Is that going to change today, though?
Is it? What's your thought?
I think so.
You think they're dropping a map right here today?
Yeah, I mean, if we had the 3 map on the best match, this one completely deserves 3 maps.
I mean, I hope so. I hope so, because I want to see Sentinels challenged like that in a way that they weren't in Reykjavik. But I have to wonder, because having the opportunity to speak to those players on the stage in Reykjavik when they won, it almost felt too easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love to push the whole NA are the best region in the world, and they are, I am definitely not a fan of one team just being able to have everything handed to them. And while it would be great to see them win once again and actually set off their debut here in Berlin that well, I actually think that I would like to see Sentinels have that challenge. And with this rejuvenated G2, I think that'd be the perfect example of kicking that off.
Well, while Sentinels is a titanic team, I think we do have to take a closer look at the roster of G2 that aims to take them down today. For me, in the first match that G2 had, eyes were on Kellogg's.
Yeah, completely. And I feel like for this one as well, because we said that it was his debut on LAN, but he's still, you know, under the look of everybody. We know this team. We've seen them hundreds of times. I mean, not hundreds. I mean, we obviously want more of them because we have a Boba and Nuki coming from Heretics, Koldamenta coming from Ascent, Mixwell staying just the only one coming from the original one. But if there is a G2 that can beat Sentinels, it's this roster.
No, I mean, I totally see it. I think G2 have done a good job to synergize over the time that they've had together. We've already seen them play together here at Masters Berlin so far. They went up against F4Q, and they did say to themselves, and we even saw it at the start, they said we didn't expect it to be as hard as it was. We didn't expect it to be that much of a challenge. But I reckon coming off the back of that game, they can kind of refocus themselves, remind themselves what their strengths are, ready to come into this game.
All right, so who is ultimately going to be the difference maker here in this one for the side? We did point at Kellogg's.
I do have a head-to-head that I really want to look into.
Okay.
That would be Shazam against Koldamenta. Because it's, you know, it's the mind duel.
We know that there's, battle of the minds.
The workload for Shazam is just bigger because they don't have a coach. They don't really need it. I mean, for now, we're actually going to look at Koldamenta first. He is the IGL for the team, also playing Sova most of the time, but he is the one that makes the plan. Obviously, he's followed by another 4 amazing players.
Yeah, and I mean, Koldamenta, as you say, came originally from Ascend. He's come into G2 Esports from there. These huge brains, Shazam as well, going up against them. I've heard that Shazam has watched like a cajillion VODs coming into Masters Berlin, as you say. They don't have a coach, dude.
It's amazing, yeah.
My eyes would fall out of my skull.
If you compare it, knowing that G2 has the manager, the coach, the analyst, they have all this team behind them, plus their brilliant minds. So, yeah.
I mean, every time I talk to a player on Sentinel, Sentinels, they are never afraid to laud Shazam for how much effort he puts into the prep for the team and how much of a difference maker he is. Let's remind everybody the roster of the team that took home the trophy in Iceland just a couple months ago. It's Sick, it's Dapper Shazam, Tens, the big pickup, of course, and Zoms to close it out.
Let's take a look at the duels here. So it would be Zoms versus Avova, then Tens versus Kellogg's, Shazam against Colamenta. I think that Sick and Dapper will, you know, as they're more flexible, maybe not Dapper, but Sick is, will be, you know, face more against Mixwell. I feel like, I've been waiting for this match my entire life in Valorant, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's interesting actually because you mentioned Sick there, and I think for me, Sick is going to be one of those players to look at as a difference maker, because when you think of a team like G2 who don't really stick to characteristic agent compositions, they like to change things up. Sick, being one of the most flexible players in this entire game, is going to be the guy who can take on all those different roles and instantly adapt to whatever it is they think G2 can bring out.
Well, you brought up the Coldamenta Shazam matchup, so let's look at the Shazam side of that matchup. The IGL for Sentinels, the man with all the strats, and he's got a shot to boot.
I mean, his stats are pretty good. I would say pretty amazing. I mean, all things considered, the workload is amazing for him. So for him to have an average combat score over 200 says a lot about him.
Yeah, I mean, even in the final that they played against 100 Thieves over in NA, there were certain maps where Shazam was he was up there. I mean, he and Tens are always side by side, hand in hand. It is a romance that we all love to see. But and he's rivaling his kind of statistics, even though Tens is pretty much going to be always playing on a duelist, and Shazam a lot of the time is on Sova.
I mean, Tens, right? That to me is the difference maker when it comes to the play itself. Everybody's excited to see that move. He even said in the winner's interview on stage in Iceland, "I hope I can stay on this team." It became a reality not too long after that, and so for me, it's all about the growth of this team. They were the story of a roster recently put together with him as an addition coming into Iceland. And were able to achieve so much. So how much more can they achieve with the time they've had? Let's go ahead and hear from the Reykjavik champions themselves, as they no doubt aim to take home Berlin.
My name's Shazam, and I play for Team Sentinels. Yeah, we feel pretty confident. Feels like Masters 2, we went in there like with a lot to prove, since it was the first time on like international stage, and now like coming in, like we know we're top dogs, so it's a lot more comfortable feeling knowing like some teams weren't as unknown before as they are now. Outside of NA, I think the strongest region's the EU. You know, I watch a lot of the EU region. I think the team's really strong, but I'm still interested in seeing like Korea. I think their region is strong. We just matched up really well against their playstyle. We can't underestimate anyone. Teams went through roster changes. They got a better idea of like how they want to look. Also, just like a better understanding of how we play, since all eyes are on us. We've added like another layer to our gameplay where we won't hopefully be as easy to read, and you know, teams can't necessarily expect what we're gonna do.
Chance can't access his abilities, but he has the ability to shoot the classic, and he's shooting the classic, and everyone dies!
I definitely think we're the closest team by far. You know, we're not just coworkers or teammates, we're really good friends. I think that plays a huge role in why we play so well together, is like that like trust and like people fulfilling their roles that they have to. Yeah, my favorite memory from my VCC career is definitely winning Iceland. It's just crazy to win like the first international tournament. There's like no way to describe that feeling. That's definitely by far like a memory I'll hold forever, I'm sure. The like insane amount of like growth with our fan base, like it definitely motivates us, and there's a lot of people like counting on us and like rooting for us, and like the biggest thing is that we don't want to let them down. So like no matter what, like even if we're qualified for champions, like Hero Masters, like we don't want to let them down. We want like our fans to know, like, you know, they're rooting for the best team. Like we got them. I know all eyes are on us. I still think NA is the strongest region, even though EU teams are gunning for us. I mean, I feel like the pressure's on you guys. You know what we're capable of, and don't underestimate us.
I mean, they look humble. Shazam just looks humble. But then if we look at the social media from both teams,
Lord.
that is a different conversation.
If you have not been on Twitter recently, please do yourselves a favor right now and go check out the banter between G2 and Sentinels, because it's just top tier.
Well, it's something I was when we were talking about the fact that Sentinels don't have a coach, and you were like, yeah, you know, it's a team manager, team whatever. I was thinking, yeah, and a team owner who's going to hire a plane, just a plane, just going to be taking an innocent plane through the skies of Berlin.
If they win this matchup, I wonder what he'll rent next. A cruise ship to go sailing through the harbor or something?
It doesn't
I mean,
matter.
who knows?
What I really like about this matchup is that we're gonna have it twice, so we're actually gonna give double the banter. So I mean,
well, no, because if G2 lose this one, it's going to be a plane that just says sorry, Sentinels.
Yeah, no, the banter has been incredible, and I think that, again, the players are going to be feeling that energy when they step on the stage. I have a question for the both of you, though. When you are in G2's seat right now, and you're staring down the possibility of taking down Sentinels, when they didn't drop a map at Reykjavik, where do you even start to cobble together a strategy to take them down here?
it's the long run, obviously, for them. But I feel like G2 being the team that probably has changed the most during the last 3 months, testing a lot of different agent compositions and changes within the roster itself. I feel like it comes a lot to the surprise because, I mean, you use so many things that they don't know what you're going to use next.
Look, if I'm G2, I'm not going to judge myself and my abilities against a team that was at an event that I wasn't at. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to look to that and be like, oh my God, this is what Sentinels achieved when they were at Reykjavik. That's so I wasn't there. I couldn't prove myself against them there. So I'm just going to worry about this. The game has changed. We spoke with Sean earlier on the first desk that I was here with Sean and Yinsu, and we were talking about how the game has changed. The meta has changed since then. And if I'm G2, I'm also going to worry way more about what I am good at and what I can improve in my own kind of endemic flaws rather than worrying about their stuff, because that's how you get in your own head. That's how you actually start seeing yourself as below that team.
I also think that it's true. The game has changed a lot, and I feel like there is not that big of a difference between teams anymore, because just as G2 last year was on top and it became to a point where it wasn't anymore, we were talking yesterday about Envy, how they're always third and fourth, but the game keeps going. New metas, new changes, new teams, but they're still on that position. For Sentinels, it's the first position, but it's not going to be that stable forever.
I also do have to wonder, in Sentinel's position, how much pressure they're feeling because of the precedent they set. Right? I mean, you're going to maybe start to worry that first time you go down in a map where you hadn't prior. Maybe start second-guessing some of the decisions you've made. And so, to your point, Gio, the note of play your own game. That's what got Sentinels the championship the first time around. That could very well be what gets G2 the championship this time.
Well, it's almost like the Vision Strikers effect that we spoke about the other day, where it's like you come in as the team that has all of the expectations on you, and suddenly it's a bit more restrictive. You don't have as much freedom to just kind of allow yourself to do your thing because you're aware of that. That said, just judging by the way that Shazam has spoken and the general attitude that we see from Sentinels, I'm not entirely convinced that they are a team who is feeling tons of pressure right now. I think that one of the things that makes Sentinels so good is their mental fortitude and their own self-assuredness. You know what I mean?
And it's not only that. I mean, at some point, they're going to drop a map in this series. I mean, they have to. Just one. Come on. It cannot be that dominant again. No. Come on. Especially they played twice against G2.
I will believe it when I see it.
It was actually written into their contracts, like, you can come to Berlin, but only if you agree to drop a map. We need the story.
Yeah, but you were talking about they're still superior. I mean, they have to drop at some point. The pressure, right? But everybody looking, oh my God, it's Sentinels again. They're going to do great. And if they lose a map, people are going to be like, you know, they had to lose at some point.
Yeah, every undefeated streak comes to an end at some point. Perhaps it'll be today. We are going to take a moment to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be stepping on stage with G2 and Sentinels.
দেখতে আছিস একবার ভাবতে পারো না
Welcome once again back to the VCC Music Hall, where we're gearing up for Sentinels Vs G2. Teams are preparing to step on stage, but while they do, we've got a cool little treat for you, a moment for our very own Pansy and Shazam in a series called Decoded to give you some tips. Check it out.
It is NA all day.
Who's left? Right, like what's left? Who's left standing?
But he's got the charge! Tens has the blade to go. Oh! Very out of the sky!
You know, you can see it, right? You can see it on the stage, you can see it in the server. These guys are all vibing.
The Koreans are like silent assassins.
Welcome to Decoded. We break down the best strats and plays from the Valorant Champions Tour to help you in your ranked games. Today we're going to be looking at how to execute a perfect retake strategy with an example from Masters Reykjavik winners, Sentinels. Who else? But first, look, what is a retake, you may be asking? And you know what? Great question. You're hitting the nail on the head there. A retake is a play where the defending team manages to regain control of the site and score a defuse after the spike has been planted. It's a popular strategy for defenders to back off of a site when the attackers rush in and play for a retake rather than fighting them immediately. This gives the defenders time to group up for a more even team fight. In this particular example from the upper bracket here at Masters Reykjavik, Sentinels met Korea's Newturn Gaming, who had surprised the world with their impressive run so far in the tournament. And if you watch previous episodes of Decoded, you'd be in the know, and you might remember how Newturn are known for their aggressive and coordinated pushes onto the sites. Coming into this match, Sentinels of course knew what to expect and came up with a plan how to counter it. As we break down this round, we'll be digging into some of the essential team play concepts to bring into your own games, including how to play a patient defense, assess teamfight risks, and manage resources efficiently. Keep an eye out for all of these tips as we work our way through it, and you'll be executing a retake like a pro. Let's get into it. Newturn begin the round with all 5 players stacked outside the A side of the map. Sentinels anticipate this and start setting up for a punish. Newturn push through Zom's smoke and the gravity well at the door of A lobby. Lucky is spotted by Shazam's recon bolt. Right after, Lucky is able to tag Shazam with his own L drone, giving Newturn visibility on his location as he retreats into the A site. Now, Newturn feel like they have enough intel to continue onto the A site. They set up a split push by sending 3 players down A long and 2 players with a spike to short. Sick rotates over to A site to support Shazam, but the other members of Sentinels stay put. Sentinels are careful to not over-rotate too early here, as they've only spotted 1 or 2 members of Newturn at this point. Newturn are now ready to enter the site. Suggest kicks things off by tossing in a paint shell to the corner of A short. Sick mollies the A short entrance in response to keep him out. But it's going to take more than that to slow down Suggest. He bounces over the molly with his blast packs, landing safely onto A site with his showstopper locked and loaded in hand. But Sentinels are nowhere to be found. That's because they've opted for the retake strategy already this round. Rather than risk a 2v5 fight, Sick and Shazam hang back at the defender's spawn, giving control of A site to Newturn while they wait for the rest of the teammates to arrive for a group push. High-level Valorant is all about risk calculation. On the surface, it may seem strange that they're allowing Newturn a free spike plant, but in the bigger picture, that's a smaller price to pay than losing 2 players in an early, unfavorable fight. Now, Newturn get the spike planted and Sentinels group up in spawn. The retake's about to begin, and it's already a 4v5 in favor of Sentinels after Shazam scored a lucky pick by spraying through a smoke. Sentinels kick off their retake by activating a gravity well on top of the spike, attempting to catch whoever planted it. They hook Suggest in, setting up for an easy kill for Sick in heaven. From this position, Sick can't see any more opponents, but his teammates in A tunnel have a read on Allow. He revealed his location in Hell by tossing a smoke from there just a moment ago. They communicate this to Sick, who goes for a crazy play to catch Allow off guard. Sick curves a flash into Hell, drops down immediately, taking Allow out with a headshot. However, Allow manages to take Dapper down with him in the scramble. Sentinels aren't concerned though, as they still have 2 players over Newturn. Now, we've seen it happen on our end, but let's check in with Shazam to hear what was going through his head during this play.
Zoms immediately uses his Astro ult to cut off the chokes of the site. So they have to get the bomb down, and now they have to decide if they're going to sit in empty corners of the site or if people are going to play outside the site. It kind of like splits them off, and the retake is set up immediately. Everyone rotates in. I leave Heaven to set up a recon dart and who's on site. Zoms has a gravity wall on default that gets 6 kill, and then he usually flashes out of Heaven. And now the recon dart's cleared every corner of site. They get the kill under Heaven. We know the remaining teams have to be outside of the site because they were behind Astra's ultimate. It's just like protocol to follow for these retakes. And it was good on me and Sick to recognize that, you know, they're committing to the A side, you need to give up control and play retake in that scenario. You shouldn't try to go for a kill and lose man disadvantage, because like everyone's utility matters for this retake. So you can't be like half trying to hold the site and like half committed to the retake. Like we fully just left the site, and that's how the round played out for us.
The remaining new turn players Solo and Lakia split off earlier to check for lurkers. They now hold their defensive positions and wait for Sentinels to approach. Zombs and Shazam locate Solo and swing the corner together to increase their chances of winning the fight. Solo dies to the hands of Zombs, but he's able to take Shazam out with him. The decision to peek this corner as a pair is another great example of Sentinel's resource management and awareness. While they could have gone for a 1v1, they knew that sending 2 players would increase their chance of eliminating him, even if it meant training 1 player. In their current position of a man advantage, trading is extremely valuable as it decreases Newturn's potential to make a comeback while maintaining their overall lead. When attempting a retake, always be aware of what resources you have over your opponents and how you can spend those resources to maintain an advantage. As the last man standing for Newturn, Lakia finds himself in a tricky spot. He waits patiently for Sick to start defusing and is able to score the kill. But little did he know, Tens was waiting right around the corner ready to strike. Tens finishes it off, scoring the final kill and completing a perfect retake with resources left to spare. And that's the play. Now that we've broken it all down, let's take a moment to recap what we've learned. Patience is a virtue for every great player. Don't get too jumpy on defense and rotate early. Sometimes it's safer to wait things out until you've got more information. In the heat of the moment, managing risk is key. Sometimes it's best to fall back on a site and play for retakes rather than ending up in an unfavorable fight. Always be aware of what resources you and your opponents have. When you're in the lead, don't be afraid to spend some of those resources to keep your advantage going. Try bringing these pro strats into your next ranked match and see how your game improves. Thanks for checking out this episode of Decoded. Be sure to tune in to the VCT, of course, to learn more pro strats to bring to your ranked games. For upcoming matches and schedules and all the information you may ever need, head over to valorantesports.com. And that's it for Decoded 2021. Check out the full Decoded playlist for all the tips and tricks you may ever need. It's all there for you. Free, ready for the taking. And well, we'll be seeing you again, hopefully. Maybe. Who knows? It's me done. Catch you next time.
Thank you so much, Pansy and Shazam. I'm pretty sure I just jumped 3 tiers in Valorant from that video
Oh, so you made it to silver?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, my goodness.
It's what you get. It's what you get.
I asked
He set
for that.
himself up
I set
for it.
myself up
Do
for
you
that
remember
one.
when Gio and I destroyed you the other day?
I do remember that. I do remember
Oh, that
that.
was a good
One
time.
of you was at the bottom of the boards, though, and I
wasn't
won't
me.
let it wasn't
It was
you.
me. I got freaked off. Listen. All right, hold on. I was bottom fragger in the entire server, and I own it. I still won.
Fair enough. Fair
Exactly.
enough.
She was the moral support. Okay, she was giving us the recon.
I was doing good recon dubs.
She was
Hello.
our Shazam. You know.
I'll take my lickings. I'll
She was
take
our
my
coach,
lickings.
our IGL.
Make sure you check out
What's the
Decoded
video?
online for more tips and tricks when it comes to your ranked
GT
Valorant
bhai.
play. But it's time for us to now reframe towards G2 and Sentinels. So I do want to re-hit a couple points that we already have, but just because they are so important again. You've already mentioned Coldmenta versus Shazam when it comes to that in-game leadership, when it comes to the strategic minds of these teams. But I also recall you calling up the duelists as well as being a hyper-focus when it comes to playmaking round to round.
Yeah, and I feel like Tense has a little bit more of confidence just because he's been with the team just longer. And I also think that Sentinels is the kind of team that adapts super fast to their enemies. So I think that even if they encounter something that they were not expecting, they're going to overcome it. As for G2, I feel like they will find something that they are not able to overcome just today. But they're going to have another matchup, and that's where I expect to see the magic.
I mean, for me, I think for what I'm looking for with G2 is leaning into those strengths. Like, for example, what we saw against F4Q. And I'm repeating something Pansy said in her little segment, which is patience is a virtue. G2 are very good at playing patiently. They're very good at drawing utility out from their enemies and then striking while the iron is hot, right? And that is what I want to be seeing from them. They're great at bringing in these pinches. They're fantastic at playing for trades.
কিছু
And I think
উত্তর
those are the
দিয়েছে।
kinds of things that if they can do them
बाकी तो
well,
Sentinel
should
का-
work
वो तो
against
Sentinel
us.
भी
Curious how that
छोड़े
interacts with
दा,
a team
game
like
में
Sentinels,
दिखाएगा
because we
ये।
heard Shazam say in the
अरे
very
छोटे
same
छोटे
piece how
बच्चे।
important it was that
Game
all
में
5
दिखाएगा।
members were alive for that
Tens के
retake.
बिना
Each piece
tens,
of utility being
immortal
আমি করি
important,
না যখন
not
আয়রন বলছে
actually
স্যার
taking,
চিল মারনা
the
বলতে দে
50-50 on, the
Tens
entrance to
के
the side.
But
के
it
भी
also
like
looked
tens
natural. You know,
immortal
it came so
निकल गए।
naturally. They were so prepared because, as Shazam mentioned, they're friends. They know each other. They knew exactly how the other thinks, and they're ready for these things. That is what I mentioned.
ভাই
They know how to
ওপেন
overcome these things,
চ্যালেঞ্জ
even in a very short period of time.
When you think about what is going to put G2 over the edge in a winning scenario, what is it? What aspect of their play is so superior to everybody else?
For winning Sentinels, especially?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what would tee them up to beat Sentinels?
I feel like they need to be pumped up as they were the other day. They need to support each other a lot. Even when they lose those rounds, they need to still be able to just take the team and be like, okay, next, what else do we have? Because we do have a lot. So they need to just keep that momentum, even though if it's not alive.
I think something else to consider is the fact that G2 has already had the opportunity to play on the stage. This is the first outing for Sentinels. A number of teams that we've had high expectations for have actually had slow starts in a number of maps, and so that's going to be a consideration as well. How will map 1 go in terms of the momentum for either of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, they're used to already being on the stage. They know what they're working with. They know how they reacted to whatever it was going on kind of behind what we get to see. I mean, yeah, that said, it's not as if they're going up against a team that are exactly inexperienced.
True.
From that perspective. So, you know, I guess we'll have to find out how big a deal that is. And you also have the concern that Sentinels, they got to just kind of chill, relax, watch a couple of cheeky VODs while G2 are like hauling away.
That's a good point. There's a little bit of tape
মাথায় তো
that
চাপ,
Sentinels
আর
has
টেবিলের
to
মাথায় অত
watch.
চাপ তো নেই,
And we
যে
saw
জিততেই
a lot
হবে।
of Avoba on Astra. I think
টাকার
that we're
জন্য
going to
খেলা,
see more of
পজিশনের জন্য তো
that
খেলা নেই
today.
ওরা।
I do not have the insights,
তো
but I'm
অলরেডি
just
চ্যাম্পিয়ন্সে আছে।
going to put it there. No, I'm not.
All right, well, you know, we're not giving anything away because we don't know anything, but we'll know some stuff soon enough because I just received word that it is time for us to step on stage and see G2 take on Sentinels for the first time here at Masters Berlin.
ঢুকে গেছি
प्लीज भाई रास्ता मेरे भी सब्सक्राइब देखते चाहिए यार ट्विटर वाला क्या चल रे भाई इनसे देख लेना
হাসি পায়
साला লেলা ভোলা টাইপের ছেলে শালা
হ্যাঁ দেখে ওকে মনে হয় লেলা ভোলা কিন্তু বাবা মারবে না
সেনে এটা কে এসছে ও তো কোচ নাই যে
Loving the energy out of the G2 squad and Kukuka. That's exactly what you said they would need here coming into this series. It's the energy, got smiles on the faces, so sky's the limit here.
Yeah.
I want to talk about map select though, because we've talked so much about the players themselves. So what do we expect? Where do you want to go?
I know where they don't want to go. I do not expect G2 to want to go to Breeze. Just because I don't feel like they are exactly comfortable on that map, and I feel it's a good map for Sentinels, even though they might not play like the most usual comps. And I also feel like Sentinels would be kind of weird if they wanted to play Ascent against G2, even though the results have not been the best lately. I still feel like it's a pretty strong map for them.
For me, what I would like to see is G2 get to go to Icebox, because when they played against F4Q, that was the map they had banned against them, but I feel like it's a map that G2 are very strong at. They feel very comfortable there. So I think if you're them, you would like to go there.
All right, well, it'll be Sentinels that gets to choose 2 of the 3 maps in this map select.
Then the first one has to be split.
Yeah?
Because G2 has only played it once. They were pretty...
তো সাউন্ড একদমই কমিয়ে দিয়েছে ভাই একটু বাড়া
Yeah, but I mean, only one. We expect changes, we expect to shine, and G2 expected Sentinels to pick that map.
All right, we're diving straight into your prime map select here. Waiting for the bans first, but as Two of you predicted Breeze and Ascent. We'll see if that holds true here in just a moment.
Display capture করলে ওটা সাউন্ড আসবে
maybe I doubt
না ডিসপ্লে আসবে না ইয়ে করতে স্ক্রিন ক্যাপচার কর আরে ডিসপ্লে ক্যাপচার সঙ্গে সাউন্ড ক্যাপচার সম্পর্ক নেই ওটা ডেস্কটপ অডিও আসবে
This probably isn't the series for it, I agree, but I would love to see it.
I know, it's just too high stakes.
I hate Breeze.
But I think there is that, you know, you hate Breeze.
I hate Breeze.
Sorry, I hate Split. So
you hate Split?
Yes, I'm a Sofa player.
I love Split. I love Split.
Oh my
Ascent bad.
Okay.
Then bad.
I just became best friends over Split. Ascent is out though, so correct on the prediction there.
ওরা মনে ইয়ে বাদ দেবে
No
Breeze বাদ দেবে
That was the obvious one.
Go to Ascent. Okay. We'll see what
Breeze
follows
বাদ
here.
দিলে
It's Breeze to follow, so
Split still in.
2 for 2 right now.
It should be the first pick if I'm
হ্যাঁ বাদ দেবে না বাস সিলেক্ট করবে প্রথমে বাইন্ড নেবে এই বাইন্ড বলছি
It's not only that, I feel like Sentinels have gotten so okay. Thank you.
Sentinels split.
That's what we like to see.
Sentinels don't like me then. I see how it is.
They have swapped Dapper from to Killjoy, and I feel like they're so strong on the defense. Also,
defense nilo
it feels like it's the right thing to do.
Say attacking first map.
I don't know what G2 has prepared for this map. Still, it's the first time that they're going to test it if they do.
I think it's natural that they choose to kick things off. Now it is G2's opportunity to pick a map. We were saying it's got to be Icebox. That's where they've had success before. We'll see if they agree with us, though.
Yeah, what are your options? Because they lost combined against F4Q that showed like a weak face of them. Okay, you were in the right. Yeah,
Icebox
I feel like this is one of those maps where G2 will really have the opportunity to play into their own play style.
Sentinel Icebox nilo
how you know what they have to do to go up against Sentinels.
Sentinel to defense choose করলো
I think the key is to not allow Sentinels to draw them out of their comfort zone. And Icebox is one of those maps where I can see G2 actually feeling more anchored.
And it's a lovely map.
Hindi de likhche bachao.
That is what we're here for. We have to wait until map 2. Maybe not really. I feel like for G2, it's kind of like a coin flip. I mean, to me, Icebox all the time is always like a coin flip. But I would say it's a shaky map for Sentinel, so it's a good battlefield for them.
Well, Haven will be our third and final map if we make it there.
This is my favorite map from Sentinel.
Look, Sentinels went 13-6 against 100 Thieves on here. Sick on the Phoenix. I feel like this is one of those only teams you're really going to see Phoenix get played substantially. Sick on the Phoenix on this map is sick. I mean, it's absolutely was so much fun to watch. And I think that if we do get to a map 3, G2 will be feeling the heat there.
Oh, please, Lord, let us get to map 3.
Oh, I know.
Actually, that was the coded that we saw. I really like also the fact that they have changed Dapper to the Killjoy there. It gives them a lot more of ground control, I would feel. And we're going into the big map. But please, G2, take us to map 3.
Yep, well, again, it starts on Split, so we'll see if they can get anything done there. Well, of course, we expect Sentinels to be the favorite team on that map, a favorite of theirs. Let's start talking about agents. Kakuki, you already tipped your cap to the fact that they have swapped Dapper most recently from the Cypher.
Sorry, it was the other way around.
Other way around, from KJ over to the Cypher.
Yeah, this happens. And it's not only that, they've also swapped the race for the Reyna, even more looking for the duels. We mentioned G2 is very good at trading. Is that going to pay off against such a strong Reyna? We'll see.
Yeah, that's definitely one to wait and find out. Yeah, it's usually the Astra, Cypher, Jet, Reyna, and Sage that they've been going for most recently. Split is Sentinel's third most played map, so definitely one that they're going to be feeling comfortable on. But yeah, that double duelist, I think, for me is going to be
G2
game-changing. Yeah, where a lot of my attention is going to be paid.
Now, it may be Sentinel's third most played map, but it's actually one of the lesser played maps here so far at Masters Berlin. Only an example or two so far overseas played. So I'm just kind of curious to remind our viewers where we feel the most integral elements of the map play are, how those agent picks will play into control over both sides as well as mid.
Yeah, I feel like here, if Sentinels just keep playing with the Astra, that gives them a lot of ground control. I would really like Zoms there. I'm expecting a change from Avova also into jumping in the Astra. We saw it yesterday on Haven. That is something that I want to see again as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've said a couple of times on the desk over the course of the last few days, I'm not a fan of the fact that EU typically have been less hot on the Astra. Yes, the nerf. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I haven't been a fan of the fact that EU have been more in the Omen camp than the Astra camp, and it's been really nice recently to see them start to, entertain it.
Yeah, but we're more like double controller instead of double duel. I really like it. I mean, if we
Cypher to nebe.
Sentinels.
Yeah, Dapper is not not going to be playing a Cypher or a KJ in this instance. He's going
oh my god, I'm dying. I love it. Oh god, this is so good from Sentinels. I love it. This is
I'm a fan.
I'm missing some maybe flashes, but I get it that they love the double duelist.
Oh come on, it's tens. Do they need flashes? Like tens, he just needs to use his leer. They're sorted, mate.
You're gonna win all the peaks anyway. Yeah, who needs a flash? Either way, the energy in this build right now is electric. I know the players, the teams are feeling it. The agents are locked in. The map is
coach bhi like
our casters, Pansy and IPOC are ready to go. Let's head up to them now to head in the map.
You are not wrong at all, Dash. This atmosphere in here coming into the thought of this matchup, all the talk before it, all the gusto given out, but it's all about what's about to happen on the server. Now, Agent Select alone has caught your attention.
It has, yeah, and I think some of the key things we're talking about, obviously, where Sentinels excel really in terms of that mid-round kind of those audible calls and being able to pivot back to wherever else they're able to find an opening. Avova switching onto the Astra here, which is something previously they've dabbled with, but on particular on Split, it would typically be an Omen. I think that's going to be a key component to look at for G2. Again, you know, there's a couple of other changes here. Kellogg's back on the Jet. Previously, we saw him dabble with the Reyna, and also Coldament on the Killjoy. So, couple of changes here. We've got to question the prep behind that, Lauren.
We do, and of course we've seen the Viper as well. Definitely caught the attention. So no need to linger on it because we are into the game. On the attacking side, the returning Reykjavik champions looking hot to trot, and G2, the unlikely boys who are going to have to prove something monstrous here. Awaken the beast that has truly been just sealed away. Got to see what they can bring. Round one already started up. Sentinels having a look towards that A side.
Actually, straight away the wall in place to prevent that cross into heaven. At least have to give some information away. Nuki going to be called upon here with the frenzy. Actually ignores the dash, but 10 still finds the opening.
Camp করে খেলছে বে উপর heaven block নিচে camp করছে
do nothing but sit inside screens. Now the poison orb going to go up.
খেলা দেখেছিস তুই আগে
Potentially give a lot more control over to Sentinels as the spike is planted.
Let's see how much ground they can get. It's like the springboard back in. Shazam does not care for it. He's leaning forward, catches the CT push from Mixwell. As Dapper looking towards that playback through from the T side, that flank that will be coming in. We saw it slowly building with Avova over that side, but he's got support, he's got Kellogg's here as well. The Sentinels, boys, they're a little different.
Clean head, bhai. Mane ekdom clean head. Cha bhalo bhalo GT bhalo bhalo.
But there's an army in the way. This isn't going to happen. 8 HP. The Dream's dead. Ken's got it. That's the first. Sentinels pick up where they left off.
Actually, G2 in the
headphone bad diye ye normal headphone aski pacchi na
the only problem being Nuki kind of
dara
stuck there. Once
khela dekhi bhai
being on the raid, there's no real free card right there. It's a one and done, and he didn't deliver on that front. So Sentinel's able to capitalize on that opening fairly easily. See if G2 throw anything into it. It's going to be Kellogg's with a Sheriff, but other than that, that's across the board. See if they stack up and try and get a little bit aggro. Looking at 4 players actually towards A, but Spike leaning B side, and there's 2 members outside garage here. So Coldamenta will be called upon here, or at least Tommy Turret. We'll give that information away. 10s and sick.
Already split.
Information gone on the back of it. They will retrieve the orb. But elsewhere, again, there's 2 players creeping through mid as well.
Yeah, that's been catching my eye, and look at all the attention. G2's putting it this way. They're about to get crunched on. Pro Coldamenta. Very unfavorable scenario for him as Sentinels. Lovely start, very clean, and I want to see how they fare in these anti-ecos, I guess you could say. I mean, we have a Shorty and a Sheriff, not much else. This should be 5 alive. If you're looking at Sentinels as expectations, I mean, most of us, if we're being reasonable, probably chose between maybe Gambit, if you're more of an EMEA fan, NA, looking at Sentinels here, and if you're a bit weird like me, I go 100 Thieves. But these boys are the real deal. And as you can see, so far 5 standing, and Kellogg's is your last one there. Not going to get any bonuses there.
Did be like नहीं सामने कोई है अरे पीछे देख ले भाई
looking sharp, and this isn't a surprise to us yet. This is going par for the course.
Absolutely.
भाई दादा अभी देख वो स्ट्रीम सेट करते दौड़ छाता
2 rounds have played out. I think actually Sentinel's going to look to obviously capitalize on this, on the SMGs here, maybe stack up for a full-on site here early on. G2 going to be called upon very early in this round. Again, I don't want to see them lean too heavily forward. Spread pretty thin. It's only Mixwell.
Bonus round.
Screens on A. It's double stack towards B tower actually, with Avova down towards garage. But Sentinels spread across as well. Kellogg's going to be called
This
upon
is
in
so
mid
wide.
here.
Okay, gets out. Might play in Nuki a little. Didn't quite get the pickup he wanted. And damage not quite being done until then. Coldamenta going to draw blood over by Mailroom, and they are actually greeting the challenge in towards middle, keeping them just to arm's length, maybe just far enough for those rifles to ring through. But bear in mind, statistically speaking, and just by
Hello
every
guys and
account,
welcome back to another
statistically,
new
any
live
way you
stream.
wanna look at
ये
this,
बात नहीं करने
G2
वाला यार.
should be able to convert
Please,
this round,
game
but those
day.
SMGs, when brought up nice and close, if they can keep pressuring mid, can still do damage. Now again, this pressure is between Nuki and Kellogg's.
Kellogg's actually backed all the way away from this, and Six still forcing his way in here. Actually getting way closer. Avova has to be called upon for a gravity well there. And Sentinels closing the distance here. It's going to be really difficult. Kellogg's is down to 2 HP.
Yeah, this is good though. Nice aim from him, but now he's under severe scrutiny.
Nice
He's going to be eventually found. Avova's got his back though, and this is good trading. Dapper, great work. Big damage. Wants to pressure CT. Why not get in there? Get the faces. Nuki, he's got it.
Bonus round chilo.
Nice one, nice one.
To stop the rot. You don't want to see that bonus round being converted. That's when a spiral could occur.
Yeah, again, one more weapon there. I'm a little more concerned for G2, but majority stand. Sentinels forced to invest. Again, that slow kind of progression through mid again.
Oh, the mic tech is sound
most of those SMGs.
Bapi stream hai, Bapi.
Well positioned.
Discord asche na.
This time actually, 3 members over towards A main. Again, Mixwell the only one on A side.
Noise get use kar.
Be very careful here. Again, the Viper wall up. Sick actually opens up straight away onto Kellogg's.
Look, you can get away with that against others, but the aim on the Sentinel side is just unrelenting. Mixwell's going to have to deal with this as well now. 10's on the other side.
Rage.
By his side, so it's not so bad just yet. Actually, even gets to back away.
Heavy গালফা লাগানো দিয়ে দেয়
আচ্ছা কি থেকে করে ওটা নয়েজ গেট
বলে দেব আমি
ছাড়া কোন ছাড়
As Sick wins that final fight, and now suddenly the site is open, ready for the taking of 3v2, and there's going to be the ult to just allow
lol bhai
carrying of the fight across safely.
সাইটের বাইরেই সাইট ক্লিয়ার
Plant inside the market. Over in Coldamenta.
হ্যাঁ বলো
Really difficult.
সব করে দেবো একটু দাঁড়া আজকে ম্যাচ আছে
জমস কে নিয়ে না নাই
Actually gives them a pocket just behind on the
জমসের পজিশন কে জানেই না
জমসের পজিশনটাই ভাইটাল খুব
This is a tough retake for them.
Oh, you think about the utility that's just been flooded in. They can just sit the time ticking so favorably towards Sentinels. Avova shows where he is now, pulls attention, but shows that he's also off it. Dips away, but that allows Coldamenta. Finds a bit of space towards Dapper, but bear in mind there is one player who is the safety net, but that is going to be Zoms. Has to give away position. Lock it over. That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Arre me baru.
Swiftest safety net so far.
Actually, investment of the ultimate there as well. Very late into that. It's just desperation to
Zoms be like, "Arre मैं बाहर हूँ."
Safety on side to get a defuse through, but about the half at that point. This is the problem. The first time, like I said, Sentinel stacking 3 up here, so kind of Nuki coming across to rotate. Mixwell obviously put in grave danger behind the wall. Again, if they can stack up like this, I think Sentinels really
কত ভিউ চলছে রে
condition G2 to lean.
ভাই 50k view 54k
Kellogg's there, Coldamenta switched up. Mixwell now again looking for control around the orb. So Nuki put in a position where
ভাই ইউটিউবে 54k
হ্যাঁ this cross into mail.
কসম
Again, G2 have a couple of bits and pieces. Mixwell and Nuki getting the Spectres.
এটা মারছে ভাই নিউকির অবস্থা নুকি করে দিয়েছে নিউকির অবস্থা নুকিয়ে দিয়েছে এবারে সাজাম হাতটাতে হিল নিতে এসেছে
ইকো রাউন্ড ওরে কি বলতো এরা জানে ওরা ইকো রাউন্ড কি করে আগাচ্ছে দেখ কচ্ছপের মতো আগাচ্ছে দেখবো তার রাউন্ডটা হয়ে গেল রিক্যাপ দেখবো
And you can already see those
defense অনেক আগে চলে এসেছে
আরে ঢুকে গেছে সাইডে রাইট এন্ট্রি হয়ে গেছে
Good awareness by Kellogg's at least.
Okay, এন্ট্রি
Good for the trade.
না লিড করে দিয়েছে অনেক লিড করে দিয়েছে ইয়েতে পয়জনে
Weapon retrieved at least in mid, but how much more they can do in this round. Sentinels with a man advantage, and it's tough to break through here with 2 SMGs.
ঠিক ওরা ইয়েকে সাজাম কার একটা হিল দেবে
Get out of that smoke actually.
হ্যাঁ ওই দিয়ে দিল একটা হিল
Yeah, but it's instant traded. That's the beauty there of 10's coming around, but it is going to be found again by Nuki, so there's a bit of a back and forth here, but Mixwell
Just saying, get out for it as Tens.
Oh भाई
Just locked in the back of the side.
टेंस के अटके दिए zombies भी like अरे मैं हूँ ना
राउंडটা দেখব রাউন্ডটা প্রথমেটা দেখ সিক ঢুকবে
If you look statistically sure, you may look at it on first.
भाई टेंस के अटके दिए भाई
टेंस भी like
It's all been relatively
ठीक है
This is
ओए
the
दे
map that they sit on, so this is a gorgeous take.
কচ্ছপের মতো আগাচ্ছে
Let's go.
Step on the stage for them. They have to reclaim that reputation that obviously followed them off the back of Reykjavik. They're the number one.
খেলছিস
And again, I've never seen
साजन पिस्टल नीचे
What is match না
Alta से साजन है ना Alta से
Storm up the rip here. Kellogg's actually with the operator online. He's over towards B main here. Looking to invest the showstopper, but nothing on the other side of it.
showstopper এর কোনো কাজ হলো না
Just to try and slow down this push or
yes
some control. Anti-10 will find two there.
ho
Yeah, that's
revive আছে
finally taking a little bit of, I guess, proactive play towards middle.
Tens
Even though
revive
he's been
দেবে
pretty much dictated to by that man. Even just the
কি হয়েছে?
audio cue forced his hand earlier on, and now she's
অনেক revive আছে
still has to do some
revive
more.
আসবে
Dapper just got caught off trying to play up towards A. Can Shaz do something miraculous here? Knives out. It's time to go. Has to find the player just around that corner. He knows what he's got to do. And no, it's not worked out. Fundamental, lovely play there. Very calm and collected.
সাজম খুব বাজে মিস করলো ওটা
Dapper, we've seen him in another situation. Coldamenta this time around waiting there. Obviously anticipating that lurk. That's going to be the big problem for G2. If they can actually spread thin enough where they can greet this presence in mid, they can maintain control and look to Kellogg's on the operator to do that towards B garage at least. But Dapper is going to be a constant threat throughout this half. Actually, Sentinels now. Sheriff's across the border. Stinger. On the side of Dapper.
Went real Australian on that. Stinger. Bit sharky
out here today.
But we'll see what it looks like. This is a... I mean, we've got 4 Sheriffs. So a little bit of a Shiko here. Yeah, maybe they can punish these closer angles. But G2 well aware, of course, of the economy. Maybe not the Stinger. So going to have to respect that. And sit a little deeper. Make it hard work. The Sentinels do at least get a little bit of ground gain towards that A site. But Coldamenta still just happy to sit back, spam away. Not too many worries just yet. How much room is Shaz going to be given here? That's what makes me nervous.
This is what I'm talking about. Kellogg's being in position with the operator to greet kind of the other side of this play. And that's on the back of
আচ্ছা স্যাজ এখান থেকে রোপসের ইয়ের রোটেশন
trying to find something in there, but that's what I'm looking for G2 is remaining composed, keeping that structure and formation in the defensive half.
Overwhelm here so easily though. Yeah, there it is. That's the problem. There it is. 10.
ভাই ওই মা
Boys, it hit
God ভাই
They've got the site to themselves. Keep in mind Shaz was holding that rotation too. They're going to be so aware of where people are.
রেস তো দিল গান নেই
The res back up. It's all 5 standing now against 3. And this is just panic stations galore. Oh, look at this play coming out. Dapper is on this side. And you had no right getting this round, but it looks like it's theirs unless Coldamenta wants to clutch this one out.
সাহস আছে কেজেটার
সাহস আছে কেজেটার সত্যি করে
কেজেটার কিছু সাহস আছে
Get this done, but it ain't easy. And it's not going to happen. Dapper and Sentinels. What a way to turn it around.
This is the problem. You talk about the composure for G2.
ভাই পদে সাহস আছে সামনে 4 জন
just systematically breaking down the weaker side
ও ভাই
G2's defense and Tens in
বুঝে
না ক্যাপারা টেন্স দুই দিকে দুটো তুললো
It's just insane to watch that.
ভাই দ্যাপারের মুখটা যাই আসে না খেলার সময়তে
Look at it, look at it. Oh, yo, shout out to cameraman.
ভাই
They're like, okay, fine.
মুখ নেমে গেছে ভাই
Find the one yelling, find the one real sad. There it is, gorgeous. We do have a timeout.
Bhai,
that's going to be a tilter as well.
Bhai, G2 tilt হয়ে গেছে
timeout শেষ G2 be like अरे गलती कर दिया रे इनसे पंगा लेके
ego challenge people like Tens, don't just sit on angle.
Not usually advisable.
Timeout ni nilo ora.
Timeout ni nije fuck man.
Do not do this, you know what I mean? Like again, I think something that we talked about throughout, the regular season leading into this was the mechanical ability of some of the North American players. It does push pretty high, and they are able to
Sentinel er coach ta bechara emni bose ache main to maza karne aaya hu seriously oda to coach nai na team manager bose ache o be like ami to bujhi na game
বুঝে না মজা করতে
চলছে আরাম করে ভাই বুলটা রেড বুল খাচ্ছে আর
गेम देखছে
Again,
হ্যাঁ
I think
সেই
this is
মজা
gonna
ভাই
be a
ওর
stark awakening for G2 here. And maybe it's going to be hard to bound back. Again, this is a map that I will say should go
আমার
for
কেন মনে হচ্ছে
Sentinels.
এটা এ রাশ করবে
So again, how do they
আমারও তাই
fire
মনে
it
হচ্ছে
back up without
কারণ কি
ওই
সেজাম আর
অফ
টেন্স
নিচে
একসাথে আছে
You can see it. They're
অফ
out of their
নিচে
chance.
ভাই
যখন সেজাম আর টেন্স একসাথে থাকবে না ওরা রাশ করবে
Yeah, absolutely.
শাজাম কি করছে এটা লাফাচ্ছে কেন টেন্স এরকম করে
Tested the other day versus F4Q, but
আমার মনে
G2
বলছে রাশ করবে
have to prove to us that they're able to innovate and adapt on the fly because Sentinels one of the
Heaven close করে দিল
one way or the other. And again, all credit to Shazam on that front in terms of the in-game leadership, but take a look at this round now. Sentinels much slower in approach.
मुझे नाइफ घुरा था
Towards A main here, Spike sat comfortably with Zoms and Kellogg.
কিন্তু মরে যায় না ভাই তুই তো মরে যেতে
Given anything.
10 HP
Anticipating CT pushing forward, making the most of this lesser perch. Kellogg's will be forced back now. Shazam creeping ever closer.
শেষ ইমো
ভাই টেন্স এর অফ দেখতে চাই আরে বাপি রিসেট এ কর রিফ্রেশ কর অনেক পিছনে চলছিস রাউন্ড হয়ে গেল চাল কালানা
in the approach and then just not being presented. Shazam is like, well, I've seen what you're up to. I get the idea, but
ये कोई भाई गेम देखना यार
and a Spectre
একা বেঁচে এটা
এই কত টাইমার কত বল 32 সেকেন্ড 30
প্ল্যান্ট হয়ে গেছে র‍্যাম সে আছে এক্সট্রা
হ্যাঁ র‍্যাম সে আছে
Expect Sentinels to be in place to greet him wherever he decides to show his face.
আমার প্ল্যান্ট হয়ে গেছে তুই তোরা অনেক পিছিয়ে
আমাদের হয়ে গেছে স্যার যেখানে দাঁড়িয়ে আছে
মেল মারলো টেন্স কে মারলো
Relayed by Zoms and right away they're positioned.
হ্যাঁ
we'll find 10 day and an upgrade for
যা তিনজনের রিফ্রেশ মেরে নেব রাউন্ডটা হলো
will probably want to remove this from him.
পজিশন তো লোকেটেড ওরা কিছু করতে পারবে না
The economy is right now. Sentinels, I didn't actually take note of that. So I wonder how much they're willing to chase this down and get it out of his hands. I see two of them already exiting, getting far away, so they should be safe enough. Maybe just leaving one to chase.
কই না
Phobos just fine. So
refresh
no
man
real threats beyond that. Rifle should be kept on either side. Yeah, so Op still in play for Shaz as well. So Zoms and Shaz keeping hold of that so they can C. He's normally a bit of a rock for the side, bit of that safe pair of hands, but he's been a little absent thus far.
Yeah, and the thing I want to see from G2 here is them become a little more decisive, a little more proactive with some of this early territory control, because A-main's effectively being given up right now, and Sentinels are able to sit there, and the problem with Dapper doing this wall every single round, sitting behind it, there's that constant paranoia builds of how many people are stacked up behind it.
Okay, let's see how brave you get again, because we've seen the difference of when Chaos is having a good performance too, something that he's not had a chance to yet really.
কি করব ভাই আমি তো ঠিকই দেখছি
রিফ্রেশ মারলি
হ্যাঁ রিফ্রেশ মেরেছি তো
ঠিক আছে চিল মার
hold on, this is going to be real pacey. Tens, man. Who needs any further flashes when you've got him and that Lear? Sick has his back, but it's a over to like the first. Capitalized on the second, and it ain't over yet. Still holding strong, but Shazam is the only one to find success, and that's in middle. So now look what remains. Shazam and Dapper. And if G2, if you fumble this one, you're going to be in the bin for it. But Dapper's going to take the time to maybe investigate a little deeper. Say, Shaz, hold on, give me a sec. I'm at work. Let me get some work done. Because keep in mind, I don't think Kellogg's is going to be considering this for a second or two. There's going to be that internal clock. Wow, he's actually already thinking about it. Dapper. Yeah, well done, Kellogg's. Great decision making there. And G2. Actually hold it down. I saw a world there where Sentinels were about to slice him apart.
I think Dapper going a little deeper than he maybe should have. I'd love to play with the Viper Spit, throw down a little distraction on site, try and find that kill within spawn, but at the point you're walking towards stairs, you got to think maybe there's a possibility
সিস্টেম নিলো এটা আপটা তুললো
this spike control, but just coming back to this Kellogg's point, we talk about the composition here, and the other day what we called into question was kind of that support system.
না এই দুটো পিকেই কেস হয়ে গেছে
How do we get him online? And this here, I mean, what does he have? It's the operator. It's almost kind of this. He has to be self-sufficient.
I want to see if he gets punished this time because he's been going for this peak a couple of times. I guess something out this way, maybe starting to read into this, but look who's around the corner. Mixwell, are you trying to find an angle on that? This is just pixels apart here. The spray, it's not beautiful, but it does find intended target. Shaz, though, this man's on a mission. Take down Heaven control. Can't quite get it that time, though. Nookie once again, steadfast, holds Heaven. Look at that spike.
Let's go straight towards over here. Obviously, Sick does have that wall to get himself safe passage. And that's it. The Cosmic Divide going to come up as well. Just to make absolutely sure elsewhere, Nookie will find 10s, but Again, it's just to allow Sick and Zombs
Yes,
access
sir.
to B site here. Avova tucked up behind and Goldamenta in hell.
বের করতে পারবে 2v4 দুজনা
2v4. Ultimates available for G2 as well.
Yeah, plenty to work with here.
দেখা যাক
Wait patiently for that playback through. They're already quite close here. G2 just around this corner. Sick and Zombs. One back sight, one towards main. The first challenge. It falls, no trade. Kellogg's is going to go down. There's nothing more. It's Nookie. Great round from Nookie there, and a couple of the others chiming in well.
90.
In my mind, of over and Nookie right now, we have the pillars that are keeping G2 competitive in this.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Avova is synonymous with playing that anchor role. Time and time again, he's able to bail G2 out. But in this series, he's really going to be tested, right? And we've seen it a couple of times now. Sentinels, they're testing the water, they're dipping the toes elsewhere.
আবে বাপি তুই ওপেন থ্রেট কেন লিখেছিস বে ওপেন চ্যালেঞ্জ থ্রেট মানে আনন্দ জিনিস ভাই
to the defense, and this is another perfect example. Yes, head count maybe is a consideration to make here, but G2 remain composed on the retake, and they only leave one.
Why is he not swinging that guy behind the wall? It's so fucked. That's yeah.
Crazy. Seems like there's a little bit of a weird round in there.
Yeah.
Huh. Huh. Are they allowed to say that word and I'm not? Fine. Alright, fine. But yeah, I think something I was kind of considering coming into this as well was that there's a chance that G2 are able
ওরা লাইক লেট মানে ট্রিক স্ক্রিপ্ট সব কিছু করছে
হ্যাঁ know the depth of this roster. I think we saw the run coming into this and we all went, wow, okay, that's quite surprising. But they did suffer losses. It wasn't flawless. It wasn't perfect. They lost to, who was it? I think Supermassive Blaze, Gambit, Ascend, FPX, you know, a couple of big names. But they also were able to best a couple of other big names. Fnatic were also some of the, the victims that fell to the likes of G2 and many others. So again, it's very hard to categorize G2 right now. They're still in that rebuilding phase. But looking at Sentinels coming into this, gleaming record, just so good. You know, they're going back home from school real proud, putting it up on the fridge. So I'm still waiting with bated breath at G2. I'm just looking at him at this point.
I mean, I come out of that first series that we saw, and I wasn't absolutely sold. And that's the concern. Again, if you talk about just on paper, expectations coming into a series, what we want to see. And that map 2 still sticks out for me, right? We start talking about depth and being really tested or pushed to kind of explore these other possibilities in the playbook. Kellogg's on the stage just didn't convince me, and that's kind of a telling factor for a lot of these other things that we discussed. So this is a particular perfect example.
আরে এগুলো হাত গরম করে এগুলো
To be self-sufficient, to be finding those open jewels. I'm concerned for the attack.
গরমও করে
ড্রাইভ করে
Where is Kellogg's going to find, you know, the ability to be solo pushing and finding space versus a team like Sentinels?
No, and you're right, and they are seasoned with dealing with that.
কি প্রতিদিন কি এরা টেক পজ গিয়ার নেয়
The entire region is known for this.
কি চেঞ্জ করছে নাকি টেন্স মাউস সুইচ করছে
Individual skill, be it coupled with that support.
ভাই আলাদা কি আলাদা দিলে
Again, you have some of the most headline superstars hailing from NA right now. I think that's, we don't need to sugarcoat the pill. NA is leading. Now they picked up the Reykjavik win.
করবে মনে হয়
You know, rightly so, the way these boys performed. Truly impressive. Oh, no.
ভাই কত বড় বড় ইয়েগুলো দেখ ডেস্কগুলো
Sorry, I called you guys first. They can't hear
hell you
before there's more Reddit threads, we don't need it. But as we stand, we're just getting the hopefully gear issues fixed out. Everyone comfortable. Don't want any excuses.
No, of course not.
Of course not.
G2's social media team probably really pushed for excuses at some point today, maybe? You think?
দেখ পেডল কিন্তু কেউ ইউজ করছে না পেডল সব দূরে দূরে দেখ
Do you think there's a follow-up banner for that plane?
Ability একটা
They've already recorded it too. They've got like 3 other versions.
একটা ability ইউজ করতে হবে
Can you imagine?
Yep.
All bases covered.
কোরিয়ানরা করে নাকি
This is our clown thing that was actually the Sentinels social media manager, whoever it is, they're pulling OT. I've appreciated the lead up to this, and be it forced or not, I think is something beyond the point, because if it gives us a close game with excitement, I'm all aboard it. And like NA and EU needed more fuel to the fire, right?
Air
like
samne
the two
kitchen.
regions
হ্যাঁ
insufferable at each other's
ঢুকিয়ে দিয়েছে ভাই
after Reykjavik, and even leading in, it looks like we're ready to go.
অনেকে রিসার্চ করতে তো সালা কত আগিয়ে আছে চূড়া
Get a Red Bull instead. Way better.
তো ইউটিউবে আয় না
3 2 1 0
আমার বাপে একসাথে চলছে
Sick with the Spectre here. Again, Sentinels going to focus their efforts towards mid. And actually, nobody even hold this. Nuki going to be called upon here, but Sick actually finds the opener here. Well, some G2's got to be fast. There's only 2 more players here to defend. Mixwell actually, listen that orb onto hell. I expect that was the intent. Down available. That's it. Yeah, there's only 1 member towards B main here. The alarm bot's going to spot that out if Dapper decides to push on through. Sentinels now, they found a kill.
Look at
Kellogg's though.
I'm waiting to see if Shazam can start exploiting any rotations as well. Just talk about the ult coming through there. That would be Killjoy popping theirs down. Avova looking to maybe open up an avenue of keeping control if needed. Capitalize on this. Time bought. Res came in.
A lot invested into this round though, considering Tens has got the upgrade
Yeah.
now. You got Nuki just with the showstopper, no main weapon, and he's going to get absolutely ripped apart there. Shazam finds the opener. Mixwell will trade it out. Sentinel look to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, they do. Mixwell isn't alone here.
Nice one.
Apparently had his back. What is Sentinels doing? How are they competitive for these rounds potentially? There's 3 now left. Great work from Zombs. We didn't expect the follow-up from Avova. Now a 3v2. Up in the hands of the rifle. But the site is completely under wraps by Sentinels. Post plant now, 2 rifles.
I 3v2 easy.
Into the hands of Tens. Dapper, Sick, all just fine. Tens going to put himself as the tip of the spear to swing if needed. Kellogg starts to maybe have a little look around, start his foray into this. Avova just starting to lean through, and Tens caught 1. And now Kellogg's, yeah, run as much as you might, they're not going to let you leave. Sentinels! Slowly suffocated.
দুটো পিস্তল রাউন্ড বার করে নিয়ে গেল দুটো পিস্তল রাউন্ড
পুরো পিস্তল রাউন্ড ছিল হ্যাঁ
দুটো পিস্তল বার করলো দুটো একটা না দুটো আগে একটা বার করলো পিস্তল রাউন্ড এটাও
না ফুল পিস্তল ছিল না ড্যাপারের কাছে গান ছিল
না না ড্যাপারের কাছে ছিল ড্যাপার মেরে গানটা তুললো
না ড্যাপারের কাছে প্রথম ইনিশিয়ালি গান ছিল
স্পেক্টার
হ্যাঁ স্পেক্টার ছিল স্পেক্টার
ওই ইকোই বলে ভাই ওটাকে
হ্যাঁ obviously ইকোই ভাই কিছু একটা স্প্রে দিল বাবা রে
ওদের কাছে কোনো আলটিমেট নেই
ওদের কাছে কোনো আলটিমেট अवेलेबल নেই
রেনা এবার আল্ট মারবে
হ্যাঁ রেনা তো আল্ট মারবে
হ্যাঁ বল এটা কিন্তু একটা ভালো ট্রিক মানে প্রত্যেক রাউন্ডে কিন্তু ভাবাচ্ছে আল্ট মারবে মারছে আর না
touch of damage as we wait and see what happens here.
We'll try and actually get up. Ramp takes a lot of damage on the back of the snake bite and a bit of spam through that poison orb as well, but 3 members of G2 hit against Spike just completely away. This is an attempt for Sentinels to pull rotations and it's working perfectly. Swings out once again.
Okay, nice try.
Now it's just 1 man. It's Avova in position to try and hold down B. As soon as his hit doesn't come through, I want to see G2 moving, but look at them. They're stuck. They're all trying to. They're trying to control.
Most probably Jetk.
Tense
Alright, Avova, what have you got for us? You have every player coming your way. You are in danger. You are under threat, and you're dead. Shazam! He doesn't need to see you to find you. He puts him to bed. Next off, but 3 now stand. Coldamentum. Spike now planted. And they have the way to work back in. They have so little information on this side of the map as well.
Seeker angle ta dekh bhai.
Shazamer angle dekh.
Angle dekhechi. Heaven theke asbe ar morbe. Ke jeta mollo re?
It's going to be Tens supporting him.
Jeta mollo re?
Just old Nuki, and they know where he is, and they're going to start hunting him down. Nuki for now. For time, High Pockets.
Nice one.
More to find. This feels almost impossible.
It is absolutely impossible here. Nuki has to find another one before the way in, but Zombs will stop that from happening. Sentinels will close out 8-4 on the half, and nothing short of clinical in my eyes. Again, those 2 out in my mind where G2 looking a little rattled. Again, to throw so much and it go the way
মানে ভাব যদি ইকরন বার করে নিয়ে যেতে পারে তাহলে কি ট্রাই হার্ড করলে ভাই
হ্যাঁ আলাদা
You saw the timeout straight away after that too, so they're going to have to pull themselves back together after that one. Sentinels coming in and they are loud. They are incredibly loud. They are very much pumped up for this ready, and they know the rounds that they're getting ahead, but I think we might be in for a treat in a second now. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Once we know Sean's in place, we're diving down to him.
Obviously.
You know what? Why wait? NA's biggest fanboy, he's by the wall. Let's head down to Sean to break down one of his favourite moments from this first half.
Thanks, Lauren. I feel really smug down here right now with this 8-4 score line.
Oh,
And Sentinels started off flying. Maybe G2 should have took that plane. Anyway, we have Dapper lining up some Viper utility to kick off this round. You can see right here he's going to launch his smoke. So let's go ahead and start the clip. We're going to just get a nice util lineup. And then we're going to hop into the mini-map in a little bit. And this is a lurk smoke for that A ramp position. He also has the wall cutting through the A site. And I'm going to go ahead and talk to you about why that's important in a second. But what you're going to notice Sentinels does is they triple group inside of this Viper smoke, and then Dapper picks it up to drop it. They see the wall up at the top ramp, and let's pause here.
Picks it up.
So at this point, Sentinels is falling into a B-type strategy, right? Sentinels is a team that they don't have just one tactic on a round. They have layers, right? If the heaven hit doesn't work for X, Y, or Z reason, we're going to fall into this strat now. Okay, so let's look how they can react. So again, Dapper's wall cutting through the A site. Why is this important? It blocks the vision from the A player, as well as when Sentinels goes up this ramp, it blocks the vision from this Sage right here in the back. She no longer has the sight line towards the ramp, so Sentinels are trying to eliminate all the possibilities of the deep angles, so that way they can clear up box, right corner, as well as, you know, the close vents angle. Once they realize that this Sage wall is up, everything changes. That changes the dynamic of the strat, and they're going to use the wall almost to confuse G2, right? It's not likely that a team would push through this Viper wall on an A hit. So now let's roll through a little bit, and I'll show you what you're going to see. You're going to see Shazam entering into this A site, into his own smoke. And this is a mechanic that's not very well known in the scene. It's the fact that Jet
clearing the hell
throughout her dash. So he drops the smoke, dashes in, and if you look closely, he's hard clearing all of the left side of the site. So everyone's trailing him right now, and on their mini map, he's giving the comp. Let's pause it one more time really quick. And you can see simultaneously
angle
going down. Smoking screens and a tower. So Shazam dashing in, 10's trading the kill. That's going to put him back on 150 health on a pistol round. And let's roll it through a little bit more here. So Shazam progresses up, and what I want to draw attention to now is the post-plant setup. Everything is so well thought out when you watch a Sentinels game. You have the spike going in the corner, you have Dapper holding below Hell right here, and his job is to hold the A ramp flank, which he has a wall conveniently there to help him. You have Shazam doubled up with Sick, holding the elbow position into screens, and what do you know? Actually, that smoke that Dapper picked up is now at screens. So everyone's utility serves a purpose. Everything is used perfectly. And that, my friends, is why Sentinels locked in this split pick and is catching G2 off yet again. So back to you guys, Panty and Hypoc. I hope you guys got something planned.
Well, we've got nothing planned. We're just hanging out, honestly. We're however, I do hope G2's got something planned.
I hope so. I mean, we were talking about the innovation being tested for G2, and the perfect example from Sean there with the composition here. I don't know how much G2 are going to be able to achieve, right? A lot of this now relies on Kellogg's and Nuki. That goes without saying, but we're talking about finding opening jewels. Now, we look at the matchups, and again, 10, Shazam, and arguably Sick in this scenario on the Sage. How successful are they going to be doing that? And how successful are they going to be across the entire half to not only build the comeback, but effectively attempt to win this?
We're going to find out right about now. 8-4, Sentinels very much in the lead, but now it's the turn of G2 to breathe the aggressors. And speaking of, Kellogg's first man forward, joined by Nuki, takes out Sick, and it's quick. He's going to keep on going forward, and Zombs, back of sight, somehow manhandles two. The third, not too far for him. But the site just precariously in control. Kellogg's, it wasn't pretty, but he gets the job done. That's 3 for him this round, and now a 3v2. Dapper and Shazam. And Shaz has found a little bit of timing to this.
Got ahead of
Hold on. Shazam, if he can find this on his own, that spike plant now denied. Avova catches the rotation, and now the fight is going to be between Shazam and Avova. Shazam, you're a nasty, nasty player right now in the 1v1. Kellogg's has already found 3, and it's to save it, Shazam!
Shazam with the Red Bull clutch in the pistol round, and has absolutely no business doing that. Avova drifts back, and for a moment, Nuki is left absolutely exposed on site as he tries to get that spike plant.
This time, perfect.
Bye.
And I thought, well, if Over's got it, he's surely got the flank on the flank, but no. And then this fight, the tag, but Shaz is just that bit better.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
No, but it's a classic.
Let's go. Let's go. You must চিল্লাচ্ছে ভাই স্টেজের ওই পারে
Looking at these two, G2's making all these, you know, social posts, trying to pump it up. You need some results to have a rivalry, and right now at 9-4 after that pistol. Uphill time now. G2 just being put in the blender. Shaz wants to free farm. Nice and early. And he's gonna do it again. Flawless Prime Gaming. Sponsor.
My God!
Definitely getting their quote. Again, yeah, we're going to come in now. Obviously, a good opportunity for Sentinels to make use of carrying across all this weaponry from the previous, but the mental's being tested. Whether or not we've got anything from the playbook, we're going to see them be able to find success with. But now, Sentinels expecting them to lean away. These first 2 rounds going the way they've
Oh my God!
Got to reconsider their approach. Actually, seeing now on the minimap, you can see the 6 and 10s looking a little feisty in mid.
There you go.
10s all the way to bottom mid already.
He might be going walkabouts.
Nice combo.
10s unleashed. If Over seems cognizant that there's a chance that someone's had a bit of a walk it's his job to try and keep control of that timing while the others explore those extremities.
Chat.
It's not an easy job. You can see Nookie every angle could contain that threat, but it's Zoms. The top by ramp, still with Spectres. This is the bonus. And it's already got a kill. That's lovely work from him. Couldn't convert on a second.
Nice trade.
Nice one.
Already a trade effectively.
Nice trade.
10 still posted and Sentinels.
এখানে স্পাইকটা পড়ে আছে স্পাইকটা নিয়ে যাচ্ছে
I think maybe just spotting actually on that jump. He did actually. Yeah, Kellogg's going to walk right through the snake by both of them, but Mixwell will close down the kill. They have control of B site now. Look how quickly the flank comes through. It's still posted outside A main. No information.
Let's see.
He's effectively lost in this lurk right now. Sentinels could find a straight 3v3 if they're quick about this retake.
টেনজের এটা রোটেশনটা খুব ইয়ে
Not the frag. Sick though follows up well. That's over now gone.
আরে ভাই
And now a double stack towards that CT side is going to make it tricky for Shaz to find a clean entry. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Mixwell, good catch on that. Sick has got himself an upgrade here. So that's 1. And Kellogg's is now on red alert. A little worried, but Coldament has got his back. There it is, G2. Keeping in this one. 10-5.
Yeah, nice try.
3 kills for Sentinels though. We'll keep the economy honest, even though they were able to turn around back in their favour. I don't think Kellogg's is onto that Blade Storm just yet. So can't even drop a weapon across really. Judge.
এবার তো গেম হবে
Spectre for Avova, Mixwell will be able to get the
না ওদের দেখ ওদের ইকোনমিটা নষ্ট করে দিয়েছে কিন্তু
Blade Storm already online with those first 2 rounds. Zoms as well with
Spectre একটা judge
divide available. But again it's
একটা Spectre একটা জাজ সেজের ইকো নেই এই রাউন্ডটা গেলে শেষ
বিংস চ্যাটে
I think is now they can use
চ্যাটি কল রাও লিখছে
effectively reactively, right? As soon as G2 shows something, they have that audible possibility.
And this can only go on for so long. They don't have much to catch any flanks. They don't have a default. This has a time limit on it, and they're going to have to go soon enough. And it's going to be right about now. Kellogg's on in. Nookie to follow him. Mixwell not far behind. The site is going to be theirs. This is postured for a retake almost instantaneously, but Dapper down a little ahead of the spike plant, so it's not too bad. 6 aim is sharp today. Kellogg's feels the brunt of it.
Okay, nice one.
Walkabouts. But the problem is, you got Zoms ready and waiting. They're reading you like a book. They're about to close this chapter if you don't pick up the pace. There's 6 storms back in. This is my site. Get out, 11-5.
Okay.
কিঞ্চি ভাই শেষটাকে দেখলি
হ্যাঁ
নিজেকে হিল করেছে contingency is there to make sure they never relinquish this side control. Nookie finds all this
তারপরে পিক নিল আবার
if anything he goes a little too deep at the point where he's got control of that spawn elbow.
নিজেকে হিল দিল শেষ
just sit there. It's actually crazy.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Flawless right now in everything they're setting up to do.
It truly is a treat to watch. I don't care what region you're from, who you're a fan of. Sentinels looking in form.
CS by.
Back up from
CS by. The economy CS. Shatters.
The first map if you're just tuning in. This was
Sentinels' choice, the G2
is not
Only within the wheelhouse, and we are seeing obviously a weaker purchase. One
ওই দেয়া দেখছিস না অ্যাঙ্গেল দেখছে
Shazam. Oh god, they line up. Don't make him just ring the bell. That's easy frags. Make it a third. He's put it on a show. Make it easy.
Please, একটা smart.
The last two, not really a threat right now.
Look, he's still bottom mid.
Why?
Paint's still available, but again, at this point, there's no real value in doing any damage to the economy of Sentinels. Spam comes through from Shazam. Coleman will find one, but don't expect Sentinels now to be over peaking on this. Oh, he's gonna swap the barrel there. Yeah, another freebie. The fourth for Shazam. Is he good for the ace? Little eco farm just to close things out.
Oh!
Right
now?
No, I don't think there is. I mean, Sean brought up a perfect way, and it's that word protocol.
Why? Shazam, you beast, man!
Looking like Sentinels aren't in control, right? They're able to peel back effectively. It's that 3 to 5 second window where they're able to just turn around and basically flip the round right back in their favor. That's on the back of, obviously, Sick falling in mid. There's no...
You beast, man!
comment করছে लिखे पहले टेंस की घाटी बाल जितना बनता है
डेपर के देखली ना जहां पर ना तुसी ग्रेट हो
Doesn't take this one, but it is 12 to 5 to G2. Let's get it, boys. Get ready for that next map, otherwise.
G2 be like, my caster will see you in the next map. Anyways,
they want to create that.
गजब बेइज्जती है भाई
This would be a good first step.
10 से एंगल था देख
Starting the groups, all opening nade, 10s. Going to be suffering off the back, but doesn't really yield. Has to be forced to kneel by Coldamenta.
Nice play, nice play.
Taken or does it? Shazam waiting, always so patient, but the flank coming out from Kellogg's could be good, but the timing's even better for Shaz. There's the trade though. Nookie's got him. Puts him back.
Oh,
He's got 4 players coming his way. One left, one right, one up top. They're just about everywhere, and he can't deal with all those angles. Too many to find as Dapper.
भाई बुकेर पाटा আছে भाई
You ever heard the story of the 1v5?
I don't think I want to.
भाई একটা প্লেয়ারের জন্য ঠিক है भाई डेपर भी लाइक ठीक है भाई
give it his best shot.
नाइस डर भाई यही डर होना चाहिए
Through those vents, but he's being watched. Kellogg's eyes trained on it. And he's going to at least get the reward from that. 12 to 6. It's going to be a mountain to climb to come back into this one, though.
ठीक है, no problem.
You look at that round and it's totally...
right?
It's very rare that you're able to get into a position where you can overwhelm Sentinels. And that's
what
happened there.
এবার মারবে যে
It's the same thing, right? You've got to become...
এবার মারবে যে তিনটা আল্ট अवेलेबल
achieve the same thing here. Kellogg's a couple of nice kills there, but
consistency, man. We get across the board.
Exactly. But you need him to be doing that every single round. Every single round.
Yo, nice shot, bro. Yo, nice shot. Nice shot, bro.
Cool.
Nice try.
Oh, it just doesn't make you feel good, and that star is going to be making Shaz smile like a Cheshire cat already. 2 big stars. Dom's like, well, look, we'll let you have a nice couple of rounds. James feeling good. We're going to show
what?
Sentinels just flexing.
Bye.
Closing out.
Doms and sick, man.
It's just like D2 are like, okay.
আমি দেখলাম সাজাম মিস করলো তারপর গেম শেষ
Key spots are even pressured by G2 on the way in, and a little misuse of potentially the wall.
আসছে ভাই সিক আসছে
It's flaky.
We
saw them tested the other day. A bit of surprise. I expected G2 to walk their opening series.
লাস্টটা দেখবো আমিও
দাদা রিক্যাপ দেখাবে দেখাচ্ছে
particularly in some of these. Look at this. There's no pressure on Shazam whatsoever.
He's just living.
Zomb একটা নিল
No one really gonna get
Zomb একটা নিল
ও দুটো নিল
doesn't even break
wow
look at it
okay
champions
ও সিক একটা
এবার মেইন জিনিস দেখবি একটু আগিয়ে যা রাউন্ডটা শুরুতে আগিয়ে যা রেসটাকে দেখ
solid so sharp
হ্যাঁ দেখেছি
This is also sending a message saying
oh absolutely
we are still the kings here the crown it may be a little heavy but we're just fine
আরে
the thing obviously
কাঁপিয়ে দিয়েছে ভাই
they're not pressured right and most teams you know they put a target on their back if they're successful they're coming in it's like hey guys the pressure's on you to step up to our level I think that's a clear psychological advantage you come into a game like this and like I said, you question the depth of the playbook. You question.
You're nice try.
How are they able to be versatile? Look at G2 here. We just didn't see any of that in this matchup.
And that's a really interesting take on that. Of normally the pressure is on the team that's in that first spot, right? The team that is leading the fray. Exactly, because how many of them eventually fall, right? Eventually they get too stuck in their ways. But Sentinels, they're just pumped up. They always live and breathe this game. I don't know how to other way to say it.
Twitter.
It's not been completely one-sided, but the caliber of dabs is just truly impressive.
It really is. I mean, obviously coming into next box, Icebox. I mean, again, can we expect a total G2 and a complete pace change? I hope so. Is it going to be effective? No, because you think towards the wing condition for Sentinels there. I think they're too damn strong for G2 to handle.
Well, these are questions that hopefully the desk can maybe address. What can G2 do with Icebox on the horizon? And, well, maybe you can break down a couple of things that maybe went astray. However, you're going to find out all those answers to the questions.
Icebox. আরে আইসবক্স বের করতে হবে না 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 দরকারই নেই অতগুলো ম্যাচের
আচ্ছা ভিসিটি নিজের পেজে টুইটার পেজে পোস্ট করছে সাজামের ক্লিপটা দিয়ে একটু আগের ওই ক্লাচ বের করলো পিস্তলে Valorant Masters @Sazam he is built diff VCD like अरे तू तो जॉर्ड है भाई हम लोग कंपटीशन क्यों कर रहे हैं भाई
না কোই দেখি আমি একটু টুইটারটা
তোরা ফলো করিস কি
ভাই मैं আপনাকে 613 জিজি নেক্সট ম্যাপ মানে আরে 1 মিনিট আগে পোস্ট করেছে জি2 জিজি নেক্সট ম্যাপ অন স্প্লিট 6-13 আচ্ছা ওটা পোস্ট করলো
জিজি don't worry guys for map 2 we just need to work on communication aim map awareness crosshair placement eco management pistol aim op flicks spots pop flash positioning bomb plan ঠিক আছে আর কিছু position
ability spray control skill use and getting kills
ঠিক আছে রিপ্লাই করছে টপ টায়ার স্পোর্টস অ্যাকাউন্ট ল্যামো এডিট করে লিখেছে গট ফাকড বাই সেন্টিনেলস
হ্যাঁ সবকিছু
উইনিং রাউন্ডস টিনস কে এডিট করেছে ওদের জার্সিতে
ভাই বলছেন নাইস ট্রাই ভাই এটা
কে নাইস ট্রাই বললো
देखली ना सीख बोल लो नाइस ट्राई ब्रो কেলিয়ে ক্রুম করে দিয়েছে একবার
strong on the map. I saw some things from G2 that I consider mistakes or that were not just well executed. I do like Mixwell as a Sentinel. We've seen him in many occasions. I think that he does well on Duelist. He does well on Initiators. I love him on Sky. I just don't feel like he was comfortable on stage. He didn't get his first kill until the 9th round, I feel like. And Mixwell is the kind of player that you need to step up. He's so confident in lines. He's so much experience. And I feel like maybe for this map, we knew that they were going to try something. I really like Ornamenta on Killjoy, but I feel like obviously it wasn't enough. And also, Shaz, come on, stop this.
Oh, it was disgusting. I mean, look at that. A 369 ACS.
Like, 2.7 KDA. That's like
it's actually awful. And in the best way. But I think also Sentinels were just so good at twisting the arm. We already saw Sean talk about how that Viper's wall on A was really 1.5 and how it led G2 to constantly have this focus over on the A side. Now, one of the things for me is that when G2 were defending, there was this sore spot sufficiently defending. Sometimes they put some killjoy utility there, sometimes it was just wide open. Especially when you have someone like Shazam who'd be playing up mid, getting the opening pick, and then everybody can swarm. They just didn't have something that could sufficiently go against that.
Yeah, he's just Mr. Do-It-All, and I feel like
the
controllers and taking up the space, the Viper wall. On the other side, we had an Avova playing the Astra first on this map, and we said it on the pre-show. This is going to be a duel of minds. I feel like Avova was tested. I feel like HyperX said it, that Avova was going to be tested throughout the entire series because he's
2.8
in playing so much Astra, but he's not still fully used to it, and I feel like maybe that's gonna take a toll on him. He did great, still missing Mixwell here. Let's see what they can do on Icebox.
I just think, you know, like talking about the controller play and the Viper and whatever as if always plays Viper. The fact it was Dapper hello, welcome to the world.
ওটাই তো মেইন পোস্ট
What Gambit does, the double controller, I'm a big
আমি তো কমেন্ট গুলো দেখতে চাই ভাই
VCC পোস্ট করছে
Look at that first buff percentage.
Valorant Masters @10's official. He's back.
Out of 5 rounds, he gets the first kill. That is amazing to see on someone that, I mean, he just can do everything. I'm really concerned because on Icebox we might see him again on the Jet, and he looks unstoppable today.
Yeah, if he brings any more of that magic in map 2, then it might be just wrapped up and done like that.
করবে
I have it written down.
Not only do they get
কোথায়
but they pull out the showstopper, they pull out the lockdown, and they pull out the Sage Res, all from G2. I mean, that was a disastrous round if you're on the side of G2.
আরে ওটা ভাই 9 মিনিট আগে ভাই 9 মিনিট they want the smoke then the match start.
I feel like the worst part of it, of course, it's a huge investment, but you are
1 minute ago
when someone
9 minute ago
out of Nuki, and I just felt like it was just so expensive for the outcome. I feel the
pin tweet comment reply করেছে
That's the thing I'm really worried about though, is that Nuki up to that point has
Get me off the
well in this map, and yet you take these really valuable things away from him. You take
would
that
be a lot
away.
more.
You take all of the things
The
around
pistol
him
round god
Sentinels
follow me
for the next however many rounds that he's not going to have that facilitation.
They want the smoke, then the match starts.
Now, sure, this was Sentinel's map pick, but if something like that can be repeated on Icebox, I'm sorry, but that's terrifying.
We'll have to see, and we'll see soon enough as we turn our attention towards Icebox, because again, this was Sentinel's map choice. It was the expected
मार दे भाई केला
get their crack here on Icebox, and so for me, I'm very curious to see what
Key crack देखो key cracks
based on what they saw here in map number 1.
I don't think that they're gonna make adjustments on Icebox. I'd be surprised actually if we see some changes coming from G2. I'd say that for Sentinels, they're obviously going to keep Shaz on the jet because he's doing amazing. Why wouldn't you do it?
I mean, you keep him right where he is when he's top fragging and popping off in the way he did. Also, I will call out, no surprise, really, that it took all of 1 round for the trash talk to start on the stage.
Yes.
The Sentinels players are letting the G2
was
players
jumping
have
off
it
his
right now.
chair all the time.
I kept trying to time it so that I would actually be able to film it on my phone, but I kept having to write things down because I was like, oh, that's a sick play. Oh, that's good. And then I would miss
having
it.
to do our job.
I know.
Instead of
I
hope you're all enjoying it at home as we get a look at Icebox, the next map that we'll be heading to. I mean, this one that we've been far more familiar with over the course of the tournament. Kukuka, as you mentioned, maybe not a ton of switch-ups rather for Sentinels because things are working for them.
Yeah.
For G2 though, I gotta wonder where the answer's.
The answer, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. I like that they're going to start on a side that it feels comfortable for them. But to me, I always say every single time I love seeing it competitive, but to me it's such a coin flip.
ভাই ওরা UAE প্লেয়ার ওরা নিজেদের কান্ট্রির G2 ট্যাগ করে লিখেছে চেঞ্জ দা লোগো দি গোল্ড টু এর এ দিয়েছে
Today maybe this is the one, but I don't know how mentally damaged our G2 right now for
Gambit
what just
officials
happened on splits, honestly.
The last time that either of these teams played Icebox, there was one.
Welcome to NA Valorant boys. It hits different. G2 and Tomahawk
on the Reyna and Nuki on the Raze. So that might indicate we get one small difference in composition.
Nuki was doing great on Raze, so I think he's going to keep it, and we're going to see
tense
on the Raze. Just to keep the flow of what the day is bringing is, of course, easier to get into a game and play exactly what you were playing.
Yeah, it's a very stylistic thing. I mean, personally, I know that it is a point of contention and everybody has their own opinion. Personally, I'm actually a decent fan of Reyna being played on Icebox, especially if you're going for A hits, for example. But obviously, the benefit that you get from the Raze, not only if you naturally prefer her kit, but you do have a little bit more of that aspect of being able to gather information that you can share with the rest of your team.
There was one thing that concerned me a little bit when we were doing EMEA finals, and it's the presence, especially qualifiers, the presence of Mixwell on mid. He wanted to be sometimes aggressive and keep that part controlled by his presence, and sometimes it was sloppy, not entirely sure, but I feel like they've learned from that, and that is something that they cannot do again against Sentinels, because they're going to be keeping an eye on that.
I'm also very curious to see where the patience for Sentinels comes into this map. We had a couple breakdowns the other day by Sean as well, talking about retakes onto B site, and we saw a lot of that patience on display in map number 1 split. I'm expecting it to continue, and then it's going to be about, in my opinion, the way that G2 can ultimately disrupt that flow for Sentinels. Get them out of their rhythm. Right now, you're playing Sentinels game. You need to play your own.
Yeah, one of the worrying things for me is, and this is kind of something that I mentioned in G2's game against their 4Q. G2 lost in the EMEA playoffs. They've actually lost to the other 3 teams from That might not sound super relevant, but they played Icebox on every single one of those series as well. And I just wonder if they couldn't necessarily stand up to teams within their own region on this map. Are they going to suffer against arguably the best team of any region?
Yeah, they're like right in the middle. We cannot say that their stats are the best, but I also
feel
like they've been trying a lot of so Nuki on Omen in one of the matches. So that was still qualifiers, but still they've been testing on almost every single map. But this we just saw when they were preparing for it. I don't think that there's going to be major differences on Icebox because after the last week, more comfortable and more centered in what they want to do and what their strengths are on the map.
Ultra relaxed on the Sentinel side of the stage. You can feel maybe a little bit more tension coming from the G2 side as well. as we're getting the players into the lobby and soon enough into our Prime Gaming Agents Select. We'll see if any curveballs get thrown, because to be fair, actually, we had some expectations for what was going to be pulled out in map 1, and the team did bring some surprises. So maybe there's a trick up somebody's sleeve that could help us. Number 3. Again, I would love to see that, Haven. It's always a fun one.
I mean, I would love to see it, because as I told you, it's my favorite map to watch from Sentinels. I don't know, it has something different to the rest of them. But I feel like they have to play in a place, a safe zone, just somewhere where they're comfortable.
I'm going
to Well, we are currently waiting for PCs to reach, so I want to talk about
manager be like,
if you can't keep Shaz down, let's talk about keeping TenZ down, all right? You got to take care of one of them, right?
Has anyone made it look possible?
Here's the shortest conversation I've ever had on an analyst desk. Barely a conversation.
TenZ 1.5 KD.
He was doing great. I feel like he was doing great. He was using his
কিন্তু দেখ first blood percentage
I feel like he was doing
headshot.
Really happy that
Headshot.
He was probably on the race again here on Icebox. We still don't know that. Maybe he goes for the Reyna. But even when Nuki was on HyperX back in 2004, I really like the way that he played.
রেস খেললে এভারেজ কমপ্লেক্স কোডে বেশি হবে ভাই, কিছু করার নেই। আর ড্যামেজও বেশি হবে, কারণ বুম বট নিতে ড্যামেজ সবাইকে দিয়ে দেয় একটু একটু করে। ঠিক আছে, তো ওটা একটু কাউন্ট করতে হবে।
One of the different makers here, because he was
KD এটা বেশি ব্যাপার।
Wanting him to step up and keep it there.
Yeah, I like the thing as well with TenZ looking on the other side of things. TenZ is that player who he doesn't have to be the center of attention. You know, if you compare his, his first blood statistics slightly less than what we saw from Shazam, even his damage per round, like compared to Nuki, that's actually quite a substantial difference. But it's because TenZ, you know, you can always trust him to come in when he's needed, whereas rather than like solely relying on him for everything. And I think that's what makes Sentinels so terrifying. Whereas with Nuki, he and Kellogg's have quite, different roles, different play styles, and if you lose one, you're not necessarily guaranteed that aggression is still going to be there in the same way you can with Sentinels.
I think it's also important to mention the fact that NA knows that in EMEA we love Icebox. As you said, G2 played it against every single seed of EMEA, so that is something that is going to happen no matter what, because you're going to want to ban a Sen against these teams. It doesn't matter if it's G2, if it's Gambit, you know that is a strong card for them. You don't want them to play, you need to go to another ground. So
All right, Nuki feeling at ease here, so perhaps, yeah, he does feel good heading into Icebox. On the point of TenZ, it's really interesting to see ability to pop off. He is the most demure players on the Sentinels squad, so a little bit unassuming to a degree. You almost forget sometimes that he isn't the loudest personality on the team, and then he shows up with some unthinkable play to remind you that TenZ is TenZ.
Nuki pregnant
out there on the maps.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
That's toxic kills here, so many.
Silent but deadly. I mean, I have to say, I
TenZ for win. TenZ pick Jet. He सब बोलते हैं.
TenZ was getting his makeup done, like next to me, and he was so.
मैं लब्बा राउटर एका की सब लिखे से भाई सब.
Terrified of you, and you are the most unsuspecting.
Oh yes.
As he's
G2 goes to goal too.
Nice. Makeup done.
he was just standing there. Hello. He was really nice.
Guys, chat देखो भाई.
Playing Reyna on split as impactful as it is on Icebox, because it's gonna help you a lot pushing into different zones of the map and helping Strats on that task.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier about particularly on A pushes, right? You're really going to be looking to that Reyna, because you come around the corner, you need to use the Lear, oftentimes combined with the Owl Drone too of the Sova, and that's going to give you all that initiation power that you need. Whereas, obviously you can do that on B. It is useful on B, but the A side is really where I predominantly think of that. Whereas on Split, not so much you need that. If you're looking at like the B site on Split, for example, you want to be thinking of your Razes, your Jets who can dash straight into the side, less so than, I'm going to initiate with a Lear.
Well, people rightfully afraid of TenZ out there on the maps, but they should also be afraid of Shazam when he's pulling off plays like this. Our Verizon high-speed moment from our previous game on Split. Round 13, pistol round. Walk me through a Kukuka.
Oh, I love this, because he gets this kill on a MOBA, I feel. And oh my god, this was so... Why did he play it so fast because we knew that it ended up. It was.
We'll watch it again.
I really like how he sneaks in. The timing is so wrong with the Boba. He was, I think, keeping an eye on Dapper, and it's just Shazam. I think he did the same on the next round, but it's not as flashy, you know, because after winning pistols, I mean, against the Nico, it's just not that big of a deal.
Yeah, definitely less impressive, but 6 kills across 2 rounds is going to make you feel good. And again, you saw him throw the arms up across the stage, letting G2 know what's up as he pulls off the clutch in the pistol round to make the map feel as dominant as it was.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I love that you just talking about it there, you're getting excited as well.
Yeah.
We've already seen it.
Yeah, but I lived
So
through it
good.
because, I mean, we were here sitting on the desk just watching the game and obviously listening to all the reactions, and it was just crazy when he gets the first, he gets the second. It's like, I mean, we see everything, obviously. You see the minimap, and you're like, oh my god, the timing on this.
Noise get
It
lagala.
is really scary to me. You think the way that he managed to flick round onto Avova, he knew he was there. Avova didn't manage to execute the flank. Now, this was on a map in which Sentinels aren't running any Sentinels. You know, if you didn't need a turret or an alarm bot or a cam or a tripwire to know that that was there, that's very scary.
That's what makes Shazam so scary as a player, though. He himself is a Sentinel. The way his brain works, just the knowledge of, all right, I found a kill here. I know where the next guy would be coming from because that's where I would be. Just it seems like it was second nature. He can read the map so well.
They're playing with a 6-person squad, but with 5 people.
That's it.
You know, it's like, yeah, we have all of
G2
these.
never stood a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
We were mentioning the workload that they were putting on Shazam, and obviously
The
he knows
G2 never
exactly what to do
stood
with
a
any
chance.
agent. It doesn't really matter because he's done the homework for every single person in the classroom.
Yeah, we'll see what the homework is for Icebox because, again, it's not their map pick, right? So that's as much as we've had questions about how G2 comes back against Sentinels, I'm also curious what kind of homework Sentinels has done to dissect G2's Icebox play. Is there any holes in G2's Icebox play that can be easily exploited?
I feel like on Split, they decided to give G2 a lot of space and just play a little bit more on retake, forcing them to go on the execute and making that huge investment and then just breaking it and breaking their tempo when they thought that they were getting more comfortable. We saw it a lot on 2B. And I feel like this is exactly what they have to do on this map as well.
I'm just having a look at Sentinel's history on Icebox.
How's it look?
Well, since the start of February, they've only lost on it twice.
Yeah, but they're close up.
Practice hai bhai.
Yeah, but it's still scary.
Of course it's scary. It's a
They're
match.
the best team in the world. They're going to be scary no matter what lens you look at them through. But that's what you got to do, right? You got to look for those little tidbits where you can, that you can grab onto and say, okay, that's exploitable, and now how do we balloon that into something new? So that's probably the same work that G2's been doing over the previous weeks when identifying their opponents and figuring out how to ultimately come up against them. For those of you League fans, that guy on your screen there, that was Kez, the manager for Sentinels.
VCC Instagram
player, actually.
He is back.
Grand time seeing him in Reykjavik. Maybe it's just me nerding out about.
You have some
stuff.
information that we don't have.
What, Kez? You guys don't know who he is? Elite player. Great. He's fantastic. Anyway.
I'm Dash, and I love League of Legends.
I do love League of Legends.
I wonder what champions they're going to pick.
I also love Valorant.
I only play Arit.
I've been pretty good after that first day. I'm getting a lot better about that.
I can play some TFT while we're waiting for this, actually.
All right, what's your comp?
For TFT?
আরে হাতে এসব পড়েও কিছু হবে না
Let me think. What do I want to go? I'll probably go with some Sentinels.
There it is.
ভাই ওডিন স্প্যাম করছে
6 Sentinels.
You don't play
Just
TFT.
like Sentinels has 6 Sentinels at GM. Zio is not a part of this conversation.
I'm like, yeah, first person shooter.
ভাই ওডিন স্প্যাম প্র্যাকটিস করছে
I just gave you the blankest look in the world.
For those of you at home, just a quick update. You see some of the players in the firing range keeping their hands warm while we do get one of those PCs restarted. Just want to make sure that all of the players are working with the best possible tech and in the best possible scenario to make sure success. And so we will do our due diligence in that regard until they're ready into Agent Select. We'll be here with you.
I like that at least we get to see the players' faces because, come on, we're a LAN event. We do not have a crowd, but at least we need, even if you, I mean, Sentinels, we've seen them hundreds of times, but maybe you haven't seen some of the G2 players, so here.
That's a good point. First look for many
their
people.
faces, exactly.
I mean,
the face behind all the aim and the strats.
Yeah, look, everyone likes to see Sentinels because they just like the reminder that they are, in fact, human.
I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about these international LAN events, right? Is where you build, like, heroes are made, right? You know, stars are built in these kinds of international competitions because we have expectations. A lot of those end up, you know, going to the wayside as we see the firing range firing off on our screens here. Man, I wish I had mechanics like that.
I would like G2 to go on pistols into that shooting range because they lost both pistols, and that is always like pending homework for G2. I don't know what's going on with pistol rounds, but they cannot seem
normal.
It's terrible as well because, you know, if you can't pick up your pistol rounds, especially, you're putting yourself at such a disadvantage when you're actually in the game. So as much as we joke about, yeah, they should go into the practice range and practice their pistols, I think especially when they're heading into their map pick, they need to ensure that they are getting those early rounds on the board so that they have that economic advantage, because otherwise they're just
I think it's a super legitimate call out, especially when you're talking about playing the best team in the world. You need every little advantage you can get, and the pistol round, as we know, is one of the biggest, right? So eking that out, getting that win, and as we generally assume, the second round win to follow, that could be the difference maker. If everything else is going roughly even, I mean, the pistol can be
take care, because Sentinels eco rounds
that is true. The double thrifties from Split really did spell doom for G2.
I also just think Sentinels are not one of those teams that are going to be afraid when if they are going up against an anti-eco and they're on an eco or they're at an economic disadvantage, they're not going to be afraid to actually the size of a freaking crater in that economy.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Oh
I'm
my
disgusted. Tens, you gotta stop.
Dude,
miss one!
Stop!
Damn you!
Hey, he missed one.
Did he? Okay. He's moving so fast I can't even see.
Not in my monitor.
He fooled me. Yeah, exactly. Oh my
Felix was actually practicing with the ultimate. It's very sick as well. This is what you get from these players. This is something that we're never going to be able to do.
Yeah, far from ever achieving something like this, but honestly, such a cool look behind the scenes of these players on the stage, keeping the energy up, keeping the fingers warm, practicing the mechanics that people would kill for.
Yeah, well, they would struggle to actually get the kill in the first place.
Exactly, that's the problem. You gotta out-mechanic him to get the kill, and that's just not gonna happen, right?
Oh my goodness. It is always impressive. Actually, it's nice to get to see that stuff, because I think most people know that these players sit and actually play in the practice range. But having some insight on what that looks like.
But your tense flexing.
While we're waiting, and we don't have anything like more to talk about besides we just can't wait until the map starts. Since you guys are not on the desk on the next game, what are your thoughts on Gambit versus 100 Thieves?
I'm concerned for 100 Thieves.
I like to hear that.
I mean, we've had the most dominant series we've seen internationally now in Valorant comes at the hands of Gambit. That alone should make anybody a little nervous.
They're the first seed versus the second seed of NA. We literally have a full day serve.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we lucked out with the series that we have in front of us. But yeah, definitely concerned. 400 Thieves not saying it's unwinnable, but I do think that they're going to have to step it up a notch. They looked good. But I feel like, at least for myself, when it comes to Gambit, they were hitting. You're doing that to begin with, and then you have the strats and the pacing to boot. Where do you find you're in for 100 Thieves? I don't know. It's got to come off of Vehico Clutch, I guess, and we did get one of those already.
What are your thoughts?
I think. Wait, who was it amongst our talent who said they wanted to look in Hiko's? Was it Mitch? He said he wanted to look in Hiko's eyes as he promoted.
That is something.
Sounds like a Mitch. Sounds like a Mitch thing. Yeah.
I think it's actually really hard to judge because the playstyle is so far away from each other, but also when you look at the game that Gambit played yesterday,
ও সায়নদার হাতে অফ দাও টেন্স কে খুঁজে পাওয়া যাবে না ঠিক আছে ভাই
হ্যাঁ ঠিক বলেছে টেন্স বি লাইক रहने दे भाई मैं जा रहा हूं मैं कंप्यूटर बेच के दिल्ली जा रहा हूं
between Gambit and 100 Thieves, but we're going to reframe back here to
बोलम तो टेंस भी लाइक ठीक है भाई मैं कंप्यूटर बेच के अंडरटेकर जा रहा हूं ठीक है भाई
it was split in 13-6 fashion over to Sentinels, both pistol rounds, a couple
भाई
of
ওটা টেন্সের কি ছিল ভাই কি পুরো মারছিল
So for G2, if they can start off on the right foot here on Icebox, again, put that last map out of your mind, get the momentum rolling, start hitting the shots, and it might just be all they need to push us to Haven and a third and final map in this best of 3.
They definitely have the time to refresh their minds a little bit and maybe not take a walk, but come on, we're waiting for you guys. Stop passing everything. What is this?
Viper.
What are they passing?
I think they're the
oh, just hand warmers?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I did see Shazam like blowing into his hands a second ago, and I was just thinking, I wonder if they know that the reason it's so cold in here is
Don't
because
you do
of
it.
you.
Don't you do it.
Don't do it, dear. Come on. I'm fine. We're
Shazam jet নিচ্ছে Shazam.
Players are gonna be sweating. We know that.
I'm wearing a crop top, so I've been shivering in here.
All right, well,
life is so
whose
hot.
choice
We
was
have a
that?
full wardrobe upstairs. You can grab something.
I got an extra hoodie somewhere I can lend to you if you're cold. Also, we're going on to Icebox. That is so
I don't have to be there.
Exactly. It is so...
No, you have to be there. You need to get in the zone.
That's
Right? You gotta feel it, okay? You can't really play on Icebox unless you feel like you're playing on Icebox. So we're just getting everybody into the right mindset.
I see.
Okay,
all right,
some switches.
That's
we're
how you
going
know.
into Agent Select.
Yeah.
That's how
Right
you
game,
know.
man. Let's go.
Alrighty, let's see. We talked a bit about, but I'll re-hit, that we actually expect in many cases to have somewhat of a mirror matchup. Last time each of these teams played this map, the only difference was TenZ on Reyna and Nukie on Raze. We'll see if that's what holds true or if some other tricks come out.
I actually expect the exact opposite. I would like Nukie to go on Reyna, but I feel like he was too comfortable against Gambit playing with Raze. So let's see. First picks pretty okay.
So far, so good.
Yeah. We don't.
Yeah, we haven't got to the spicy part yet.
This is his fight.
No
Okay,
exactly.
all right. So we got some Raze.
Nukie on Raze. That's something that I like. And now TenZ go on Reyna, please.
Shaz sticks to the
Thank
jet.
you very much.
Oh,
yes.
Reyna, it will be Mixwell on the Viper as he played the last time around.
Yeah, and there is no way.
Viper, Zomso Viper ही खेलবে.
There it is.
Could you imagine?
There it
Pulling
is.
the Euro card.
It's exactly what we expected here for Icebox on map number 2. You've heard enough out of us. The players are definitely ready to get in there and do some battle. And I know Hypoc and Pansy are ready for the call.
I don't think you could stop us at this point. We've been patiently waiting. Great fill, guys. Good work on that. But the game is ready, so we can really start kind of hammering it in. But I think looking at the selection of agents, nothing truly jumped out to us. I think it plays to the players we have in the server. I'm not too worried about anything we saw. Is there any key components you're looking at here to be maybe a difference maker for G2? Because Sentinels have come out in my eyes and have set the bar exceedingly high. So where do we look for those small exceptions? Where do we find it?
I asked the same questions now that I did in map 1. If Kellogg's coming online, what's the support system look like? Now, previously, Kellogg's has had a couple of really, really rough performances. And actually, stylistically, we compare Sentinels to Ascend, a team like Ascend. Kellogg's got absolutely shut down. So it's going to be difficult here for him to find value. For me, I look towards Nukie. Nukie has to be the playmaker here for G2. I'll wait and see how that goes off. Zoms, a couple of shots back and forth, actually. G2 had sent any utility over, but with 3 members stacked up here along lane, Zoms not even entertaining it. We'll give up the space initially. Sick in position as well. Nukie on the other side here. We'll find Shazam and TenZ there also.
Yeah, this is potentially tradable on the A side, but we have to look towards the actual site hit that is starting to come on through. So this is going to be starting building up. TenZ has found Nukie, so there was that trade over towards A.
Yeah.
The spike is going to be going down on the other side. So that's now planting Kellogg's. Can he slip just behind enemy lines? No, but he can find a... Well, I thought it was a decent fight, but Zoms is still fighting the good fight for Sentinels. It's a 3v3 post-plant, and G2 aren't in bad spots here. Mixwell, Coldamenta, and Avova still standing, and Mixwell wants to retake that space towards that yellow. Maybe see if anyone's going to slip on through. We've seen enough. That's just a little too much shown. And Mixwell, this is the Mixwell you need to start seeing if you're a G2 fan. There he is. Land Beast himself finally starting to wake up here. Good beginnings and maybe a bounce back. Map 1 was not good for Mixwell. This could be much better.
Good opportunity to check in now. Can they handle the anti-eco? That was such a prominent issue on map 1. Again, yes, tick in the box. Pistol round 1, but again, expect Sentinels to come out swinging in this next round. Potentially go a little more aggressive than we'd expect, but I'm looking towards G2 to be able to handle that. What do they put in place here? Nuki again in that previous round, out on an island. He's in that lurking role on the Raze. Did find the kill, but was traded out. So this is a key round here.
Yeah, we have what?
10s ये थोड़ा सा Sheriff
for the Sentinel side. You do have an upgraded, if only slightly 10s as well. Sheriff just tucked away, light armor as well. There's a follow-up peek, but is Nuki well and truly aware? So he catches Shazam, and he knows there may be more. The timing might be just tickling away at the back of his brain, but look at this, Spike's on the way, and he's going to fall away from that. This is all going to be G2's. There is a player deep, but they wouldn't be able to deny the Spike plant at this point.
Well, initially, looking pretty good for G2. No pressure comes through. Nuki's still out here again. Did get a little information on the back of his boombot, but everybody from Sentinels already making their way towards B. Zom's already up on site. 10's actually going to try and make his way back from Snowman. Actually, the counter wall comes up. Create a little pocket. Nuki will find Sick in transition. Will respond as well on site. Yeah, just a couple more to deal with actually. Dapper right underneath. He might find a consolation. Thank God for that one. Yep, 22 HP now.
Revealing area. What is he just making sure he got the kill?
Just
there?
The recon bolt is just to make sure nobody else is up on
There you're
queue.
right. There could have been another player there.
Yeah.
Spot on.
It's quite common to see a second just tucked up the top there.
Just crouched.
Yep,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, no BM here, folks.
Talk about consolation. Actually, the consolation is sending a message as well after the kill comes through.
Of course. For those who don't understand sarcasm, you're going to have a rough time here. However, 2-0, this is a good start for G2. It's maybe just a little bit of a confidence boost. Now, bear in mind, some of these players are younger. We spoke about Kellogg's a lot, and he is one of those younger players who do need a little bit of that maybe confidence builder here.
Well, buy round here, looking for Sentinels to adjust slightly on A, right? And again, the indicators are in place. See if Nuki can again find...
Rifle on Mixwell. Nuki has got a tough challenge. It's just deal with 10s. Mark your man. And he's got Shaz on that side too. Now he's only got a Sheriff. This isn't pretty. He's played this position a fair amount. Same again, but now you can see 10s has closed the gap this time. Creeping slowly. Does Nuki even consider this possibility? It doesn't look like he has. This looks like a murder scene. Oh, he's heard all the steps here. 10s is in the prime position, sees one, actually falls away. Doesn't outstay his welcome. Boombot comes in and Coldamenta.
It's a big trade.
Great trade in. This is a Mixwell is right up mid. Catching Sick, and now this is getting a bit of a problem. Shaz is on an island. The other two players for Sentinels are not here. But Shazam, ice cold. Waiting patiently and has to play this out to perfection. Can't do it. Kellogg's has got his number, and there it's now open for business. And this could be a huge round for G2 to convert here in the bonus.
Dapper and Zoms
Here.
trying to get something done on the way back in. Kellogg's will actually fall. A little overzealous there, trying to...
Yeah, do we like Dapper's on duty?
To control there, but Coldamenta trades it back out. Nuki follows up. Zoms will G2 go 3 up.
There we go. They're getting fired up, High Park. Here we go.
I was going to say, interested to see actually, even still the hesitation. Both rounds previously, actually, I think both 10s and Shazam.
কেন মনে হচ্ছে না ওরা একটু বেশি লাইটলি খেলছে Shazam আর 10s দুজনে মিলে পুশ করছে
Even after they find the kill on the 10s, they're still very hesitant. They wait for the owl drone, and that's actually a big positive, right? I don't want to see G2 slipping up and making some of these mistakes where Sentinels are always going to have that contingency in place.
কি করে হচ্ছে এটা কি করে ঢুকে গেল
Maybe getting away with this. The presence had there, the swing around on it, like everything that's just happened to them, they're probably a little frustrated by. That's not something we often see. Sentinels, they're normally calm, very collected. Nuki again, this is his job, this is his duty. He was born to do this apparently. But he still has two of arguably the best brains and best aims to handle on the other side, and there's the brain removed from one. Shaz is gone. The wrists still in place for 10s, but he's going to have to deal with that and back away. On the other side, however, Zoms getting ready. Sick. Has he been played in on this though? Do they know this? Do they check on it? How much can he do with it? Mixwell catching Dapper. And for now, player advantage to G2, and they want to keep it that way. They've got the rifles, and this can get very scary, but look at this position. This is nastiness. Nuki. So many angles to clear. Oh, the first wasn't clean enough for their 10s. And again, step by step, they're clearing this out.
Oh, let's see. Once again, cautious in their approach. Sick. Really up towards rafters. And G2 not overstepping the mark. Methodically clear through here. Nuki actually still catches sight of Sick ahead of time. Actually, some more damage comes through, and Nuki will find the kill. Third on the round now. Spike will go down. Fantastic work from G2 there, and that's the sort of round that we were concerned about from map 1, right? Lauren, again, Nuki in position, effectively taking a 1v2 every single round versus TenZ and Shazam. And that's a statement in itself. So, again, looking towards Nuki to be the power player here and already delivering in the first 4 rounds. Thing is, I gotta say it, even in those rounds, Sentinels need to kind of stop challenging him at these range, because Nuki's going to do this every single time. And if they give him a kill, it's going to spread Sentinels across the map. It's going to create an opening, which G2 were incapable of doing on the previous map.
But this could be something that they've maybe identified, that if they can tame Sentinel's ability to take this deep space, which they're still vying for. Shaz, though, on the off, though, is going to be the difference maker. Going to get it, but there's a trade. No! Gets out with his life. 10 still posted up in position. Tries to fall away off the back of the Lear and leaves Dapper in a little bit of a corner. Nuki pries him out of it. G2 still on the move here, 4v4. How much more can they pressure this? Shaz on the back lines and TenZ. He's just waiting around this corner. Shaz is watching this, just eagle eyes from up above.
One more.
Nuki and Avova gone as Mixwell now
Mata.
1v4 beckoning.
Bhai, main-
It ain't happening. Sick with a good closer. Sentinels on the board.
Huh?
A comfortable response there.
ভাই কি খেলছে দেখো একবার
Again, it's those rounds that Sentinels are willing to do so. With the
ভাই টেনজের কি ছিল ওটা ভাই
advantageous first peek, and Shazam gets himself into the position there to stop Kellogg's on the cross, even towards Pipes.
Yeah.
Again, Showstopper completely negated.
তুই এটা দেখ
Desperate for that trade.
bullet
Comes through with 2 crispy headshots.
It's nice.
Actually, this first ultimate cycle looks
Bolche
pretty
TenZ
good for
bot
G2.
activated.
Got away from the Hunter's Fury. Nuki obviously investing the Showstopper in the previous. Everything else available here. Kellogg's probably going to try this double updraft here to deal with Zombs. Actually did get revealed there.
Here we go.
Does go up to catch it. No, Shazam! Find Cold Mentor actually on that B lane peak.
He's everywhere. He just shown presence to A that prior round. Now he's over here, keeping himself very viable. But Zombs gets picked off, and that's going to force Shazam in a bad position. Mixwell's pressure through mid. Now catches that rotation, that fallback, but Sick now on the site. He needs to live up to that name. Keep control of this. Support's on the way. They've re-garnered that space in middle. TenZ is the one there. Who needs knives when you got a rifle like that? TenZ happy to fall back now. He's done his job, but now G2, where do they take this?
GKL dilo na. Jora GKL dilo dik.
Hightailing it over. Actually going to get himself into a position on barrel, so G2 have to be disciplined. To be diligent on the way in here, because
ভাই আমি লিখে দিচ্ছি 2-0 তে সেন্টিনেল তো হারাবেই
আমারও তাই মনে হচ্ছে
তারপর একটা পোস্ট করবে
Off angles and TenZ. Yeah, sounds about right.
Arre chalbe.
TenZ gonna readjust now. Still pressure comes in. Nuki on the flyby. Gonna put it down. It's still a 2v2 here. Keep in mind, Coldamenta has his ult.
কি রান গান করে দিল ভাই এটা
He's got a gun, and that's normally enough. He's been pulling off 1v2s, but look at this retake positioning from Sentinels. Right around the back, and actually Dapper's quite far ahead here. He's made some good progress. And timing is everything. Coldamenta hasn't considered it until now. Dapper is right next to him. Clears the right side. He's on the left. Coldamenta holds him back as Sick. The next step forward finds him, and now it's a 1v1. Nuki has been god tier over on this side of the map. But Sick's a bit of a legend himself. Taps the spike, falls away, looks for that pixel out of place, looks for Nuki, and Nuki finds him!
Bhai 140 bhai yaar Phantom.
That's actually crazy. They trade headshots. Nuki would just
Salah
10
Phantom bhai.
Again, great recovery here. I had a major problem with him over peeking ahead of the Aldro, and I think Coldamenta actually had his recon bolt available as well. So lucky they're able to still comfortably set up on site there, because again, expect TenZ to do that. He finds that kill in mid straight away. He's the anchor. He's the contingency plan.
Or একটা headshot ছিল
that's created by G2 on B main. And again, yes, finds the first. Gets traded out, but expect him to do that every single time. If he trades,
যখন ম্যাচ চলছিল সিকের পিওভিটা দেখাও একটা হেড মেরেছে
হ্যাঁ জানি
একটা হেড আর অতগুলো শট মেরেছে
Still happy to keep going at this. Maybe this is a reason why labored from both sides. It's a little weird, but it will be Shaz to find Mixwell. So mid's now open and eyes now removed from watching maybe a push-up.
Shazam heal পেয়ে গেছে
Already coming out here. They're well aware. Deeper wall as well. Very interesting to see that one up here. G2
Side denied.
Away from this.
না ওয়ালটাস ডিফেন্ডারসরা করলো
হ্যাঁ দাদা ওই সাইড ডিনাইড করে দিল তো
This rotation as well.
ভাইপারেরও আউট করে দিয়েছে
আল্টের পেছনে ওয়াল করে দিল
Getting away with being the guillotine, and there's 3 players around this corner. That's one. It's only one. A second.
Nice one, Re.
Menta may have gotten that kill, but he's quick. And now it's a 4v3. Coldamenta, Nookie, and Kellogg's. The death ball now going roaming.
Take flight. Again, res available. I'm not sure actually how feasible it is with Shazam dying on top of Tube. So you can see G2 actually pausing for a moment here. And whether or not the awareness is that Sentinels potentially try and get that back.
Oh, I like this. If they catch some rotations here, you're going to have
30
what?
seconds left.
Sova can just keep drawing their attention over towards A, right? Make a bit of noise, see if maybe they can catch some of these players, but you can see that intuition, maybe making them question this, and there it is, already going to find the bigger. Nookie down, do they expect a second kill? Looks good. Spray adjust, but the trades are so effective here for Sentinels. They've kept themselves in the right positions. And what does Coldamenta get to do with this? Spikes deep in enemy territory. 6 seconds left. Have a little go for it. Not going to happen. Well done to Sentinels. Kept everything in check. And Shazam, lovely play up middle.
Yeah, beautiful. And again, you got to credit there where Shazam can't get away with another. Actually, he finds the first mixed roll in the rattiest spot I think we'll see all day.
So ratty.
But again, look at Sentinels. The Aldron just find all that space in the early round, and ultimately it gives Sentinels a really good read on I think where G2 want to end up.
Yeah.
At least plan A.
Yeah, it gave them great intention with that. Now, looking at the money though, considering
এই রাউন্ডটা গেলে শেষ ভাই এই রাউন্ডটা গেলে শেষ ইকোনমি শেষ
and Hunter's Fury right off the rip.
Okay, dapper initial ult.
I don't know if they actually did get a tag. It doesn't matter. It set 10s into motion. Maybe able to get a little knowing that you can push a little bit. Having to respect that, and he's already made great work of it. Finding Nookie is the perfect target to pick up.
Especially with the work he's been doing. Belt on 8. No res available, so G2 will proceed as 4. Shazam and 10s on the other side of this once again, and look at the focus towards mid actually. Aldron going to come through. I don't know, we'll spot 10s actually up in, tucked up on second level of sight. There's a risk of being wallbanked here, but nothing comes through.
No, he's still fine. He's still alive. He's got Dapper kind of having his back here. Wall goes in. Wants to at least give himself a chance at a gap here, but he's been chipped away at. Now Dapper going to pick up that mantle. Good damage towards Kellogg's, but he does manage to keep his life. 10 still living in the depths here, unable to quite pop into this, and there's the ult coming out as a response.
G2 fantastic control on site, actually.
Brilliant.
Big swing and a miss. Avova will get the better of him there, and Avova finds a second as well.
Yeah, now the last 3, where are they at? We've got a couple, or at least one coming around on the flank. That's Shazam. Coldamenta up in towards Nest. It's Kellogg's to find 10, so now down to just 2. Zom's down noted, now spotted, does get Kellogg's, but in the meantime, Shaz lost life, and it will be an unfavorable situation for Zoms, and they're going to have to suck it up. G2 are right back into this. That's going to be 6-2 on the board, Hypoc. Have we actually got a game
attacking map
it's a fantastic start from G2, and better equipped, way more composed in this than again. You can say they're not making as many mistakes, but I just think back to that round with Shazam in mid. G2 stacked up to mitigate that risk. That's something we just didn't see on Split at all.
You're right. Yeah, this does look like a different side. Haven would be the last, if I'm not mistaken. So
correct.
I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It's only the first half here. Don't worry, I'm getting a little excited because we actually might have a game here. We might see Sentinels pushed.
I mean, if you're not
actually, you know, completely hooked on the Opium, you're going to be able to see that was a very Sentinels-dominated map, but this is a whole new lease of life to G2. Looking like some Nookie controlling that push-up consistently, setting a tone for the entire match. Shaz and 10s are now like, well, I guess I'm on Nookie duty. Great, I'm going to have to deal with this every single time, and he will do this every single time. Maybe he doesn't do it one round, fair enough. They're still going to have to expect him to be there. And now at this point, G2 actually leaning this way. The purchase coming out from Sentinels. 1 rifle and 10s, the rest, a little shaky, but we saw map 1. That was still able to do damage.
Right, 10s ke dilo Zoms er gundukta.
It's just stackers 4. Hey, hopefully they can't get us all right. Whether it be Sentinel Shazam on the other end, but let's see. Looking going to send the paint shell across the back. Kellogg's getting very deep towards server here. Shazam will fall actually. Dapper tagged up by that Aldron. See a comfortable plant here.
বের করতে পারবে 10 যেটা
really for Sentinels to get back in.
No idea.
We'll find 2 tags.
Yeah, it was actually really well done, but bear in mind the weaponry that came in with Sentinels was limited. 10 still going to do some work though. 35 HP was on. Back on up, still sitting pretty now. A 1v3 beckons. It's not going to happen. Golden meant to deny.
Nice try.
Starting to stride through this game. They've got some answers here. Where is that tactical timeout? Where is the conversation for Sentinels? Or do they not care that much about this one? Maybe they feel, it's only the first half, we'll be fine. I think they still need more of a buffer here.
I mean, actually, you look at the stats and there's a slight lean towards Sentinels performing a little better on defense. So, again, if there's any win condition we could take away from previous performances, it's the Sentinels at least keep them in check here in the first half.
They've got to get the last 3 if I think, you know, Sentinels need a buffer. 2 is not enough for me. Bare minimum 3, or I'm thinking it's a runaway. Now let's see what Sentinels can do there. They're back on the buy, and Shaz has the op. Now we saw the last time around, the ult pushing up middle. That was so decisive. Could do with a bit of that here, because right now G2 have him by the scruff of the neck. Someone's with a little jump peek. Shaz off to the side, waiting for maybe that jump peek on the other side to come around. While this happens, we see that little bit of a step towards middle, but not too much. This is the start. The G2 wants to make sure they keep everything in check. No early giveaways, no easy reads here. They bide their time. I'm wondering if Mixwell's there purely off the back of the success that maybe they had off Shaz or someone pushing up mid. This is an interesting little read from them here. Nuki showing, I'm still here. You have no idea where we're heading.
But this is great. Again, just giving that away, and it's up on the platter. Nuki's happy to face that Owl drone to give away that information to Zam. Actually, misses the first sign, finds the second.
He's
so commanding right now. He's keeping 3 players from Sentinels locked onto a site. Avova does have the res. Try and get this. Back up, yeah, we'll just be behind the wall. Shazam can't punish that.
Where's that mid luck? It's Mixwell who's looking to maybe crack this open. If he can catch the 2 players rotating, that'd be perfect. Let's see what Mixwell can do here, though. He has to catch this one. There it is. Great work from him. And now the other 3 from Sentinels are on an island, but it is 3, and one of them is 10s. Arguably one of the best in the world, just on the other side of this. And there he is waiting, Dapper by his side. Guns locked and loaded, 10 seconds. It looks like G2 have run out of time, run out of options, and run out of players. There's the big to see 3 at least here for Sentinels now.
That's so interesting to see. Like I said, Nuki faces the Owl drone. He's happy to let Sentinels know that he's there, but Sentinels do not falter. Again, Mixwell finds that kill, like you said, and it doesn't even impact the rest of the round because there's no rotation factor. There's already 3 bodies stacked up there. It's interesting, really. I mean, there's a possibility Nuki's still going to find a kill.
যখন দাড়ি কাটে না চাচে শেভার দিয়ে হাতে পুরো চিচিয়ে দিল একদম
Go again, the aggression. Are they going for it again? Nuki. This checklist has worked against Sentinels. Oh, okay, he's got a good idea someone's close by. Reads it. Shaz. So dangerous between the 2 of them.
See the cogs turning there for Nuki. It's like, boom, boss, seen something. It's seen something close.
Kellogg's this time looking to punish. He peeks a little deeper, but it's actually Mixwell being caught in mid is the first one. He's going to catch that, as Kellogg's is now going to at least take that long control. After maybe noting that Shaz is over somewhere else towards A, they can actually build up on this, but still no easy way through. Nuki this time now, starting to work towards middle himself.
Stuck behind this wall for the time being. G2 not going to wait on that to come down, actually. And Zoms will find the spike carrier.
Lol.
Kellogg's unable to trade initially and will get revealed.
It literally lol chilo.
Has to back away the spike in control of Sentinels right now.
That's the big one again. Now more time. Last time the frag came in through middle so late. Oh, that's a bit uncomfortable. Maybe could have done more with that. And now he's feeling a little silly, but can he still make it work? Yeah, it looks good. Nuki does find Dapper, but now it's just going to be Nuki. Oh my word. 2 more though, Nuki. Do you still have it in you? Rez comes in. He can't get it done. 10s. Keeps Sentinels on a level field in that round. That was about to get so dangerous.
It's so unfortunate for Nuki on that page. So the fact that it gets stuck in the door frame, if that just bounces out,
Rez খেলছে তো হেপি মজা পাচ্ছে চুরা
potential for him to fall there, and ultimately
ওকে মারবে
huge opportunity to just swing out with that showstopper. Those 2 seconds effectively altered the entire outcome of that round.
না ওদের ইকোনমি নেই এই রাউন্ডটা ওদের মানে সেন্টিনেলস
5 করবে বললাম তো 5 করবে
Actually, the G2 purchase here, obviously.
ভাই এটা কি ইয়ার কি মারছে লাইক পুরো 3 রাউন্ড বাকি আছে ভালো করে খেল এরকম টাইপের
Here we go, Nuki. Oh, Nuki! He's just leapt into the arms and he's got the frag onto into Shaz, but where's the rest? There they are. Killox picks up the pace just as Nuki left off, and it's a 4v3. Dapper sick and
Nice,
scratching their head. Sick can't quite adjust the spray well enough on the second, and now two-stand. Dapper and Zoms fired up, trying to get that wall down for a quick bit of vision. Falls foul instantly.
Probably.
Oh, Zoms is nasty right now. 1v1. Coldamenta, 8 bullets. Zoms on the other side. Coldamenta, he sees him, he gets him. It's G2 with a solid lead here.
That is not a scoreline I thought we would be looking at here in the first half of Icebox after seeing map 1. What an insane tempo shift on that. And again, it's to capitalize on that weaker purchase, and it's executed perfectly by G2.
We've got a game, 8-4. For me, the question though is it enough? We know Sentinels can dig deep. We know they've got a lot in the tank. We rarely see them rattled. That's the first time they've been dictated to in a long time, it felt like to me.
I mean, what happens when you poke the beast? What do we see in the second half here from Sentinels? Because, again, we talk about obviously the first half on map 1 and Split in particular. Sentinels were able to run rings around G2. Yep. Yes, G2 were able to get away with some, I'll say, uncharacteristic plays and set pieces, but again, can Nuki do the same thing? Can he have the same impact on their defensive half? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, I wonder what questions and answers Sean has for us, because he's standing by to break down something that caught his eye from that first half.
Indeed I am, Lauren. I got 2 rounds for you guys, so I'm just going to hop right into it. So this round was the explosive A take that G2 tried to do, and you can see right here, Shazam, Tens, and Dapper triple lined up right here. The 2 that are going to aggress, the duelists, Shazam and Tens. So they're going to go along the ropes, and where they're going to end up, they're going to both be on top of pipes. But the angles that they end up holding is what's really important here. Shaz has the aggressive angle to take the left entrance, and then Tens' job is to actually guard him in case anyone were to push out onto Belt. It's very important that these 2 specific duelists are in these roles because they have movement abilities. The Jet with the dash and the Reyna with the dismiss can both get away from these aggressive positions on the A site. That is why Sentinels loves running this comp. So let's run it through for a little bit here. So what I'll tell you right now is G2 slows this to try to stop any initial push. They have a smoke here right off the bat, and Nuki immediately pops his showstopper and tries to hunt Shazam down. Never in a million years would he expect a second player also on pipes, which is why he ends up falling back. He catches a glimpse of Tens, falls back, and then the round kind of chills out for a split second. Dapper, who actually shot a recon early round, is hiding in the corner. So this is Shazam getting that opening kill, Tens locking down the next 2, and then the round is literally over. So we're going to hop straight into the next round, and let's pause it for 1 second right here. So what I want to draw attention to now is Dapper throwing the same arrow over here at A. It's going to triple ping. That means it gets all of its recon little notices off, and that's a very, very good indicator that no one is around this A site and won't be for quite a bit of time, right? So the rotation will come in soon. But what I also want to show you is the fact that Kellox is right here in mid. If he does something, and he does, but he doesn't catch Shazam, so he's going to actually double updraft. So he, from this angle right here, can double updraft and actually see down B long, which is why he's over there right now. He has his Blade Storm out. He's going to double updraft and try to get that pick onto Shazam. Unfortunately for him, this wall from Zoms, as well as Shazam's location, kind of blocks the vision from him. So Sentinel's 1 step ahead in this regard. So let's roll it for a little bit right now. And this, in my opinion, is the swing round of the entire half. Shazam peeks out wide at the perfect time, ends up getting a pick, and then he actually, he ends up falling back, and this lurk by midwall using this smoke that we previously discussed allows him to get the trade onto Shazam while simultaneously Zoms falls. So let's pause it for a split second here. We are now in this unique scenario where we're in a 3-on-3, okay? G2 has rolled back to this A site, and they did so after Tens got a pick into middle. So Tens actually found this frag onto Mixwell, and that takes all of G2's smokes, all of their controller utility out of the equation. So that kind of filters them into this A site. Tens playing the Reyna, again, can play in these aggressive angles that other agents cannot do. He can dismiss out of these angles. So he's playing this one and done angle for most agents, but for him, he can get the kill and dismiss out. So let's roll it for a little bit. He ends up taking out the spike, dismissing actually to this location right here. And Nuki's ability to immediately take the ropes and trade this frag onto tens with the drone is pivotal. That frag is actually the biggest frag of the entire half in my eyes because it broke Sentinel's economy. Coldemento's aware of the flank, and Sick ends up in this very, very difficult 1-on-2 where he manages to get one. Nuki obviously locks it down. This guy's a clutch player through and through. And this round right here shows why these teams are so evenly matched, and we might be blessed with a map 3, guys. Back to Lauren.
Not back to you, Hypok.
Yeah, I can see myself out, Sean, if you'd prefer. Up to you.
Yeah, but again, I think there were some really incredible things broken down there, and that did feel like G2 are very aware of the opponents. They are prepped for this. They are coming into this locked and loaded with all the facts that they need. Now, second half though, 8-4, it's not impossible. And Sentinels are a team that can do these sort of gaps.
Yes, and I'm expecting them to, again, I use the phrase poke the beast, I'm expecting them to come out swinging in the second half. Set the precedent, set the tone, don't allow G2 to ride through this momentum. They need to stop this early in this half if they want to actually draw the game up and push things further.
Back underway, 8-4 if you're just tuning in. Map 1, Sentinels picked up in quite convincing fashion. However, map 2 here, G2's choice, sitting at 8-4 in the half. This time around, Sentinels now need to show what they're like in the driving seat here. Kellogg's real wide on that angle, but he does manage to make it out. That should be, though, Spike, make yourself towards the side.
Vova is straight down mid, though. He's going to find this 1v1 with Zoms, and actually Zoms going to win it. That's a big one. Kellogg's actually going to try and follow up on this. You can see, though, Zoms still wise to it. He finds a second now. All this control, G2 have to force their way onto site.
Yeah, and no one's letting that happen. Shaz is still looking for those angles, and it's Mixwell. 1v5, not gonna happen. A knife comes out.
Okay.
Huh? America stops studying Europe. It hurts.
Who else but Dapper? If we could have placed bets on anybody to get a knife kill on the stage here at Berlin, it's Dapper. Well, talk about stopping the momentum. A knife kill in the pistol round.
That'll do
that, Lauren. That'll do it.
Yeah, that's the badger. Oh.
Zoms, again, great awareness to find that first. Just keep forcing the issue.
Cheeks. Just too caked up. Couldn't help it. 8-5. Oh, dearie me. We go again. Sentinels, welcome to the build back plan. Bulldogs out and a couple of Spectres. Bulldog out, should I say, and a couple of Spectres as tens. Taking the space over by B.
আমি যেরকম করি না স্মার্ট করলে প্রথমে একটু আলোটা চিত্তে দিই
Over on yellow, going to relay that information. And actually, with Mixwell investing the wall, Sick will hit the rotate with the spike here. I think Dapper just going to send across a recon potentially. No, considering it. This is such an interesting read from Sentinel. Again, Shazam seeing nothing else on A. They've read this so well.
Incredible read intuition. Working out very nicely. Mixwell is still close enough to call them over, but they'll be so far ahead now. The site should be theirs. Looking for a clean round here. Sentinels. And G2, of course, looking to do whatever damage they can. They can take a couple of weapons away, do a bit of work. That'd be brilliant, but you can see them kind of fight up here. Tens and Shaz in the shutdown, and it's just Mixwell. It's a flawless round as well to boot. Sentinels have almost closed that gap, so that first buy round is going to be
मैं ना लेट गया था, literally मैं लेट के देख रहा था. ठीक है. नहीं देखेंगे, ये मुझे लेट के देखने नहीं देंगे. समझ गया मैं.
Get the weapon upgrades. Decent early progress as well for Ultimates and whatnot potentially to come online in next round. That's the start you want. First two in the bag for Sentinels. You're going to heavy lean actually towards B here, and it's going to hold it down.
देखा जाक.
Main round.
Big job here. Not an easy one. Utility already coming through. Now he can actually rain death from. Oh no.
Oh no.
The timing. How is he alive? He's not for much longer. 24 HP just about makes out, and they want to catch
DJ रे. पाछा DJ भाई. Tens. DJ भाई.
Just runs He's down Coldamenta too. This is problems now for G2. Clutching at straws. You're not feeling it now. Rifles left by the side. Nuki though picks up the pace and the pieces as TenZ goes down, but the spike is planted.
3v3 Nuki up in top side here.
3v3.
And Zom's controlling B main and in a position actually to use these snake bites. The lineup set up, sick. Just needs to buy a little time here. They're able to negate that straight away. Zoms finds one with a snake bite. Shazam finds the last. Sentinels bonus 2.
Bye-bye.
They're so good at these slightly weaker weapon rounds. They're so good at capitalizing on any of those errors.
I gotta say it, Kellogg.
He's out
of range where his dash is really a you know, that backup plan to get out of jail free card. Again, the Aldrone comes through. If I'm Kellogg's, I am out of there.
Offski. Yeah.
Nice. Tyson, you know that's not my fault, bro.
Okay, don't say Look, we just want to listen into
timeout নিচে G2 আবার timeout নিচে
how this builds back
আমি
up,
টুইটারে গেলাম
the utility, how everything is working through this.
আমি একটু দেখে আসি টুইটারটা ভাই কত পোস্ট হয়ে
It
গেছে
doesn't say much. Let's put it that way. If we're actually talking bigger picture, it's the pistol round, and now they have converted the bonus, which is the scarier part, because now your economy's in the
We got a close match on LAN. About time.
If this plays out as expected, Sentinels are about to tie up. And to consider that first half lead, but I do want to just come back to that. One of my biggest criticisms the other day when we saw
Bot time লিখেছে ভাই
being put in that kind of anchor position to be self-sufficient, right? To be able to peel away in the
bot লিখেছে ভাই bot.
That's not a good indicator. That previous round alone is not a good indicator for me in terms of Kellogg's ability to just find that information, not want to find a 1-for-1. Because even there, if he drops down off the box, right, finds a kill, what does it mean?
I mean, I think this isn't the first European jet that's struggled against North American teams either. Roll your mind back to Reykjavik. Durka, he got tamed on this. And he found it very hard to find that space that we had famed him for. And again, it's very difficult. They are very, very good at locking that space down. But I agree with you. I think he overstepped there, got a little punished for it.
Delete লিখেছে কেন G2 Esport?
In the game again.
That's the big question, actually. As a confidence breaker, you don't want to see that so early in this half for Kellogg's.
G2 Esport একটা ইয়ে করে as Sentinels you coming or what? তারপরে লিখেছে 1 মিনিটে delete, হ্যাঁ? মানে
Nuki this time going to pick up position on B main. Two members of Sentinels actually
util says
towards garage now. A much slower approach this time around. No utility other than the Aldrone invested here, and I don't think Nuki is spotted exactly where he is, but the boom bot and the paint shells, obviously the presence is noted.
Yeah, Nuki is gonna fall away from this one. Coldamenta still trying to work on something, less to lose, I guess, in that regard.
Cheers, bye.
With a tag.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting. 3 bits of utility shown here, so actually 3 members of G2 accounted for here in the early round.
Now the take on the space. Nuki is up top and loses the fight. Sick. Gets him, and there it is. Cracking open, that's all theirs.
কি ভাবছে ওরা পাঁচা মেরা দিয়েছে ভাই
Not necessarily irrelevant, but very far from the point. That spike can be ferried on over really easily now.
ইসরে সাজাম দিবে ভাই পাছায় মারবে
Damage in between. Kellogg's actually finds him.
Spike planted.
Swing out here. 6 low HP, but actually, yeah, Voba picks that one up actually.
TenZ you mad ভাই
Just don't see them making
পাঁচজন প্লেয়ার একখানা
just sitting on an angle like that makes why there's no chance in hell. Sentinels 8-8.
This is the thing, like I said, Sentinels just sit there. The slow orb, the paint shell, and also complementary spotted with the Aldrone. Again, that's 3 members of G2 accounted for, and I think actually on the back of that G2 are like, oh yeah, there's no way they're coming in. Sentinels just sit and wait, and actually they're waiting for obviously that recon bolt to come through, which I gotta say, I don't know if Coldamenta was caught on a reload or what, but he needs to be baiting for Nuki there. He needs to be the one to deal with that recon bolt.
One tap bhai, swap one tap bhai.
Again, this is pressure time now. This is stressful time. We have the buy coming out. 4 on the trot now for Sentinels. Economy a good spot too. Seeing around like 5.9 on Zoms, 5.5 on Shaz.
Kellogg's.
I know you see it too. Timeout it looks like.
Buy korbe.
Lovely technical. Who doesn't?
Buy korbe.
So.
Technical pause.
Going to go for that op. Now I wonder if this could be a big influence, or if it's already being considered, and what the different look from Sentinels will be now.
No, we don't see initially where he's opting to position, but again, he has to be able to pick up the slack elsewhere. If G2 want to really secure one side or the other or fight for that mid control, Kellogg's is the one that needs to hold it down.
Why does it look like Sen is playing an unrated game?
Position. What I want to see is him really be in a position to kind of receive that information if Sentinels do decide to force through, or at least spy out the things like, you know, obviously the Owl drone coming out, the recon bolt going one way or the other, or even just the Viper utility being invested. But
lol, Sentinel 14 মিনিট আগে লিখেছে ট্যাগ করেছে হ্যাঁ we got a close match on LAN about time
bot time ওটা bot লিখেছে bot
না ওটা about time
জানি ওটা about time লিখেছে কিন্তু ঠিক করে পর ওটা একটু লাইক ইয়ে আছে
আর ওটা about time আরে মানে টাইম বলবে
হ্যাঁ
Absolutely smashing it.
We haven't seen the desk slam yet, have we?
Oh, I really want one of those.
Really want to see a good
solid desk slam. Like, they might get fined for it, but it's kind of entertaining.
What do you think the splash on the stage is when actually we have
a desk slam?
We've got a text package for that as well.
কত বড় ডেস্ক ভাই
ছোঁয়া যাবে
ছোঁয়া যাবে
সিঙ্গেল খাট
I mean, it's still group stage, right? Like,
there's still time.
Yeah, it's a long tournament.
টেন্স ভাবছে হাত তাড়াতাড়ি শেষ করে আমি কাইডের সঙ্গে সেক্রেট করব
Stare across the Sentinels.
Not sure. Move over. Look at him, barely blinking. This isn't for me.
Not sure how I feel about this one.
Not for me.
Yeah.
এই তুই আগে দিন বলছিস না কেডি না কাইডি
Who's down there?
কাইডি
যা তোকে আমি টেন্সের মুখ থেকে শোনাবো
কাইডে বলে
কেডি বলে বে
কাইডে বলে নুব নাকি তুই
আমি তোকে শুনিয়ে দিই যদি
শুনিয়ে যা আমাকে
এখন ট্যাগ করছে তোকে
Does that mean we're good to go?
কোথায়
Not sure. Not
ক্যাডি ও তুই আচ্ছা তুই ওর উচ্চারণটা বুঝতে পারিস না ক্যাডি বলে
তোকে আমি ট্যাগ করছি
I did hear that in my ear actually, yeah.
ট্যাগ কর দেখি কিসের কোথায় ট্যাগ করছিস
একটু দাঁড়া
We're all good to go. 8-8.
পরে
No worries. Let's look at that op. Quick reminder.
ভাই ওডিন উঠিছে ভাই
Like it looked like Avova did. Kellogg's does have the op and play, so that's something that could be different, and that is it.
Finds it there.
Nice.
The wall comes up actually on the outside of the tube, and Kellogg's will actually find it. Okay, sticks the res there. Coldamenta will respond. Avova over towards B will find Shazam.
Look at this guy. He's just gone, guys, the entirety of the space is clear. I've got middle, I've got everything you need. Just keep focusing on that B side. He's taken all that space and controlled it. The 3 players from Sentinels now are essentially noted. Every single one of them is known where they're at. So now they're going to have to fight basically back to the wall out of this. Tens, how much space can you get them? Swing on it. Okay, that's not bad. Second Dapper takes down the front line. This is a problem. Coldamenta doing what he can. But now it's a 2v3. Any more? Tens is still working forward. This man will put the weight of the world on his shoulders for his side. But there's a player close by. Sees Kellogg's. Expects a swing from Coldamenta. He reads him so well. Tens is just going God mode. And now the 2v2.
Odin chalabi. Odin.
Every single... Has he just read
It's
his
just
position? But the timing is just off.
No.
Second, and there it is. Safety found. And a sigh of relief as Tens was about to tear him apart.
G2 put their first round on the board, but Tens, man, you can never count them out. And he reads that perfectly.
He almost had Nookie too.
The operator shot comes through from Kellogg's, and he knows that the counter peak's coming through from Coldamenta.
ঠিক আছে
Beautiful stuff here. I think Zom's at
Odinটা গেছে ওদের
that something's coming. Oh, what a fascinating round, but they nearly got it done. I think just a little misread from Tens. I think he was potentially coming from a completely different angle there, so Nuki gets the second seemingly for free. Shazam with that operator online now, Lauren.
Okay, next step, back and forth we go. Kellogg's had his out. Right back in it, Shaz.
They're brute forcing it.
Yeah, it looks like Mixwell, though. Oh, he was not really ready for that. It was a bit of a, I guess, a lazy-ish clear on it. It outdone and then some in response. You can see all the ults coming down, and they actually both connect in the end. Coldamenta did find Sick, even at the very last go of it, which actually gives the player advantage back over to G2.
Oh no! Oh, Coldamenta and Nookie swing on the back of that Owl drone. It's left to Zoms and Shazam here. Zoms with a Viper's pit of his own, but right here it's going to be difficult. I mean, he needs another kill in order to get that online, but the spike tucked just behind serving. Gallows will find one there. Zoms will trade one out, but 4 HP, just a matter of time. Avova comes through. G2 put themselves 2 ahead here in the second half.
They bounced back They found that little bit of rhythm here, 10-8, as you said. This was the first couple they've strung together off the back of an actual timeout where they were discussing what was happening. We saw that op coming out for Kellogg's. Whether it be that or just the adjustments off the back, it is working. And now on the other side, we did see the op for Shaz, but now luckily, you know, not luckily, but just well considered, he still have the knives to fall back on, so his economy will be just fine. But outside of that, 2 now, double digits. This is game on, HyperX.
It is, and this is a pivotal round. 3,300 left in the bank for Sentinels as a whole. Shazam going to ride through the Blade Storm. Kellogg's will face the Owl Drone. And again, Sentinels looking to force the issue onto A site. Mixwell called upon once again.
Caught out last time, needs to do better this time.
Yeah,
I want to see how he approaches this. Kellogg's looking after a lot of angles here. This can get incredibly dicey. Still looking for it. And they're now encroaching on the site. Spots one, can't find it, needs to back away. Spike post-plant territory.
Kellogg actually will respond with a Blade Storm of his own. Viper's Pit invested on site here. Sentinels looking to secure. Actually, Nuki wins a 1v1 with Dapper on the flank here. Shazam, he's found a second, Lauren.
Nuki just straight up clotheslined him, and now a 5v3. This retake looks like it's got legs, but 10 still stands, so I won't run him out just yet. And diving on in. Oh, out of nowhere, Sick just gets surprised. Just didn't expect Kellogg's, and now we're down to just 10s, and he's fallen. It's going to be 11 on the board.
What a response from G2 again, remaining composed, everything stacked against them in that round. The Viper's Pit setting up such a stranglehold on the site there, but Nuki finding 2 insane kills on the flank to open up this retake.
Against the ults as well from Shaz. Oh.
Enemy remaining.
We got a game. We actually have a game.
We're getting closer and closer to a death slam there as well.
Yeah, it was getting there.
Sentinels looking, seems as if they're scrambling for answers here. Again, another round where they just try and send it at A. And like I said, Mixwell fumble in the
Guardian Nilo.
Strong.
Oh, Chaz. Dangerous games. Look at Voba's deeper push as well. He wants to take back that territory. Keep it somewhat in G2 favor.
See the wind in G2 sails now. They're looking to be a little more proactive, a little more decisive in some of these rounds. A wonky purchase here on the side of Sentinels. 10's on a Guardian, Sick. That Spectre. Kellogg's there, will open things up with the operator though. Shazam falls. Kellogg tries to dip back in again for a second.
These peaks from Kellogg's, man, are dangerous, but maybe feeling himself. You can see as to why. Just gonna keep trying to be stylish on the 20 HP, and he's still going. That's 3. And more Beckham, but Coldamenta's got his cross. He's got his buddy in arms, and Kellogg's finally falls, but the rest of G2 are right here as Dapper left amongst the bodies of his teammates. So few options. Mixwell watching the back. Coldamenta, the first man forward. It's gonna be 12 now, 1 away from map 3.
This is insane for G2 to respond like this after dropping the first 4 rounds of this half. They've responded with 4 of their own, and Sentinels now tapped out. Kellogg's finally honed in, finding these shots when it absolutely matters for G2. And this is the sort of thing, the confidence building for this young man.
We said at the very start of this, G2 have to awaken the beast that's been laying dormant since the very early days of Valorant. That name came with a lot of weight to it. It dipped away for a while. This could be the resurgence. That's the start. Kellogg's already getting off to a beginning. Nuki to follow. This is looking like they're about to put a bow on it for at least this map.
আরে এটা ইয়ার ম্যাপ ছিল তাছাড়াও
ওদের ম্যাপ ছিল
Sentinels তো এই চুজ করেনি Dapper, Sick and 10s, but A is just looking closed for business.
Absolutely. Mixwell again in a position. 10s will actually find a response. Of over though, they're in position. Look at that, Kellogg's with another 3-piece to close things out. G2 13-8 on map 2 here, Lauren.
We're going all the way, all 3 maps. G2 living up to all the talk, all the hype they have turned up after what was a disastrous map 1. They are right back in this. You can see it. Every single one of them is fired up. And Sentinels, you don't often see them without an answer.
No, it's seemingly actually there. Straight away from that pause. G2 came back in with a completely different tempo, and it worked for them. It's so good when you see them, again, effectively get slapped down in the first few rounds. It's fair to say that, again, with the bonus coming through.
Those Sentinels, you do bleed.
It's actually insane to me.
We haven't seen them look like this. They've been in the lab. We saw them at the very start of, trying to make this run, coming into this season, looking like, oh, okay, maybe one of the actually weaker teams in the EU or the EMEA coming through, but the prospects, the ones to watch. There we go. See, it's all banter. It's all fun and games. But again, their story arc, we didn't know what their peak would look like because we hadn't seen it yet. It was still building, these newer players still finding their form. And if this is just a glimpse of what's to come, it ain't a bad start.
This is a massive achievement as well. Sentinels, again, I think the only time they've actually dropped Icebox in recent time was the Sonics, which was a very uncharacteristic performance on both sides in terms of that matchup. So for G2 to come out and do this here, where we've seen them really fall short against teams that, stylistically match up towards them. I think back to that Ascend series, where they got absolutely swept on Icebox. So this is a huge statement to make. We're coming out, we're forcing map 3. We've actually got a series on our hands here, Lauren.
Haven is up next. I am
so happy.
So this, I think all of us were kind of expecting
G2?
a bit more of a one-sided affair.
Oh, Sentinels, you do bleed.
This is the perfect start to the NA-EU rivalry, already building here, but it's still group stage, and we still have another map to go. We're going to go to a short break, and when we're back, map 3 will be up next.
বিশাল ব্যাপার আরে বাপ রে বাপ এত ভাবিনি আমি এত ঝামেলা এত ভাবিনি আমি হবে
আসছে দাঁড়া আমি ব্রেকটা দেখি
2 মিনিট ব্রেক দিল 3 মিনিট অ্যাকচুয়ালি
দেখি আসি
কি খাবি তুই
দেখি
আমাকে কিছু খাইয়ে খাবার দে না একা খাবি ভাই এরকম করছিস এই সায়ন কালকে যাওয়া হচ্ছে কি যাওয়া হচ্ছে না অনেকে তুই আসছিস কালকে বহরমপুর Heading ball in heading hall. দাদা তাই তো বললাম heading ball in heading hall. আমি মিউট করে দিয়েছি ভাই কে জানে কোন গানে কপিরাইট দিয়ে দিবে এ ভাই তোমার এই দুঃখ তুমি কোথায় রাখবে কোথায় রাখবে কোথায় রাখবে সেন্টিনেলস কিছু করলো কিছু পোস্ট করলি ক্রিপ্ট ইজ হট ম্যান হট ম্যান হট ক্রিপ্ট ইজ হট কত তাড়াতাড়ি বানাচ্ছে ভাই ভাই কে এদের ইয়ে কে ভাই ভাই হ্যাঁ আমারও লাগবে ভাই মানে এইগুলো আগে থেকে বানানো ছিল বুঝলি তো লাইক এরকম 3টে বানানো আছে ঠিক আছে যে জাস্ট নাম্বার গুলো বসালো শুধু যে পোস্ট করে দিল বাকি নিজের এই ইয়েটা বানানো আছে भाई ठीक है भाई कोई बात नहीं टाइम है अभी भी अभी मारेंगे গরম লাগছে ভাই বিশ্বাস কর হেভি গরম লাগছে আমার না শুরু হচ্ছে
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where G2 just became the first team to hand Sentinels a map loss at a Masters event. And what a way for them to do it, Kakuka, putting 5 rounds together in a row on the back half to wrap it up.
It was amazing. It looked like everything it was going to change, and then they were like, okay, you know what, you have to lose. I'm really happy of how to do it. I really like how G2 structured their attack. So much pressure with so much utility used in the exact perfect moment. I love this map. I'll watch it again.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that I brought up in the pre-game was that one of G2's really big strengths is their trade potential, and I feel like that was something that we just saw in droves on this map.
We saw that. We also saw the first pistol round win for G2,
yes,
which was something that we asked for as well. So
they did lose the second one.
They did lose the second one.
Give them
and that's what made it look a little scary when all of a sudden it's evened up at 8-8. But as you see from there, after the tac pause, that was the turning moment for G2. Tac pause into 5 rounds in a row. Nukier continuing to perform incredibly well, but for me, behind him, Kellogg's stepping up.
Yeah, and it's like Nuki was the godfather for Kellogg's. He was underperforming a little bit on split, and he was like, you know, just hold my hand, especially on the defense. It was like, hold my hand and just come with me. We're going to smash some faces.
Yeah, I mean, even just in those last few rounds, especially, what round was it? It was round number 20, where Kellogg's was present on yellow, facing down green. You got 4 players of Sentinels coming at you. And you know that all these players coming, you're basically on your own, and he still stood there, got every single one of those kills. Connell Dementa jumping in at the end, gets a couple.
This is the one you wanted right here.
Oh, God, it's just brutal.
Yeah, brace yourselves. Incoming 3K. I mean, you can tell Sentinels can't figure out, you know, at this point,
He's 20 HP, and he's like, let me go
had
for
to have
one
backed
more.
up. He
I
had to
have
have
one
backed
more
up.
bullet on the
Not the
magazine.
case.
I need to use it.
Not the case. That is a confidence booster right there. That's what you want to see out of a young player stepping onto a LAN stage. Excited by all means to see that we are going to a third map and that G2 was able to push us there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we said Haven. Haven is fun to watch for Sentinels, but I am just, after that G2, I think I'm excited to see, because, you know, G2, I think, they've been very emotional in the first map. They seemed very downtrodden on the rounds that they didn't do so well in. That map, they were just riding with it, and I'm assuming that Haven's going to be the same.
This is the G2 that you and everybody have to be scared of. The G2 that is comfortable, completely different. Mixwell, there's no point in comparison from Mixwell on Sage than on Viper.
An incredibly exciting matchup. Just received word that we got Sean standing by with a little bit of a breakdown to figure out how G2 ultimately overcame Sentinels for the first time at an international LAN.
Yeah, guys, it's absolutely insane because G2 looked phenomenal right there. The duelists on G2 were the only players on their team to get entry frags. And that's pretty standard when you look at teams that play Sentinels, right? So I'm going to show you why it is so difficult to get any entries against a team like Sentinels. And I decided to use the eco round for G2 to just show why it's so difficult to upset Sentinels on a round like this. So right off the bat, what we're going to see is the Viper wall going across B. That's pretty standard. You know, the smoke, Zom's about to throw the Viper orb into middle right here. That's standard as well. But I want to draw some attention to how they're getting map control with both Dapper and Shazam as well. So what you're going to see is Dapper is going to throw a recon on that wall. That's going to allow Shazam to know that no one's pushed up. He's going to take control of this A lobby, and the round is very slow. So let's start running it right now. So it's a very, very slow round. And I'll explain to you why it's slow. So what Sentinels is trying to do is basically control vision in all of this area of the map that I have boxed right there. So you can see they're just staying very, very passive. Shazam at the top of the screen, and then Zoms is holding middle. And by Zoms activating the orb, we've talked about it before, it requires someone to be aware that he could push that way, under tube, as well as up tube. So he is doing a lot all by himself. Shazam being here means that there has to be someone on A, right? Because they have no aggressive info. They don't know if there's, you know, 3 people right here. G2 would have no idea about that. So they have to respect the fact that there could be an A hit coming. And Sentinels knows that because Shazam is here. And Zoms knows that no one's mid. So Zoms also knows someone must be mid. This is how a default is properly run. And you can see Dapper uses his utility perfect. They break the initial recon, they break the initial drone, and they wait for Dapper's second arrow to come in. And the execute on B long happens at that point. It is so rare that 2 Sova arrows are used on on the start of the round before an opening. And the way Sentinels plays this so passively and doesn't allow, Nucky to get that entry on top of B container, just as proof as to why they are a world-class team. So I hope this taught you guys something about like how to play passively, and I want to hear what you guys have to say back on the desk.
Very much, Sean. Very cool to see. I mean, I think that if anything, that to me exemplifies why it is so impressive that G2 was able to take down Sentinels, because when Sentinels is able to pull out rounds like that you wouldn't normally expect them to pick up, that's exactly that kind of X factor that we're talking about, and shows you what a mountain they are to overcome for a team, for any team, really.
Yeah, for me, I actually remember on that specific round, I was sitting here, I took my headset off, and I could hear what they were saying. They're very loud, I would say that. I'm closer to G2, and I can hear Sentinels better. And just hearing them talk methodically about it, be like, right, we're sending out our drone, wait here, I can see, and they're just saying exactly where these players were, and it's like, wait for the dart, now we go. And it's just, you can tell it's so structured in their comms, and for G2 to be able to overcome that. Now, I'm assuming their comms are structured too, but for whatever reason, I can't hear them. They're probably mumbling amongst themselves. Yeah, I think it really does exemplify that.
I also think that I don't know how that is going to apply to this Haven. I really like when you are very cautious with your utility, especially with the Soba, all of it, not only the shock darts, the drone, but also the recon. I think the timing is very important and specific. And now that we're jumping on to Haven, I mean, you're going to probably use a recon at the start of the round just to clear up, I mean, some pushes or stuff like that. But at mid-round, that's when you're going to save it for the last part.
We wanted it. G2 gave it to us. A map 3 here up against Sentinels, but it is Haven. And Kakuka, you said at the top of the day, Haven for Sentinels is in some ways exact, or in some senses exactly where they want to be. That momentum for G2 coming off of 5 straight rounds into the initial pistol here on Haven. Can they lock it up?
Talk about pistols?
I mean, you brought it up, and I feel like it was part of their success.
Let's talk about G2 and pistols. They won this map Haven the other day against F4Q. They lost both pistols.
All right, well then maybe they don't need them.
But we have to say, this is a bold we're coming back on the Astra. This is something that I love to see. I think that he was brilliant. That he was creating in all sides of the map. They're gonna start attacking. I feel like this actually favors them. So let's see how they do. Even though, as I said, I think the Sentinels is gonna get this. But yeah, I'm up for a duel.
I like that you brought up the Astra, though, because I do think this is going to be the map where we see a number of changes when it comes to Agent Select.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, again, this is one where Sentinels, they've gone for a number of different compositions of late. I mean, the main core will be an Astra Jet Phoenix Sova, most likely. It's about whether or not they decide to bring the Killjoy or the Cypher. Killjoy having been the most recent for them. But for me, it's really the Phoenix that stands out, mostly because you just don't see that come out from other teams, like, really on any map at the moment. But the way that Sick can use the flashes in the Phoenix to help facilitate himself, it's just fascinating.
I remember how many teams did that, the usage of the Phoenix, especially on Ascent, but I really like it on Haven. And as you were saying, we saw it on the Decoded, where Pansy was just guiding us through that beautiful round from Sentinels. And I feel, thank you very much, Sig, for giving back.
Of course. Well, Dapper has decided to go on the Cypher instead of Killjoy, so they're taking a step
I'm
back.
happy. I really like Cypher better than Killjoy, and especially on Dapper.
I'm a fan.
It gives me Nats vibes.
You know? Not everything is about EU.
Oh,
well, I mean,
everything is about Nats sometimes.
We've got the 2 best Cypher players in the world at this tournament.
There has to be a comparison between Dapper and Nats, because they're fighting, as you said, Dash, for being who's the better Sentinel out there.
I just want to say, I know Gambit's not EU before people get angry at me.
I mean, EMEA.
All right, we asked for it. We got it. It's map number 3 between Sentinels and G2. You don't want to hear any more from us. You want to see some gunfights.
Yes.
Pansy, Hypoc, take it away.
Yes.
Well, yeah, we are now moments away from getting to map 3. I don't think many people thought we were going to go this far, quite genuinely. This has blown us out of the water so far.
No, so and important to note the end of that previous map. I mean, we look at the previous series that G2 played. I can hear a lot going on behind us right now.
Rowdy.
But Kellogg's was absolutely pivotal to their success versus F4Q. And again, with that and into Icebox, I want to see him continue that pace, carry that across now to map 3.
Roll your minds back. Fnatic against Sentinels. The last battle between NA and EU went down on this map, and it's where NA destroyed EU. But there were moments that Fnatic found. Can G2 muster a little bit of that brilliance to bring it back through here to maybe reset history? We'll find out. But now we're live into this one. All going swimmingly so far, but back in the site, the first battle. Kellogg's going to find one, but Shazam is right there, as is Dapper. It's a 2-for-1 trade-out.
Oh, actually, straight away, G2 call an audible here. They're going to try and drift through garage towards C. Coldamenta can't get lost with that spike right now of over. Trying to find space elsewhere, guarantee this entry. A little bit of damage, actually, forced Zombs away, so G2 will be able to pick up control initially. Actually, Coldamenta hesitant to plant here, and look at this stack up here.
Hold on, Avova really has his moments on this map. Oh, just had to hit the reload, we did so much damage, but now just Coldamenta, a 1v2. Mixwell did find Shaz, now Coldamenta, the timing, he's dead! Tens on the swing! Sentinels start things off with the first round.
Dapper be like, oh.
The fact that Coldamenta, I guess, pauses for a moment, gives Sentinels
Baba send Marshall
play the numbers advantage on the way back in. Avova call upon, but seemingly out in no man's land.
ये Marshall कर दो
Sentinel নিজের এজেন্টে ফিরে আসছে
Again, what a
ঠিক এই এজেন্টে ফাইনাটিকের সঙ্গে খেলেছিল
হ্যাঁ একদম
Again, just the timing on that reload. Coldamenta only had 2 bullets left.
মনে আছে অনিকেত ম্যাচটা
Sentinels strike first.
বাবা রে
Nothing invested here. Actually, 1 sheriff, 2 sheriffs at the very last second here on Mixwell and Kellogg's.
Love seeing a field play. Quick little pop flash. Sick eats a fair amount of it, though. Gonna peel himself away as much as he can. And there's tens. It really seems to suit well together. Falls instantaneously away. Deeper angle now. Let's see if anyone's gonna try and slip through.
Short
Gonna hear these steps. 2 coming his way, 2 through short. Another found. Tens. How many more are you gonna get? Tens up and over. Go on, buddy. Yeah, why not? Tens.
By quadra, by quadra.
Work.
Okay, bonus round এটা.
Again, good progress as well towards that blade storm early on. G2 now called upon in their buy round. Don't want Sentinels to build up any buffer in these first rounds. Looks so easy. Now we'll have to see how G2 approach this. Again, I'm looking for fast hits. I'm looking for find these opening duels. Again, with Coldamenta on the sky now, Kellogg's has a little bit of support around.
Well, look, I've loved Mixwell on that sky before, but you know, Coldamenta just as good with Kellogg's. That combination, that 1-2 that we get to see. And Tenzo still looking to be integral this round, leaning a little bit more proactively down middle. Taking that little bit of a risk, but not much. Still able to obviously move away. Probably mobile. Kellogg's likes being seen. Happy with it. To give him maybe a notion of intent. And there are now 4 players leaning this way for Sentinels.
Indeed, happy to give up Zombs over in garage now. No utility there to really give away any indication of G2 pushing forward, but Avova now starting to explore garage, and G2 desperately trying to scrambling to find some information, but Sentinel's giving away nothing. Nope. I think Dapper, is tucked in here, but Shazam's the only utility noted here. Shazam's the only thing that they've noted.
He's not moving. He does have Dapper in as well. Dapper, exactly, just down in that pocket down below. Turns the flash a little early, but Dapper's still just fine.
Oh, head!
Cookie can't follow up. Good trade for Coldamenta there, but the problem is Shazam's right here towards Kellogg's. This is now a problem. It's not feeling so good. Avova outdone by Shazam. This is the bonus, so you're meant to be working towards Mixwell. Can't do it either, and it's looking disastrous now. G2 will be unhappy with that as Sentinels will be grinning ear to ear.
Okay. Post around 3 survive. Again, Sentinels now with a huge opportunity to pile on the pressure. G2, again, whether or not anything is thrown back into this one, but again, just the setup there. Dapper baited him perfectly by Tens. Again, they're in position so quickly. Again, like I said, it's G2 scrambling for something to be the green light to hit somewhere. Sentinels give them absolutely nothing.
No, you don't get given much in this, and it's very hard to dictate the pace towards Sentinels as well. There's a reason they're exceedingly good at this map, and of course this entire game. Now at this point, TenZ brings out the big boy instead of the the which is fine. Taking towards A, he does have Shaz.
Brings out the big boy.
And of course on the other side we have the Shiko coming out.
Love a Shiko.
Can't get enough.
See if G2 can get anything going here.
It's off lane each.
Call them to straight away. Shut down on that swing on window.
Going up.
Sick will peel away. Again, the spike noted now at least. A good indication as to how G2 are set up. Again, Sentinels just holding strong here. Avova actually spotted out on the way through. Dapper and Zombs called upon now, but again, Sick finds Avova. G2 just not being given entry anywhere at all, Lauren. Sick now again. Facing down the last two members. We'll find the first colorful trade, but not much else to get done. Zombs will clean things up.
Nice one.
Well handled by Sentinels. Again, just not allowing G2 to punish the economy, or even damage the economy, I should say. Sentinels now with a huge financial buffer, especially with that operator online, the Blade Storm as well. I think potentially online for TenZ as well.
Now, you were saying that they need to find a way in, because Sentinels aren't going to give them. We've seen this already. It's quite clear. Sentinels do not play an overly easy game to read into, to get picks on. Everything is very well considered. Now we have to look at G2, and the conversation I'm sure they're having now is, well, how do we find our way in? How do we start dictating the pace?
Well, my concern becomes actually when Sick starts getting his ultimate online, they can get a little more proactive in some of these rounds, and it's going to catch G2 off guard, especially if they're happy to sit as deep as they are. Like I said, they can't really gather any information. I think actually, talking specifically about Sick, once he does get online and once that ultimate's available,
Red Bull, BMW, Logitech, Adidas.
Again, look to Shazam, look towards TenZ, and obviously then Zombs as well on the Astra. These set pieces on defense for Sentinels are so clean.
So what you're telling me is there's not an easy way. If anything, it gets harder.
There are none.
Great. Cool. Well, let's see what Niels can come up with behind them. Because 4-0, they do need to find a bit of an answer soon. This is what the timeout is here to address, because these rounds haven't been that close. I feel like they haven't even really been able to execute on the sites. They've been struggling to have that ability.
Well, the thing with G2 is, well, we know they lean away from these kind of choreographed, set pieces. Set pieces, and again, that's why it almost relies on.
Gigabyte.
Oh, actually, a bit of spam coming through from outside B there onto Colmenta, but it's so difficult to find an opening duel here that Sick will just continue to command garage area. And again here, look, just nothing gained the other way. You've got TenZ now posted on A long. Mixwell there.
Okay.
Not creeping through just yet.
I've got your trail. Okay, let's see what they do with Seekers then.
Seekers.
They have drawn rotations. I mean, you can put a lot of faith in TenZ though. He's still pretty solid with that off, but now Sick's gonna lean on in. Gonna actually get one as well. The spray doesn't quite connect for the second, but Zombs has his back as well. Avova's now gone. Kellogg's looking a little isolated on the side. He needs some support here. He only gets the trade in the end. It's a 4v2. These trades are so effective for Sentinels.
As well, the ability to pause and allow Sick to come through and just bait out that first engagement.
Look how deep these rotations are, man. There's no risks.
Especially with Dapper's utility still in position here. Give away exactly what's about to happen. Kiko Mixwell will actually hop into the first. Rookie will remove the second.
30 seconds left.
Actually, Hunter Fury comes through. Dapper will find a kill anyway, but Rookie called upon now, and again, G2 just cannot find anything here versus Sentinels. And again, the thing is, when the rounds play out like this, they don't even really get a good feel for initially how Sentinels are set up. And every time one piece of the puzzle moves,
the defense are weak.
Yeah, but this is the beauty of Sentinels. It's like watching an artist paint a picture. They are so good at playing this map. It's incredibly hard to, one, get to the position to even have those executes that G2 don't particularly like anyway. How do you get reads on rotations? And even if they get them, how do you punish those? You just can't. At the moment, Sentinels are playing an incredibly elevated game. That G2's money is now in the bin. It's starting to mount up a little here, but let's see if Kellogg's can maybe offset that. They've been struggling to deal with the TenZ Shazam combo over towards the side of the map, and Maybe some more of that to come, but maybe overwhelmed. Who knows? Maybe not.
My word.
Tens brings it down on him, just the guillotine slicing through. Shaz by his side, and now a new position adopted. Double stack towards long as well. They still have so many players always in the right place. Tens a second away, but Shaz is right there. Puts his life on the line, and it's another round. 6-0.
সাজাম ভালো কভার দিয়েছে জাস্ট ওয়ালটা উঠে গেল মুখের সামনে নালে এমটার মধ্যে ছিল
মুখে ছিল সেটাই I think that's the third
মুখে মারতে মজা লাগতো
now where G2 have only been able to find what
আরে পেছনে পড়তো না
it's just crazy I mean
বলছি মুখে মারতে পড়ে
আর সামনে মারলে পেছনে পড়বে না
লজিক still without
nice idea
storm online towards G2 lockdown Nuki one off the res but again these are very reactive ults here that I don't think G2 really are in a position to lean on with the way these rounds have gone. They're not being given enough to find an opening and then try and secure the round or secure control of any of these sites.
I love that. Tens just swinging out anti-flash, gets himself into a great position now. But on the other side, there is still Mixwell. But I've seen this man turn a sniper into a shotgun, so don't be surprised if you see it again! Tens does it to Mixwell! Bringing off of that. What are you meant to do? There's now 4 of them. The first brave step they put forward, they get met by that.
And look at this as well. 6 C long, so the Sentinels can drift away from C. Players position now to greet this push of G2. Doms and Dapper. Again, there's just no way in. Sentinels perfectly positioned to stop anything here. And the problem being, they're going to come through gaps. All of C-Long control is in favor of Sentinels.
Okay, Dapper, how much have you got here, though? You've got a lot of pressure coming your way. Outdone eventually, but here's the next layer. Sick, holding long. That's a dirty angle to try and clear. It's so nasty. And now his Dom's on the swing through on CT. He does get traded out on, but the numbers are still so favorable to Sentinels. A 3v2. Nuki and Avova. Now looking for that next step. Avova can be good here, but that player on logs is just in.
अच्छा आवाज नहीं तो.
There it is. Shaz just breaks the back of any hope the G2 are trying to build.
যেটা ঘুরলো স্যার.
Shazam Bilai.
ঘুরলো কিছু একটা.
Shazam Bilai.
চল.
Perfect example. That round there of the contingencies in place. Sick gets even if he just trades 1-for-1 and G2 decide to swing on to long and try and get towards C site. He's in here actually a laboured spray on the first, got to argue, could have been good for a second, but it's the fact that as soon as Six in that position, Sentinels are there to greet either B or get
the tank might have run out of gas for G2.
আমি খেলা ছেড়ে দিতাম ভাই এরকম হলে
Clean rounds, no opportunities to get in. We argue about the depth. These were the team that came through in pretty much the last.
ভাই ইকোনমি নেই ভাই
Depth was always going to be the question. How far can they take this? For now, they take themselves towards B. Dapper on the other side, sitting towards the connector on the A side, but it's Sick. Takes himself forward. The spree's a little bit fruity, a little wild, but it's just fine in the end. And again, there is still no hope. There is still no way in. There's no way out. It's just Avova left on his lonesome. A 1v4, a miracle round at this point.
Sentinels will even.
Hello, brother.
No, Sick slapped Avova down. His 4th on the round. Sentinels 8th on the board.
They are really smurfing in heaven.
This is where you start getting more. Again, lockdown still available, not called upon in, I feel like 4 or 5 rounds now that's been available. But again, even here, on this round in particular is the one where G2 decide to go a little more aggressive. And this now, it's got to lean, the tendency now is to play even more effectively. Tapped out here, 1,300 credits left in the bank. Looking with a revive, Coldamented 2 away from Seekers. Storm, Cosmic Divide, Shazam now with the Hunter's Fury. Sick with another run it back, Lauren. This is looking pretty terrible for G2.
It is another shot at another bite to the cherry. Kellogg's.
না এখানে কোটা ওদের কাছে কোটা আল দেখ রানিট ব্যাগ अवेलेबल
Life on the line. The spray good. They get on the first and they're just working away at G2 as they try and step towards the site. Arez comes out slowly but surely. Those zombies now flashed up. Has a problem with this one. It's Mixwell to capitalize as well towards CT. Finally, G2 making some work out of it. 1 on the board.
I said actually maybe the tendency is to play a little more passively. This one they really force the issue onto C site. Kellogg's leading the charge for G2. See Nuki perfectly timed on that swing.
Seeker soloটা কি রে ভাই ঠিক আছে ভাই
Good credit Sentinels there. It's the ability to back up the Hunter's Fury in combination with the run it back to try and get
ঠিক আছে একটু ইকোনমি হলো ওদের কিন্তু এই রাউন্ডটা হারলেও ইকোনমি
ম্যাচ এই রাউন্ডটা ড্যাপার হাগলো এই ড্যাপার বলছি সাজাম হাগলো একটু যদি একটু ভালো করে আলটা মারতো সোভার
Do it again though. You got to do it for the last couple of rounds, right? Like this is the thing. This can't just stop now. You have to keep delivering in this fight again. Mixwell against Tens!
No way, man!
Get out of here, Tens! How are you doing it to him? Mixwell's such a veteran, man. He knows this. He knows that he's thinking through the steps. There he is regardless. Tens just, he's the boogeyman in this game. You just don't want to go near him.
It's crazy. I mean, it's a testament to just how good Tens is, but made Mixwell look slow there, honestly.
Which is not, it's not something we often say. Mixwell is so good at this normally. Wow.
করছে ভাই
Nerf Tens.
But no damage done to Shazam, actually. Seeker's invested now. Coldamenta try and force his way through onto A. Maybe try and catch something here. Nuki will spot out at least one member on B site, but the spike headed towards C. Dapper will be called upon.
আটকাবে
Not moving.
আটকাবে
And now he knows something's up. Two players working forward, one still towards Garage, maybe looking to exploit that rotation would be Nuki. But Zoms is there now to back up Dapper, and Shaz did find Nuki, so that lurk's now removed. Kellox and the boys on C feeling a little silly here, not able to make the connection they wanted. Kellox is doing the best he can, but I don't think it's going to be enough. No, it's not. And Coldamenta, a little late to the party. We're going to take down two.
কেন ফাঁকা হয়ে ভাই
And some curious positioning from Tens. Still on the backside and middle.
জানতো না
Are you? And tucked in the corner, it's going to be sick, and it's going to be
bye.
Sentinels. This one's looking all but over.
Seek be like apun hai na.
It takes them so long to get up towards it. Then they're posted behind the trap wire, and again Dapper buys effectively like 8 seconds with those two.
ও জানতো
ভাই ওর হেডেও ছিল
With those two cages there by so much.
ওর পিওভিটা হেডেই ছিল
Sentinels can
আরে কেজেটা
on site before the spike is even close to getting planted.
And a reminder to every other team who maybe thought there
was
hope.
Economy শেষ ভাই এই রাউন্ডটা হারলে আবার ইকোনমি শেষ
Maybe they're human, maybe this is the time to strike. Maybe not, it's 9-1. Up and over. Just swats him out the air. Tens is so just nasty with everything he does. He's still aggressing. He's knocking down Sewer, falls away just to get out of the eyes of that dog, and now can re-aggress on it. But fixed on the flank. He's in the spawn. They're making it hurt now. Just a chokehold on G2, sending him back. This is all but over, Sentinels.
ভাইটা কি খেলছে ভাই এ ভাই
The prime
game. এ ভাইটা কি করছে ভাই
up and 6 so quickly in position.
ভাই কিছু বলবি
G2
ভাই কিছু বল না ভাই
get the ball rolling. Staring down the back. So good. Tens doesn't even wait for the audio cue there. He's already posted. There's not even like a reactionary shot. It's like Playstorm was available.
না মানে কেউ বলতে পারবে না যে এমবট লাইক এমবট
obviously না
সঙ্গে সঙ্গে উপরে তাকিয়ে ছিল
হ্যাঁ এটা গেম সেন্স
10-1
গেল রে
Oh my god.
The play from Sick. And look at the spam. Shaz.
থেমে যা প্লিজ ভাই
Sick still going. There's no rest. There's no room for air. This shouldn't be allowed on Twitch.
No, this is absolutely relentless. Finally, the lockdown going to be invested here. And Avova actually will find Shazam. I don't think Sentinel's too bothered about the outcome of this round in particular. Zoms towards the G2 spawn. Actually coming back in here, Dapper going to find Nuki. Over on the other side of this wall, we'll find another kill. Kellogg's actually flanking on the backside, but Zom's still alive and kicking. Finds the spike, finds a second. Kellogg's will fall. Mixwell, 17 HP in a 1v2.
गोल पकड़ा दीजिए भाई मैक्सवेल भी लाइक मैं कहाँ जाऊँ मैं क्या करूँ
Not moving a muscle. Sat. Maybe stunned a little at the score.
Dude, no one is going A. মানে ওরা A যাচ্ছেই না ওদের কাছে A বি লাইক
10 আছে
ভাই প্লিজ ভাই এতে ভাই ওরা টিম নিজেদের মধ্যে গল্প করছে ভাই আমাকে এতে পাঠাস না ভাই আমাকে এতে পাঠাস না আমি মরে যাব
Yeah, I don't know.
ভাই টাইম নেই ভাই টাইম বস স্পেক্টরটা সেভ করছে নাকি
ভাই ওরা দেখ কি করছে
Clock beginning to rot. Mixwell turns the corner. Zoms is there. This
Zoms খেলে দিল ভাই
Sentinels
রাউন্ডটা
sending more than a message. A reminder to EU. This is where Fnatic fell. This is where G2's going to fall, and maybe the group stage. People don't get past us on this map.
This is absolutely brutal. I mean, at this point, you got to ask the questions again around G2. They're able to.
আমি একটু হাসি দাঁড়া একটু 2 মিনিট হাসতে দাও আগে
This is Sentinels stomping ground, and it really shows the gap between these two teams.
No, it is a real difference here, and someone who I'm sure will be elated after being obviously very quiet on that previous map. But
Any just left?
Quiet for years. However, someone who will be happy will be Sean. So hopefully he's standing by, ready to break down a couple of looks of maybe what surprised him, what made him happy. Who knows? It's going to be essentially a Sentinels frag movie. So enjoy this.
ও সব বাল এটা দেখ না কাম অন মিম টিম স্পিট ইট আউট
really sick. So this is a really cool round from both teams that I want to go over today. So let me first draw attention to all the G2 players over here outside long. Oh, wrong tool. So we have all the G2 players outside long A right there, ready to get A control at the start of the round. So let's roll the clip for a little bit. You can see the turret is here, Mixwell is over by it. The guiding light comes through long. And the reason why the guiding light comes through this jet smoke, which actually comes from Kellogg. So let's pause for a split second. So we have the jet smoke from Kellogg right here in A main. The guiding light goes behind it. That puts in the mind of a normal player that, you know, the attackers are aggressively pushing long at that point. But this is tense, and tense does not fall off of this angle, which is massive.
Kaidi post করেছে G2 or Gold 2 is an amateur European valorant team who was given a ticket to Berlin Masters due to a make-a-wish request from their only fan, Carlos.
They're spread out, and it's going to end up being a garage.
Kaidi দিয়েছে Twitter-এ
capable of doing certain things.
VCC থেকে পোস্ট করেছে Valorant Master @10 official.
It's not an NA match.
লিখছে flexing with a Marshall.
There's just so many shapes there as well. So B is just a
Sentinels be like any jokes left G2 Esports.
And then
come on meme team spit it out.
It's a very hard side.
Okay, yeah, this map.
Pops.
Hey, you got one.
Astra. So how does Sentinels deal with this? Well, this first Astra star would activate as a The second one would turn into a gravity well if there was a C-pop. And then Zoms even puts a third star right next to him.
আমার মাথা যন্ত্রণা করছে ভাই
hide in his own smoke, dodge recons, dodge a drone. You know, he's capable of moving around. Guiding lights won't blind him. Trailblazers can't get him. So he has all this planned out utility. In addition to that, we have Dapper's cam on the wall for more info.
Map 4 is our comfort zone.
Rotate. So let's keep going a little bit now. And what you're going to see is the Sky is going to use the Seekers to clear out Garage. And that is what's going to activate the start of this round. So Sky is gathering by Garage. She has the spike. And you can see Mixwell still by this A lobby. The Sage is grouping up. And there it is. The Seekers come in. And the Garage is on. And let's pause it real quick. So what you're going to see now is the Sage has walled window. That means that they can fully focus on this split. They don't need to worry about anything behind them. But also, simultaneously, we have Kellogg's throwing a smoke and dashing into it into the C site. We mentioned this earlier with Shazam. The Jets dash in, they get the vision with the dash, and they're getting tons of info. He's following the secret. He knows exactly where everyone is. Sick counters, and this is the game-changing play by Sick, in my opinion. He ults around this spawn corner, and you can see him right here. This is his ult form. He's a free body to help deal with this hit, and he's a massive nuisance to G2 on this hit. In addition to that, Zoms plays this perfectly. He activates that second smoke that I was referring to in the site, and let's play it a little bit more right now. So Zoms Ness in the site takes out the Seeker. That allows Sick to get that frag on the spike. Sage gets the trade. And Kellogg's is scrambling, trying to get Zom's back site. And he does. But look, Sick has rotated in from back site now. And he is on plat taking Zom's place. And he has this insane crossfire setup. So now Sentinels is immediately in this 4-on-2. And they're so aware of G2's intentions. Look, they're just rotating all over the place, leaving the C site. They know the C site is locked down. They have a camera there on Dapper, and that's when Dapper's trip hits. and it signals Shazam to blind ult into the B site, and the round is over. I think both of these teams played this round phenomenally well, and it just goes to show the level of play between these two teams is absolute top-notch S tier, and I cannot wait to see more of this. Back to you guys, Panpoc.
Buddy, I don't know how much more of it we're going to get. That was, you know, it is a good game, but the scoreline's a little skewed here, HyperX.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Wee bit.
Yeah.
Twitch KD.
কি হয়েছে?
KD.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। কেডির কি হয়েছে? আমি তো এক্ষুনি স্ট্রিমে গেছিলাম কাইরির। কি হয়েছে?
দাঁড়া।
ডিলিট হয়ে গেছে।
Go down, and it has been taken to a third, which definitely caught some of us off guard.
দাদা দেখি গেম দেখি।
Catch someone off guard for 6, having none of it. He does not care.
আরে
KD, don't worry, boys, you'll have a break soon.
টুইট করেছিল।
Try and get this over to you
KD
nice
তো
and
রিয়ের
quick. 3 still
G2
stand.
Sports এর ওনার ওর সাথে একসাথে বসে ডিসকর্ডে
toyed with some audio cues given. They peel away.
Rover's got himself all the way to the bottom of C-Long. He's going to hear this information. Should pull the rotation from G2. Anything on the way in. Actually, the trigger discipline is perfect here.
How long is it until right about then? Pulls the trigger on 10, but now he knows there's another. Wait, what?
He was in astral form. He didn't hear
no
it at all.
Idea. Absolutely clueless, and this gets spun on its head. Avova maybe being the lifeline, at least for a couple more rounds. Dapper though, first step in, and it's a good, and 40 more seconds to play with. He's got time. He's about to have the spike as well. 35 seconds.
দাদা বুঝতে পারলাম না, ওটা বুঝতে পারলো না।
He's got to know if over
শাজামকে কোথা থেকে মারলো।
Nuki hasn't been particularly noted. Maybe was on A earlier. Now 25 seconds. What does he do with this?
Actually, Nuki's close enough to hear that spy cam activation as well, so he's going to go hunting, but Dapper, meanwhile, has free access to A site.
Now, where would he post plant this? Okay, so the closest plant he can. Does he slip back to CT? No, he can't.
Oh, I was going to say. If Dapper went for the push there, actually the opportunity to open this up. Yeah, exactly.
I thought maybe he'd slip back in for that CT push, but no.
Still going to find a 1v1.
Right, he is finding that 1v1. Now he's being encroached on by Avova, who's the absolute difference maker and timing's everything. Dapper now needs to turn. He's given them just one breath in this.
11-2. Avova going huge on the pistol round again. The timing of Zoms slipping in to try and set up that push onto C. Again, Avova, the balls to pull that off there, to let the first pass, the second as well, and let them actually come up. And the whole time he's relaying that information. He wants the contact to come through from Mixwell on site as well. Sentinels, they're going to throw a couple of bits and bobs into this round.
KD stream deck.
Reconsidered actually, yeah. Just it looked like 3 sheriffs and 10s obviously with that budget operator, but
why not? Always seems to find a bit of value with it, but Kellogg's feeling bold enough to go for a walkabout. Dapper taking a chunk of damage here. This should be a free one. It is. Kellogg's going to get him in combination with that Sky utility coming through sewer. It will draw the attention of the others, but 10s. There's a reason we say there's a value to always him having this seemingly in his hands at very bare minimum. And you can see as to why.
Look at the utility in Garage. Sick decides to push on through. Shazam on red alert here, just in case Kellogg's comes through sick. Actually going to note the alarm bot here. Actually going to smoke it off, so...
Interesting.
Maybe have to slip through. This is huge, actually.
Now, luckily for G2, Avova is very, very sharp in this. Mixwell goes back and the calls are being made. There it is, for stand. And take another step.
Actually, a good opportunity here for G2 to come through, ride some of that lesser weaponry. See, I mean, 10's only player on Sentinels, I think, to be sat below 1,000 credits on that previous, but... and the rifle. Only one on the side of G2, though, and that's Mixwell. To see here, if G2 are able to maintain this, honestly, Kellogg's again pivotal in that previous round, finding that kill onto Dapper, again controlling a lobby, and He's walking with a Spectre. This is bold, to say the least.
Yeah, he's been spotted as well, so needs to fall off that one. But Sick has been so influential in some of Sentinels rounds. Mixwell on the other side here, just trying to buy time. Rotation coming in as well for Kellogg's. Oh, Dapper. Okay, okay. So showing a lot of presence here. That's... I don't know if they've realized it's 2 players. They probably have a good idea now. It might be more than just one.
My God.
Also going to try and sit in on that close angle on that wall side. Mixwell drawing attention towards Heaven, but this is now where it gets problematic. Mixwell's gone down, so Kellogg's is all alone.
Tenz is going to find it as soon as the smokes drop.
I don't touch eye.
Heaven. Sentinel still will pause for a moment, just in case G2 consider trying anything to stop that spike going down. A 4v3 here for Sentinels in the post plant. See if G2 can fight back in.
There's the pop flash, here's the push. And Tenz is just something else. The man is just built different.
Bye. কি ছিল এটা ভাই? টেন্স কি করছে ভাই?
If you can hear it behind us. This is not just map point, this is match point, series point. This would be the GG now. 6 had a tear, Tenz has been on today, but everyone from Sentinels has fired on this map.
Absolutely. They've looked flawless through most of this. Again, even the rounds that G2 are able to squeeze out here in the second. So still could have turned the tides.
ঠিক আছে ভাই। কাইডি চেটে চট করে দিয়েছে একটা।
Frenzy here because of that purchase in the previous. Tenz already with the Blade Storm online. Al drone straight away up C long. I think that's
CK ultimate ready.
They're looking for a full sight here.
With that.
Look at this coming through from Tenz and Sick.
There's no way to stop him now. Tenz is right on the side. He's going to take down Avova and look for the follow-up, but no one dares walk towards him at this point. He is just truly intimidating here. Now the spike can be ferried across.
G2 actually get ahead of the curve a little bit. A big flash comes through, but Mixwell unable to find anything. Coldamenta will find Zoms. Seeker's invested. Lucky and Sick will find kills respectively. Kellogg's again responds. G2 actually a 3v2.
Yeah, but if Sick and Tenz are alive, I'm still not writing off Kellogg's with a banger towards Tenz. Now Sick, what you got for us? One flash, he swings it early.
Nice try, nice try.
G2 gonna make it to 4.
Everything but the kitchen sink thrown at that from Sentinels, but I love Zom's reactionary utility there. Again, Tenz and Sick, they come up, they run it back, the Blade Storm in unison.
Side ঢুকতে হতো ওরা কাবিতে কি করছিল?
This player on side. There's no possibility for anybody from G2 to even swing through and try and save Avova.
Kellogg's lovely work with that flash coming around the corner. Let's see the link.
It's looking good.
Cooking good. শেষ তোমরা। তোমরা শেষ। Cooking good, তুমি শেষ।
Yeah, let's go. 8 more rounds, guys.
Let's do it. I love that.
Hey, I want to see it. I want to see it.
But
I don't know if we will.
I want to though. Yeah. Let's go. Let's see how far we can take this. Then 4-12 is the current scoreline. It is a mountain, and already Nuki's found Tenz.
Yeah.
So a good start. Still showing this willingness to push at this point. Says a little something.
Sick though has all the way onto a site with Dapper. Again, look at this crossfire though. Mixwell's giving it up, but anticipating that exact threat. He will find 2 more, his 3rd on the round. Bombs will respond, but a 4v2 for G2. Okay, make that a 2v2.
Okay, this is not how it happened, surely. From a 4v2 to a 2v2.
Okay, একটা Spectre আছে.
Lost to Shaz and Zoms this time. Like A is the area they're going to be heading towards. Spike in the hands of Shaz. Heading on over. Coldamenta and Avova on the other side.
Avova might have even been heard there.
দুটো ইউটিলিস।
Just a portion. Flash comes in. And actually they're pushing it. Coldamenta good for 1. Now does Avova get... Yeah, Shaz knows exactly...
Okay. Read from both of them there.
They both come off it.
Avova delivers. G2 will live to fight another day.
It's 5.
আরে সেন এ ব্লাইন্ডেড
Nuki and Kellogg's to still be this decisive in some of these rounds. It's exactly what G2 need if they're going to make this a possibility.
Even they knew that was just that was a straight up coin flip. Just.
I think
আবার মার্সেল নিচে বাঁধছে ছেলেটা
And we go again, 5-12. The money is broken this time, but hey, we've seen these rounds sometimes go a little wonky. Sheriff's through a 4. Okay, and the Marshal. The G2 should be aware of this. They have to be on red alert. This is not just a walkthrough, just because the weaponry isn't there. It's one of the biggest tells of that first map that worried us. The anti-ecos. This is not how you'd want to lose a series. 10, spotting out one towards back plat.
Don't show your head.
Bloody hell, he's crossing back over just as the smoke dissipates. Avova, careful, but you've all seen the clips of Avova in this corner, and you might see it again. That's 2 lovely frags. He's up against pistols, though, so we're not going to scream and yell just yet. And Shaz sees the flash. Before he gonna lose. Oh, Avova. Keep it chill, mate. There we go. 2 now left. Tens and Zoms. No opportunities. Well, hey. No opportunities other than that one with Avova really presented.
Quickfell still had the jump again there. Tens just land in the head.
কেন আসিস তুই টেন্সের সামনে
Find another here. Kellogg's might actually spot him there. Nope. Avova. Find his 3rd on the round.
6. It's clean as well.
এবার শেষ কর অনেক হয়েছে
I'm ready for it.
শেষ কর ভাই সেন্টিনেল ভাই শেষ কর না ভাই
What colors?
অনেক হয়েছে ভাই এবার শেষ করে দে
What's their like shirt color? It's kind of just like
ইচ্ছা করে টানছে নাকি ম্যাচটাকে
like red and white. I'm tempted to say I'll dye my hair that color at this point if they actually do pull it back and win.
I'll dye my hair the color of G2's jerseys. How's that sound?
Same, I'm with you.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Okay.
This can only go well. I mean, it has been.
Safe for me.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's not bad.
No, Zomser ki holo?
Salt and pepper. 12-6 though. This is another big round. Coming in, rifles back out for Sentinels, so they're sat in a much better position. We do have the res on Nookie, mix up with his ult as well, so the more kind of, I guess, instigating ults. But Coldamenta now, starting to feel things out here. Spots out at least 1, that's sick now noted. You can see the creep up on long as well. Kellogg's better be locked and loaded. Coldamenta good for 1. Spots out another, flash comes in, smoke goes down. Zomzo, great work towards Coldamenta. That's now a problem for Kellogg's.
The neural theft information reveal, but Sentinels look to force their way through.
Timing.
1 for 1, actually. Nookie will find another one in response to the Hunter's Fury popped. Zoms now. Will be removed. The back of that, and look at that Nookie and Mixwell combine. G2 post another.
It's
their 7th now.
Now normally we don't get excited for comebacks until double digits is achieved by the team on the comeback. Generally, the general rule of thumb. I'll give it till 8. I'll give it till 8 and then I'm on board. And then obviously they'll lose that one. It's over and done with. For this,
looking at the script actually.
Well, I haven't got that page. Production just ripped it out, so I don't know. We're going off script here. Mad. 7-12. Money's back down. Now the problem is, we talk about money. Sentinels will be in this kind of not perpetual phase. They will be able to get buys, but it is going to be that little bit of an issue here and there. But again, still danger aplenty. G2, how resilient are you? That's the big question here. How far can you take this, truly?
Well, the way they're reacting, actually, I mean, again, these rounds are a little. Tends to try and just find an opener here. We'll spot Avova actually behind Platt. Escape back here, and Kellogg's find sick on the other extremity. So Sentinels doing what they tried to do on split, just pull these rotations and create their own gap in the defense. G2 much better equipped this time around.
Already
Again, same sort of work leading in through from Garage. You're going to have, I think it's going to be Nookie at the back, watching the pusher in case there is pressure here, but Tens has actually garnered some space. Spots out 1, that's ambitious, and Mixwell this time does get the better of him. Good follow-up. And there it is, it's Prime Gaming Flawless. We're at a G2. They are now starting to build up a little bit of hope. Just a little bit of hope. Starting to filter through. 6 not been necessarily quelled. He's on 24, but he has been slowed down in this half compared to running rapidly in the first.
Yeah, which is interesting. Again, you quite often
আমারও মনে হচ্ছে
into the mix. More often than not, they're able to find entries. They're able to find actually 2 or 3 kills on the back of that. And right here, as I said, you got to credit G2. I mean, particularly Avova and Mixwell, time and time again, are able to shut down Garage and Seaside. And Sentinels sat a little deeper.
Yep.
Kellogg's now posted, but the run it back, see what he can get done.
Yeah, lovely utility work so far. Could at least hinder some of that approach through Garage. Forces him to look towards that B site. That's a problem. Golden Mentor, Nookie, it's all falling to pieces. Sentinels.
Chal, Kalana.
Dash of hope that they had, and now it's down to Evover on Kellogg's. They know Evover's back here. He's spinning every round. He's now surrounded. 1, 2, 3.
Chal, Kalana.
Shut him down.
Chal, Kalana. Chal.
Possible before this time sick. I couldn't imagine a better player to close it down.
Kalana,
Fashion.
Chalo, Kalana. Chalo, Kalana.
They're able to find that final round necessary, but G2 showing resilience again. We talk about the pedigree of this name, this brand, and how often they've actually had to play from behind. Right there, a big positive, but again, bigger picture. You got to look back on that first half and just think, actually, what is the depth to this team on the international stage? Because Sentinels, we have a fairly good grasp on where we place them.
Yeah, we do. I think that's a really fair assessment as well. We know that they are towards the most extreme of tops. Be it first, second, for them, I'd say first right now, generally. But again, if they're being tested by, I guess you could say, 4th seed coming in from EU, that's not a bad look. Now, bear in mind, that final map, the side-by-side comparison, that first half to the second was
flawless.
Day, but I imagine if they got a little more buffer on G2, could they have stretched it further? Again, how many rounds did Sick just get them in that sort of,
Sick it was
the big difference being, again, when you call towards those kind of usual suspects, and I got to credit Nookie for the performance on map 2. Effectively, I got to say, you got to credit most of this map 3 even being a reality.
I'm going to Sentinels ki post kar raha
hai. Right here, Sentinels.
It's a bad, it's a plane. It's
they are worlds
global sports.
in terms of the level.
Acha, oi plane ta.
You talk about being able to run circles around them on split. They employed so many similar tactics.
You've
seen that a few times where it's just reactionary tendencies just posted, and it's that intuition that Sentinels have where they're constantly, they don't even need to be given the information.
Hey, remember this?
At least
I really hate Sentinels. They are smurfing in G2. They are ruining the ranked experience. They are the reason why ranked is not fun. Riot Games, please take action on them.
Okay, can they now continue this? Are they able to keep that throne? Because we've seen so many other teams early days unable to keep that. They dropped it. But these guys still look unfazed, unpressured, and leading the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think back to recent performances, there's a blemish or two across regionals. Again, even talk about the Sonics loss on Icebox and then eventually dropping a series to Xcept. But these guys come out in their first performance and
I
wouldn't have called that one.
No,
Iceland কিন্তু একটাও হারেনি ওরা
I think we get a really good look at exactly where they're
we now know they bleed. Next time we will bleed them.
I'm with you.
Beat them, beat them.
I think this will be more of a test for Sentinels. Last time it was a flawless run. Already it's a tougher test technically in their first game in groups. I think the caliber here has improved. I think we have teams coming in. And again for G2, let's flip that switch as well. The team that just took on Sentinels, who came in with a question mark hanging above their head of which form do we see? What sort of team do we see? They're a team that actually took a map off Sentinels at LAN, which is honestly not a bad accolade considering how flawless Sentinels have been recently.
Absolutely. To say that we came out of the first series from G2 having certain questions about maybe stumbling and maybe not being on their A game. I guess is the term to apply there. So to come and do the same thing versus Sentinels, brilliant to see. Again, there's lots of issues to fix though. And I keep coming back to this composition question with G2 of system, it needs work. It needs real work.
Just Icebox race ta jonne match ta korbo holo.
Group stage is grueling. There's a lot more to be seen. But speaking of things we have to see, it will be the Prime Gaming match highlights for you guys. So have a little look back on, refresh your mind.
Okay, so चलो गाइस आज के लिए बस इतना ही, मिलता है फिर से कल। बहुत हो गया आज का स्ट्रीमिंग, ठीक है, बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रीम कर लिया हम आज। अब भी शायद मेरे को भी जाना पड़ेगा। गुड नाइट, सी यू।
भाई साहब
क्या
कुछ
बोले
तो था भाई।
ভাই কি তাড়াতাড়ি ভিডিও এডিটিং করেছে বে
হ্যাঁ ভাই তাড়াতাড়ি ভিডিও এডিটিং করে লো ভাই
আরে হ্যাঁ আবে হয়তো মানে ওই লাস্ট রাউন্ড গুলো তখনই করা শুরু করে
আমাদের এক একটা ব্লগ বানাতে এক সপ্তাহ